Let's see who gets here first. We'll wait for Vason to show up. Usually takes him 30 seconds to 60 seconds. Then we'll get started. Might as well have at least one person in the motherfucking building before we start, right? Until then, we entertain our monkey brains. I could probably just flip it, right? Until then, we entertain our monkey brains. Shout out to the Lord. Young Shotzi. Is that you, Vazen? You the first nigga in here, Vazen? Is that you, Sean Walker? Who that be is? Let me change my chat filter to all. I see one person in here creeping quietly. Who you be? State your claim. As the number one being in the building. Oh, we got 4 now. Look at that. That's fast. All right. Y'all getting in here pretty fast. So we're just gonna get started. Surprised it wasn't Vazen for there's Vazen. There's Vazen. Not only do we be the problem, but at this point we be an even bigger problem than the elites. Yeah. We're gonna get into it, right? You already know what we're gonna get into, Vazen. You know what's inspiring this, right? So, for anybody who comes along, type that in. Watch that video. It'll provide you some context with what's being discussed here today. We got a lot of recordings to get through, and then later we might have a long discussion. Of course, we're going to talk in between and everything, as we always do, right? But these people in this video crying and complaining, right? Talking about how everything is rental now, everything's a subscription. As if it wasn't like that before, as if rent isn't a subscription, mortgages aren't subscriptions, like car notes, insurance, every form of insurance you could think of. Almost everything's subscription based, right? But now they're moving all the entertainment and everything else that people weren't used to being subscription based to subscription based. Shit, food, groceries, all sorts of shit is going subscription based. Niggas can't remote start their car without a subscription and an app, right? So they on here crying about that, which is part of what? The Great Reset, right? Agenda 2030, right? We've been talking about this, right? So, we ask the questions. They complaining about all that shit, right? But will they quit working? Will they stop paying these bills, these subscription bills, right? Will they step away from the monetary system as much as they can? Will they divest from it? Will they call for and support, let alone carry out war against those manifesting this all into reality, including those who will continue supporting into the future, the other slaves? Will they even stop paying a tax? We're always going to go back to that because that's so easy. Or will they all simply complain about it while remaining as obedient slaves? Oh, we got a third like on there, and who's that? Live, nigga, live. And of course, the question started to you, Vazen, because the last question was what? Or will they all simply complain about it while remaining as obedient slaves? What did Vazen say? Or as I should say, Zaxientus exajusta. He said, the last one shall continue to be done for the next few billion years, meaning they're all going to be slaves forever, right? So peep that for context. We forwarded this all from our little private chat as we was talking to each other about, you know what, let me click that, right? Just so we can, again, give the full context, right? So I said that, right? And shout out to the young god, Lord Sizzle. Because after Vazen answered that, Sizzle said, to be fair, Shange, you are benefiting from people who are slaving as of now. You see what I put there? 100. You damn right that third like was you. Of course it was, Vazen. I should have knew. I said, you damn right. I absolutely am. Ain't nobody lying about that, my nigga. Let's get into it. Let's get into these recordings first. And shout out to LD to God too, right? And then in between each recording, I'll see what y'all are saying in here. Maybe we'll have a little discussion and go to the next one, right? Let's start with this. Well, y'all are listening to this because I've already listened to myself twice today. I don't need to listen to myself a third time, though I will be doing so, as you can see. That's on mute, so I can't even hear it. I'm gonna be entertaining my monkey brain, my gorilla brain, so I can stay on track with this shit. We can do because we're gonna be here for a couple hours, right? No shit, bro. That's what I've been saying the entire fucking time. Like, as always, Vazen. If it sounds good, you ain't gotta say nothing. But if it sounds terrible, if it's too loud or too low or sounds scratchy, like it's fucking bouncing off the table or something. I try to put it on this little cotton thing here so it sounds decent, but let me know. If it sounds bad in any way, let me know. If it's good, you ain't got to say nothing. No shit, bro. That's what I've been saying the entire fucking time. Like, of course, because they refuse to stop. So if they're going to keep slaving, well, then yes, I'm going to force that benefit for my agenda in any way I possibly can, of course. Because my agenda is for them eventually to no longer be slaves. But not everybody's going to be there right away. So you must, and also, I'm not saying, I'm not complaining and then continuing the same things I complain about. That's the difference. Get the point of what I said there. Watch that video. Listen to all the complaints of those people. Now ask those people if they're actually doing anything different in their life. The answer is no. The answer is fucking no. To every one of those questions I just asked, if you're going to complain about any of that shit they just complained about in that video, then ask yourself those questions. And if the answer is no to all of those questions, except for the last question, if the last question, your answer is yes, what the fuck are you really complaining about? It seems that you want this to continue. Do you get what I'm saying? Go watch that video that I was talking about there, that is just above it. Listen to every complaint in that video. And if you find yourself agreeing with those complaints, then come back here and read every one of those questions to yourself out loud and answer the questions honestly. And if the only answer if the only question you answer yes to is the bottom question, understand that you are part of the problem. Do you get what I'm saying? So I can ask myself every one of those questions, and guess what? I can answer yes to every one of those questions except the bottom one. I can actually answer no to that. And I'm trying to get the people around me to stop being slaves. I would rather not have slaves to benefit from than have slaves to benefit from. But the slaves refuse to quit. I tell them this every fucking day. Every day. They don't care, nigga. But they want to cry about these things. Why are you crying, nigga? You don't, like, stop crying about shit you don't care to do anything about. Period. If you don't care to do anything differently in your life, stop crying about the things you do every day in your fucking life. Stop. You're just a pussy. Like, do you get what? That's what I'm saying. These people cry every fucking day, and then they do the same exact things anyway, while thinking that they have some sort of moral high ground to stand on because they're crying about something that you contribute to wholeheartedly every day does not give you a moral high ground to stand upon. You're complaining about yourself, whether you realize it or not. What are you going to change? Only you can change you, my nigga. You can't change the whole world with words. You can help to do that, teaching, preaching, promoting. You can carry out solutions towards that action. But no individual being is going to change everything on their own. The thing they can definitely change, though, is themselves. So if they're complaining about these problems, the first thing they should do is look in the mirror and say, what part of these problems am I contributing to? At what level? All right, how could I pull my contribution to these problems away from these problems? Can I quit things cold turkey? Can I stop doing things I need to stop? And if I can't just stop, can I scale them down? And at what level am I willing and able to scale them down to? Over what period of time? Are there things that I should be doing that I'm not doing? What are those things? All right, can I start doing those things at 100% full throttle? If the answer is yes, then that's what I should do. If the answer is no, well, what can I start doing and at what level? And how can I increase that over time? And over what time period based upon what clock I'm racing? Instead of just whining and complaining all the time, motherfuckers need to think about, okay, what can actually be done about what we're whining and complaining about? All I heard was niggas cry. Through that whole video, I didn't hear a fucking single solution. Through the whole goddamn video. That's the problem. Motherfuckers want to whine and complain about problems that they contribute to every single day, but don't want to lessen their contribution even 1%. Just 1%, my nigga. Just do 1% something different. No, I just want to cry. and I'm going to keep doing everything that I do at 100%, then shut the fuck up. You're just wasting breath. Because if all 8 billion people, including the elites and everyone, was crying about all these things, right? But not a single person does anything. It doesn't matter. Everyone can cry. Everyone can cry about everything. That changes nothing. You bare minimum need one person to do anything differently to start a trend of people behaving different. Everyone thinking that this is bad does not change it. Everyone saying this is bad does not change it. When people start to go, I'm not doing that shit anymore, now change starts to happen, at least at the level of that individual. And by me applying pressure to the slaves around me, because I say, well, fuck y'all. Y'all want to be slaves? Fine. Take care of me. Or don't. I'll die, because I'm not going to be a slave. I will die before I'm a slave. But if y'all want to keep slaving and y'all want to take care of me, by all means, of course. I get to stay here and preach my shit, and hopefully maybe one day you niggas fucking hear me. Maybe one day you niggas finally start doing something different. And if you don't, guess what? It's the status quo from now until the day I die anyway. And guess what? I didn't have to be a slave during that time. So if you want to slave and take care, by all means. But I would strongly suggest you just stop slaving. I would strongly suggest you actually try to do something about the things you complain about. I would strongly suggest you bare minimum stop paying your federal income taxes if you're complaining about government shit, if you're complaining about elite shit. What products do you buy? What services do you use? Who does that go to? Do you like who that goes to? Then maybe you should pull back on that, if not quit it entirely. Who do you work for? And who do they work? Who owns the whole chain of businesses down to the one you work for? Going all the way up to Megacorp, my nigga, going all the way up to State Street, Vanguard, BlackRock, etc. Think of every single thing you do from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, throughout your whole life from the time you were born till right now in this moment. When it comes to all of that, what have you contributed to? What are you contributing to? And where are you trending to continue contributing to? How much of that would you subjectively consider to be bad? So, what are you going to do to change your contribution as an individual being? If the answer is nothing, shut the fuck up and go be a good slave and just be fucking obedient. What are you crying about? You don't want anything to change anyway, because in order for things to change, the people need to change. So if none of the people actually want to change themselves when they are contributing to the fucking problem, which is exactly what LD the Misanthrope was saying in the last 2 videos, shut the fuck up then. Me? I actually quit everything. I actually stopped paying taxes 16 years ago. I actually did the tally the other minute, like an hour ago. It was really like some hours ago, but yeah, I fucked that statement up. Moments ago. Like, I remember people saying, "Oh, I don't want my kids to go get drafted." I'm like, "So are you gonna like stop paying federal income taxes, which funds that shit?" No, then your kids get drafted, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Like, I don't know what you like. I don't want this, so you contribute to that in these ways. So what are you gonna do about your contributions to that thing that you no longer want, to that thing you want to stop? Nothing. Then shut the fuck up. That's the point. Get the point, man. Get the point. Like, we've already had this conversation. I know I'm benefiting from slaves because they're fucking slaves. I'm not a slave, my nigga. I'm not going to live as a fucking slave. If the slaves want to live as slaves and they want to take care of me, by all means, that's their fucking slave choice. If they don't want to take care of me, they don't have to. Do you understand what I'm like? And the whole time they do, I'm going to be here chirping in their fucking ear about how they're fucking slaves and how they should really stop being slaves and start doing what I'm doing, even if it disbenefits me as an individual, because it's not about my benefit. That's the difference. My agenda is not about my benefit. I am not really benefited by not being a slave amongst slaves. I could actually benefit more incentive-wise by going and being a fucking slave. If nobody stops slaving and this shit continues into the future, all I did was fuck my own experience here. Because I would rather have a fucked experience here than be a fucking slave. I'd rather not have money for all the things everybody else has money for. I would rather have a fucked experience attempting to end slavery for future generations than have a 100K a year plus job. Facts. That's why I gave it up. Then be a fucking slave. So if the slaves who still want their incentives are gonna go be slaves and they're willing to take care of me because they don't want me to just fucking die, well then fine. By all means, slaves. Take care of me with your slave currencies that you're gonna spend on things anyway. I'd rather you spend it on my agenda. Period. Because my agenda is to eventually help you to stop being a fucking slave. So you're actually investing in your future if you're fucking spending it on me in any way, shape, or form, as opposed to spending it on anything else that is just being a willing and obedient slave. Period. Like, and I have no remorse for that shit whatsoever. At all. Because I have no remorse for people who are choosing slavery. That's the choice you're making? You want to continue? Okay. Do your thing, pimpin'. Go be a willing and obedient slave. I'll be sitting here not doing that. You want to feed me? Why? You don't want me to die? So you're going to waste even more of your slave currency taking care of a disobedient slave who's unwilling to be a willing slave? Why? Is it because you agree with my thought processes? No. You just have that much of an attachment to me? All right, you stupid fuck. Fine. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I hope that maybe one day I can get through to your dumbass and we can go be poor together. Or enough people do this shit and we can go to fucking war. And again, notice how I scaled the questions down. I brought it all the way down to just paying taxes, my nigga. Are you going to just stop paying taxes? Can you at least do that? Can anyone at least do that? No? Motherfuckers just going to go to slavery and be willing and obedient slaves in every fucking way imaginable? Then shut the fuck up and stop complaining. You're complaining about yourself whether you notice or not. If you haven't watched LD the Misanthrope's last two videos, I highly suggest, I'm going to reshare those shits because they have everything to do with what I'm saying here. Indeed they do. And keep in mind, this is for the motherfuckers complaining. This isn't really for the motherfuckers who don't complain. If you are fine with this fucking slave world, if that's the shit you like, if you're all for this shit, you want to try to be the next elite, get out there, nigga. Go play to win. I say this shit every day. I tell my boy 9Trey this, aka Selfmade. I told fucking Chris this the other day because he plays with the AI and whatnot. And I said, if you're gonna do these things, do it to win, nigga. Don't do it to lose. Don't half-ass it. If you're gonna go into that shit, go full fucking force, my nigga. Go all the way in. But if you don't fuck with that shit, you should really stop fucking with that shit. Pick a fucking lane and play the game you're supposed to play. Like, pick a lane. Stop bullshitting and pussyfooting and sitting on a fence and half-assing and sitting in this weird little gray zone. Nigga, pick a fucking lane. Do you want freedom or do you want slavery, my nigga? Which is it? Which direction you want to move in? Well, then start moving in that fucking direction. What up, LA? Shout out to you, Life Abolitionism. I was just listening to his channel last night. We talking Lord LD? Are we talking Lord T Sizzle? Yeah, shout out to them both. Shout out to the young gods. Designed for true sports enthusiasts, our tracksuits combine style and functionality. What the fuck, Daniel? What are you talking about? That's weird as shit. Anyway, so I threw that out there. Like, yeah, go shout out to LD. Go peep his last two videos, especially. The video again. And then I throw out these 4 live streams to be like, nigga, that's what I talk about in these live streams right here. From fucking not only people, bullshitting themselves and, complaining about things that they don't want to do anything about, but also me benefiting from fucking slaves, my own fucking hypocrisy as a fucking human here on this planet, which we're gonna get further into. Which the other day I talked to my boy and I said I gotta make a human hypocrisy and how you use it to your benefit fucking video, and this kind of ended up going down that lane anyway. So let's peep the rest here. And then go peep those live streams again, where I thoroughly discuss that. Not only the people crying, whining, and complaining, but avoiding all possible solutions, never even bringing them up, let alone promoting them, supporting them, or carrying them out themselves. But even me living here as a slave, and I actually do have to do a live stream coming up, so this is actually going to help inspire that, called Hypocrisy and How to Use It. Because we're all fucking hypocrites, including myself. Everyone is a fucking hypocrite, in my opinion. All humans that have ever lived are hypocritical in some form or fashion. The question is, do you recognize that? And when you do recognize that, do you use that to your benefit to the best of your ability? Because if I was to be 100% non-hypocritical, I would go upstairs, murder my mother, go downstairs, murder my brother, and go outside and go on a shooting spree and just kill every single fucking human I see until I'm put down. That's the only way for me to live 100% non-hypocritically, is to kill everything I possibly can until the moment I die. So every breath I take is hypocritical. Real talk. Every person I let walk past me without murdering is hypocritical. Real talk. Real fucking talk. So by still being here and not murdering everyone, what else am I doing with that hypocritical time that I'm still learning, teaching, preaching, promoting, carrying out and supporting any and all other possible solutions to any and all possible problems on any and all possible levels of reality to the best of that I'm willing and able to do. Do you understand what I'm saying? So out of all the solutions I've ever presented, I'm carrying out every single one of them except one. The only one I have not carried out yet is performing direct violence against that which I think needs violence carried out against. That's why I said I can answer yes to every one of those questions. The only one I can't answer yes to is the last question, because I'm not just living here as a willing, obedient slave. I don't just cry about things, and then when I talked about the government, I stopped paying taxes. When I talked about the economic and monetary system, I stopped working. When I talked about bringing kids into slavery, it was too late. I already had a kid. So what did I do? Well, I got to quit the slavery myself to be an example to him, to tell him never to follow in the footsteps of slaves, and to help affect the minds of others who are also slaves to see that they need to get out of the slavery themselves so the slave system can be taken down. So the future generations don't have to go through the same slave system. Every single thing I've ever complained about, I have presented solutions for, and I have learned, taught, preached, promoted, carried out, and supported anyone carrying out any and all of those solutions that they're willing and able to carry out, preferably to the best of their ability, including those who I perceive as doing less than me, but especially those who I've seen do more than me. And you know that. I hail niggas' names, bro. I don't run away from that shit. Motherfuckers start shooting shit up, blowing things up, burning down warehouses. I'm hailing names, my nigga. You know this. Those people doing more than me, I am supporting them. I'm not trying to hold them back on some fake moral high ground. Oh my God, those people are so scary and bad. They shouldn't. Yes, I know they're slaves at these warehouses getting paid fucking chump change while all the prices of everything skyrockets. But they shouldn't burn down the warehouse. No, you don't see me doing that shit. Ever. Ever. The only thing that I promote that I don't do is violence. And that's because I'm too much of a pussy to go do that shit by myself right now. And I say that every day. I look myself in the mirror and I say that in every fucking live stream, and you know this, nigga. Don't sit here and act like I don't sit here and tell you niggas. You only know that I'm benefiting from slaves taking care of me because I'm the one who said it myself on my streams, chastising myself, right? For the one thing, literally the one thing I'm still doing that I don't like, based on my own pussiness, that I call out every fucking day. Whether it's here, whether it's in text messages talking to people, because I've talked to like 3 other people I've said that shit to today, nigga. Today. You're the 4th person I'm saying that shit to today. Adam, I said it to with hypnosis. I said it to my little brother. I'm saying it to you, and there was somewhere else that I said that shit. Was it maybe marking them? I don't know. But I'm saying that shit here right now. Do you get what I'm saying? We have to actually be able to realistically look ourselves in the face and think of everything we're contributing to that we fucking complain about. And then start doing things differently in all ways we're willing and able to. The problem is most motherfuckers aren't willing to do anything other than cry. That's it. Niggas be talking shit about Iran and Israel, but they keep paying taxes. Like, they can't even do the low-hanging fruit shit, bro. Motherfuckers complain about elites and bills and they can't find jobs and da-da-da. All the low-hanging bullshit that is easy to point out, that everyone can see. And niggas can't even learn, teach, preach, promote, or carry out a solution in that direction. At a bare minimum, like 1% degree. The best they could do is cry about it. Maybe comment something somewhere. Maybe they'll make a TikTok video talking shit about it while they continue to take part in it themselves in all ways imaginable and pull back nothing. It's pathetic, and people need to stop this shit. If they're gonna whine, cry, and complain and make video after video about something, do something about it that you're willing and able to do, preferably to the best of your ability. Stop looking at what everybody else isn't doing. What the fuck have you not done? What the fuck are you still doing? See, if you can't look at yourself, I can look at myself and easily tell you right now, every solution I've ever promoted, I've carried out. I'm carrying out in live stream, nigga. I'm carrying out right now, except one. And I know that one. And I talk shit to myself daily about it when I'm not even on a phone, when I'm not on a Discord, when I'm not on a YouTube. I sit here right here by myself talking shit. Let alone when I'm talking to you niggas. I don't lie, I don't bullshit. Like, that's not what I do. If I catch myself bullshitting in any way, I'm the first nigga to be like, what'd you just say? You know that's bullshit, nigga. Rephrase that. I don't even need to be called out. I said this to my boy the other day. I said like 3 things wrong to him. I said that to Lone Richie. Sometime he be right here in the chat. You could ask the nigga. I'll correct myself, nigga. I don't need to be called out on it. And I went and fact-checked myself because they sounded wrong. I'm like, why did I say that? I didn't fully know that. Let me go fact-check these things and give him the real facts. Because I knew he wasn't going to call me out because I knew he didn't know what I was talking about. So I knew he wouldn't do the study to even prove me wrong. So I went and proved myself wrong. And then showed him how I was wrong. And then showed him how I figured out how I was wrong and then what I did to correct the situation without needing to be called out. That's who I am, bro. That's how I live. That's what I preach. And that's how everyone should be. Because if they were, we'd have a new world tomorrow. Tomorrow, nigga, even without the violence, if niggas just did what I did and what I do, if niggas just did what I did and do what I do, if niggas stopped doing what I stopped doing, that alone would change the world overnight. And that's just the motherfuckers complaining. I'm not even talking about the people who don't complain, the people who don't cry, the people who like this shit, or just don't even think of. I'm only talking about the people who whine and complain about anything. Whatever it is you personally whine and complain about, ever at all, you should be the one coming up with solutions to whatever it is you whine and complain about. And you should learn, teach, preach, and promote those solutions. You should carry out those solutions to the best of your ability. And you should support anyone else doing the same thing, even to a lesser degree, but especially to a greater degree. Don't I say this every fucking time? Isn't this getting fucking kind of repetitive? Because this is the answer to all things. Like, nigga, trust me, I know that I'm benefiting from slaves. I told you that. That's the only reason you know that. Like, do you get what I'm saying, though? Do you get the point? See, I don't mind you saying what you said. That doesn't bother me at all. But the fact that you skipped over the point to say what you said is almost like you're disagreeing with the point. Do you get the point of what I'm saying? Do you get the point of the questions that I asked there? Did you ask yourself those questions? What were your answers to those questions? And were they honest answers? And are you going to do anything to change those answers to those questions? Especially in direct regards to anything you complain about. Because remember, I was responding about that video. And the people in that video complaining about the things they complained about in that video. So are any of them going to ask themselves those questions? No. Fuck no. Like, fuck no, bro. Fuck no. And if they did, and they got no's on all the questions except for the last one, on the last question they get the answer yes, are they going to do anything to flip those answers to yes and flip that last answer to no? If the answer is no, then shut the fuck up. If the answer is yes, then keep complaining and keep crying. Give yourself the momentum you need to change yourself so you can help change this shit, either for the better in some utopian fashion or to destroy it and just get rid of it. If you're not moving towards utopia or destruction, you're doing nothing. If you're complaining about anything and not doing anything to move that thing you're complaining about towards utopia or destruction, you're doing nothing but complaining. So, For anyone complaining about anything, they need to ask themselves those questions. And if the questions don't perfectly line up with what they're complaining about, just switch up the semantics. Just change a word or two in each question to match the thing they're complaining about. Those questions were based on those people complaining about those things. Take anything that anyone is complaining about themselves and switch up those questions to perfectly match whatever they're complaining about. And if they're getting no's on every question except for the last question, they get a yes, then they're the fucking problem. Like, everybody wants to cry about elites and elites and elites, but it's the humans that bred the elites and that take part in everything the elites want them to take part in. All of it. That shit doesn't work without us doing it. Period. There is no monetary system if there isn't humans believing that fiat currency has value worthy of trading for incentivizing trade. It's that simple. There is no war in Iran if not a fucking person disagreeing with it in America stops paying taxes, my nigga. If half the country, 70% of the country, supposedly, according, whether they're Republicans, Democrats, doesn't matter. Whether they like Trump, don't like Trump, the vast majority of Americans supposedly don't like what's happening in Iran. That one thing, that's one issue, right? That one thing. Are they still paying taxes, though? Oh, we don't like bombing children in schools in Iran, but you're still paying for it, though. You gonna stop paying for it? No, then shut the fuck up because you're paying for it. Take your money out of it. But then they might garnish my wages. That's when you quit, you dumb fuck. You're not gonna force me. Not only am I a slave already, a willing one, an obedient one, but my slave labor is going towards the destruction of children in Iran, and I don't like that. I'm going to take my slave labor away from them by not paying federal income taxes. Now we're going to 5 years later, because it takes them years to get to the point of garnishing wages, my nigga, if they ever even do. If they ever even do. People don't realize that like 40% of this fucking country is already not paying taxes for one reason or another. They just don't recognize it. Because most people... Let alone all the rich people they cry about, all the billionaires and elitists, and they don't pay no taxes. Well, nigga, why are you? People aren't doing it in a form of open rebellion. They live in certain states, certain things, like they have certain loopholes, they own businesses, they understand certain things, they have accountants. Like, so there's a lot of people not paying that shit regardless for non-rebellious reasons. But all the people crying about it, turns out they're all paying it. Like, every time I see a motherfucker crying about anything the government does, they're paying for it, but refuse to stop, right? So if you want to cry about Iran, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to cry about the monetary, the debt, the deficit, prices of everything going, all these things that have to do with the government, corporations, banks, financial institutions, your fiat currency, debt deficits, military, police, anything that has to do with any of that shit, your fucking slave labor supports. So you're gonna at least bare minimum pull your taxes back? And if they do fucking go after your wages or whatever the fuck, are you gonna quit? Because now they're enforcing even more slavery on you and taking double what they were taking before because they gotta make up for what you didn't give them while still taking what they want you to give them every week, while still bombing kids in Iran that people are crying about. Like, what are you gonna do differently? What risk are you willing to take? What type of pariah are you willing to be considered by society in order to get the change you claim you fucking want? Now, if you don't want that, then by all means, do whatever the fuck you want. Do what thou wilt, my nigga. What do you desire? What do you want? This is all subjective. None of this shit's objective. Everything everyone does is based on their own thought processes, their own beliefs, their own personal moral values. Like, so if this shit is violating your personal moral values, what are you gonna fucking do to live in line with your personal moral values? If the answer is nothing, shut the fuck up and go the fuck away. You're useless. If the answer is something, well, what percentage does that something bring you to? How much does that take away from you contributing to the thing you're complaining about? This is why I loved LD's video the other day, because he's like, nigga, I'm complaining about humanity. Like, nothing specific. Like, humanity's trash and needs to go. And I'm going to promote that idea. You all need to die. We all need to die. I don't give a fuck about these elites. I don't care about Epstein raping fucking kids. I don't care about none of that shit. Because as long as there's humans, that shit will continue. My problem is humanity, and that's what I'm going to stand against. And what does he do every day? He preaches against it. Could he do more? Yeah, absolutely. He can go outside and start shooting everyone, but is he willing and able to do that right now? Clearly not. If he was, he'd be doing it. And I think he knows that he's not willing and able to do that right now because he'd be doing it if he was. Do you understand what I'm saying? Whatever you're going to complain about, you need to be the one preaching the solution for, let alone carrying it out. And these motherfuckers aren't even preaching solutions. They're just complaining. That's a fucking problem. They're the fucking problem. Humanity is the fucking problem. The humans are the fucking problem. It's not the elites. It's the fucking slaves. It's not the lords. It's the peasants. Go up, scroll up, and go watch that fucking Braveheart video I shared yesterday and listen to what I said about that, where my little brother was like, oh, I can't believe those lords betrayed him. I'm like, I could believe the lords betrayed him. That makes sense. That's what lords do. They're lords. They want gold and land. The king says, I'll give you gold and land, and they betray Braveheart. They betray William Wallace, who's fighting for freedom. Because they don't care about freedom. They just want to be more impressive slaves. Slaves with more money and more land than other people. It's no different than today. Niggas just want better shit than others so they can fucking stunt. What is it called now? So they can mog. M-O-G, whatever the fuck that shit means. So they can mog. Like, but my issue wasn't with the lords. I expect lords to behave as lords. My issue was with the fucking peasants. This nigga's fighting for your freedom, you fucking slaves. And you follow your lords, your slave masters, who are following their lord, their king, their slave master. They're going to get land and gold. You're not getting shit, peasant. The nigga's fighting for your freedom, and you're going to abandon him to go follow the niggas who are getting paid gold and land to abandon him while you get nothing from that. You remain the same slave you were yesterday, nigger. They're Scottish, they're white people, but you know what I'm saying? I don't know another word that they called specifically. Nigger was a specific word used for black people that were enslaved, but you get the point. Like, these fucking Scottish niggers, these Scottish coons, these race traders, betrayed Braveheart. There was 2 lords. They had like 1,000 warriors. And those 1,000 warriors betrayed Braveheart on behalf of their lords. The peasants are the problem. The lords could not betray them. The only way they betrayed him is because when they left, their army went with them. If their army stayed there and said, fuck you two, or if they just killed those 2 and joined him and said, you're our lord now. Do you get what? The only reason they could even betray him for the king is because their peasants followed them when they didn't have to. And the only reason... What the fuck is that? And the only reason the king needed those 2 lords to betray Braveheart in the first place is because they had an army of peasants. They were the real power. They were the real threat. It was the peasants behind the lords that the king was worried about. So he paid off the lords and the peasants followed like fucking retards. That's the same thing today. The peasants want to whine and complain about shit, but they run away from those fighting for their freedom. And they run from fighting from their own freedom. They cry and complain, but continue to follow that which enslaves them further. Like fucking pussies, bro. But they want to cry about the elites. They want to cry about the lords. You want to cry about the lords, peasant? How about you go kill the lords? How about you support anyone else killing the lords? How about when a freedom fighter does pop up, you support that nigga and ride with that nigga instead of the lords? But niggas always come up with any excuse to support the lords, even if they're not saying it that way. Even if they don't say, I support the lords, I support the elites. Everything that they do goes in that direction. And this is why I'm getting at you right now. When I said what I said there, you didn't say anything about any of it except, well, to be fair, Sean, you're also, support. So do you disagree with everything that I said there? Or like, what did you get the point of what I said there? Or are you just being a naysayer to have any excuse to continue supporting the lords? Do you understand what I'm saying? Those people are complaining about the lords. The peasants in the video are complaining about their lords while doing everything their lords want them to do. And I'm telling them, maybe you should stop doing what the lords want you to do. I don't, maybe that'll work to get, to stop letting the lords have power over you. And your answer was, well, to be fair, some of those peasants are taking care of you. Nigga, that's your response to that? That's how deep you thought of it? Come on, nigga, you're smarter than this. I know you are. Talk to you for a couple of years now. You're smarter than this, bro. Have a better response. Think deeper. Think deeper. All right, what y'all saying in here? Pony Lord. What up, Pony Lord? Motherfuckers will acknowledge problems but have no willpower for a solution. Facts. This is like, which is retarded to me. I'm like, why are you even talking about problems? You don't give a fuck to do anything. Shut the fuck up. Like, stop talking. Um, Original consciousness, mad respect. Mad respect to you, original consciousness. All right, let's get to the next one. Let's get to the next one. Excellent. So I just started watching that video over again, and I'm 20 seconds in, and this lady's already complaining about some shit she doesn't have to complain about. Why is everything a subscription? Bitch, why are you subscribed? That's why it's a subscription. Because they want it to be, and you dumb fucks keep paying subscriptions. I bet you, like, all her subscriptions, all her Netflixes, and all, you can get most of that shit on the internet. But that's illegal. Fine, keep paying your subscriptions then. But I don't want to. Then shut the fuck up. Either pay them and shut up, or stop fucking paying them and find other ways to get what you want, or give the shit up. It's that simple. What are you complaining about? All right, stop doing that shit. Or find another way to do it, or give it the fuck up. Those are your three options with anything you complain about. What are you what are you doing that is helping that be a thing? Well, I'm paying for it. You know, I don't like the fact that everything's a subscription. I have 13 fucking subscriptions for entertainment, which is what most people are talking about. But honestly, everything's a subscription now. Rent, everything is a subscription. It's kind of always been this way and going this way for most poor people, regardless. Everything's been a subscription. Niggas just didn't realize it. All your monthly bills, you subscribe to electricity, my nigga. You subscribe to gas and heat. You subscribe to rent. Motherfucker, even mortgages, they're paying the monthly bill with taxes and all this other, like, everything's a subscription. Oh, I bought this land, but I got to pay taxes on it every year. Nigga, you're subscribed to that land. It's all a subscription. You will own nothing and be happy. Well, I don't want that, so what are you going to do differently? Well, nothing, then shut the fuck up. Are you going to buy that land and then not pay taxes on it? And threaten the government and tell them, niggas, if you come here, I'm shooting you niggas because I'm not paying a subscription for land that I bought. You get, like, first off, the whole buying the land, like, all that shit is dumb. But we're just gonna stick at the level she's at, like the level these dumb fucks are at, right? They want to buy things and own them. All right, do you buy all hard? Let me know if my brother's too loud in the background. If he is, I'll go downstairs. If he's not, I'm just gonna stay standing right here. Hard copies of everything, or are you buying internet copies? Okay, now that they're going away, like video games, for example, do you buy all your games hard copy? All discs? Well, did you know that now when you buy the disc, you still have to download the game? Because that's the direction they're going. They don't even want you buying the discs anymore. Right now, they're selling discs for cheap for most games because they're trying to get rid of all the discs and move everything over to digital. So even when you buy a disc, you generally have to download the game digitally anyway. The disc just simply allows you to download the game digitally because it proves you paid for it. And it hasn't been downloaded on anything else. Unless you do game share, which is also a subscription. Like, you know, like, or do you get everything digitally? Do you buy the DVDs, the Blu-rays, whatever the fuck? Or do you subscribe to Netflix to watch everything? What do you do? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, this lady is paying, as she said herself, all these subscriptions and wondering why she has all these subscriptions. You have them because you're paying them, you stupid bitch. Stop paying them, then you won't have them. And if everybody does that, maybe you can then force their hand to bring things back to owning things so you don't have to subscribe to everything. But every step they take in their agenda, people just go along with. Most don't even complain about it. But the people complaining about it also go along with it. So if you're going to complain about it, stop going along with it to the best of your ability in every way you're willing and able to do. And maybe if enough people do that, you could actually get your way. But since nobody... And even that's just a maybe. But it's the only way you're ever going to get your fucking way.
And then go peep those live streams again.
Wrong one.
Actually thinks, speaks, and acts in accordance with the way they want things, and instead think, speak, and act in accordance with the way their oppressors want things, the agenda continues rolling forward. And then some of them might think against it, but they still speak and act in favor of it. Some of them might go as far as speaking against it, like this lady in the first 20 seconds of the fucking video. But she's still paying for all the fucking subscriptions while complaining about them. So she's still acting in accordance with the agenda. Then some people might go, you know what? I'm getting rid of all those subscriptions. I'm going to get everything pirated online. And other people are like, look, I'm not going to pirate things, but I'm also not going to fucking subscribe to things. So I guess I'm just giving it up. Those are the two options. If you want to change things, start pirating shit instead of subscribing to it, or give the shit up and apply pressure to the fucking agenda drivers and the other slaves around you start doing the same thing you're doing, so they can put some pressure on the agenda drivers to get things back to a state of ownership as opposed to renting, which was dumb to begin with. But if that's where you wanted to get back to, if you want to actually own things again instead of having to rent and subscribe to everything, you're going to have to actually start thinking, speaking, and acting in accordance with that while attempting to get others to think, speak, and act in accordance with that. You know, solution number 6, steer consciousness. There's a reason why we have a list of solutions. This way, you can get the agenda to stop in its tracks and reverse. There's no way you're going to stop the agenda, let alone reverse the agenda, if everything you're doing is going along with the agenda, no matter what you're saying or thinking about it. Thinking and speaking is great. You know, we need everybody to think in a direction, meditate, all that good shit. We need everybody to speak and preach in a direction and teach in a direction. Wonderful. But that shit doesn't actually change anything. The entire reason of thinking and speaking in a certain direction is to try to get people to do the thing that actually changes the thing, which requires actions. Someone has to actually start doing something different.
I said actions, but for some reason it cut out. Folks got to start doing some shit differently.
To stop the agenda, let alone reverse it. Let alone change it entirely, where you're like, I don't even want to go back to what we had. I want a whole new world. A whole new world! Looking asses. Or versus someone like me who's like, I just want to burn it all. So what I got to do, I got to speak, think, and act in that direction to the best of my ability in any ways I'm willing and able to do. And any ways that I'm not willing or able to do, if I'm not able to do it, that is what that is. I got to try to manipulate things to become able to do it. If I'm unwilling to do it, that's on me. And I need to look in the mirror and say, that's on you, nigga. That one thing that you know is a solution that you're unwilling to do for whatever reason, just remember it's on you. Don't blame nobody else for that shit. She can't blame the elites for her having subscriptions because they didn't walk in her house and force her to subscribe. They came up with the agenda of 2030, the Great Reset. You will own nothing and like it. And they've been pushing things in that direction for 20 years. Digitizing everything, moving everything to subscription-based. Which is how they do everything in these economics. They moved everything ever since the Federal Reserve came into existence. You don't even own your own money. Your country doesn't own its money. The dollar is not a national dollar. It's owned by a privately owned bank called the Federal Reserve, which has private investors from bankers all over the world. You don't even own your money, let alone your economic system, let alone any products or services within an economic system. So they can easily move it all towards subscriptions, just like they did with mortgages, rent, car payments, insurance, everything's a subscription. Now, even your entertainment's being moved to subscription base. Going to the gym is a subscription. Everything. Your workout is a subscription. Niggas getting subscriptions for food deliveries and things like this. Their entertainment is now subscription based. Everything's moving to subscription based. Are you going to pay all those subscriptions? If the answer is yes, shut the fuck up. Don't cry about it. Don't complain about it, nigga. Don't complain about it, white lady, at the first 20 seconds of this video. You're doing it. Why do I have all these subscriptions? Because you bought them all, you dumb bitch. You pay them every month. That's why you have them all. Why don't I have them? Because I don't pay them. Why don't I pay them? Because I don't want them. Why don't I want them? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, why? Why do I have these subscriptions? Because you're paying for them. Why am I paying for them? Because you want them. Why do I want them? Do you understand? Bitch, ask yourself these questions. and then do something different, or stop fucking complaining. You're just expecting them to do what you want them to do while applying no pressure to them and doing exactly what they want you to do. Like, how dumb are you? Well, why are you making this video? Why are you complaining about that which you are wholeheartedly taking part in? It makes no fucking sense. See, I can complain about slavery all day, every day, because I quit. I can complain about people still paying taxes because I don't. I can complain about the government because I'm not funding them. I can complain about the elites because I don't fuck with them. And in any way that I still, to this day, in any form or fashion, provide empowerment to their agenda, if I'm not intellectually honest about that, emotionally honest about that with myself and anyone and everyone else, especially those I'm preaching solutions to, how dare I complain about anything? Because even the one thing I'm not doing, I should still be fucking talking shit to myself about. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this lady's in here talking, it's 20 seconds into the video, and there's already a retard being retarded. Why do I have all these subscriptions? I don't get it. Why are there so many subscriptions? Why is everything subscription-based today? Why? But why? Because that's what they want, and you're willing to do it. If all you people complaining about it would stop doing it, do you see what I'm saying? It's that simple. What the fuck do you complain about? What do you contribute to that? What can you pull away from? What are you willing and able to pull away from? And to what degree? And what percentage will that leave you when it comes to empowering their agenda versus depowering their agenda? Are you 70% empowering them, 30% depowering them? At least you're doing something. Yeah, you still haven't gotten to that 50% line. You bare minimum want to at least try to depower more than you empower their agenda that you don't like. But even if you can only do 1%, you're only willing and able to do one. Fucking give us 1%, lady. Stop paying that one. Well, I don't want to stop all these other subscriptions, but I'll stop this one. All right, you stopped one subscription. It's not really changing anything, but hey, fuck it. At least it might change it for that one company. If enough of you like, can you do anything? Can you give us 1%? Could you give us 1%? Like, can we get a 1% change out of you? About the thing you're complaining about, not the thing I'm complaining about. The thing you're complaining about. My complaint is about existence as a whole. Your complaint is about subscriptions that you are subscribed to. Can you drop one? Can you drop two? Can you drop them all? Can you no longer subscribe to anything? Can you stop paying all bills that are subscription-based? Can you give that shit up or find another way to do it? Do you get what I'm saying? It's that simple. People complain about something. They need to figure out how they're contributing to that something and what they can do to stop contributing to that something and what they're willing and able to do based on that list of solutions. And then figure out the percentage in which they are depowering versus empowering that which they're complaining about, and then try to move in the right direction from there. It's that simple with all things in existence. But people are so fucking intellectually lazy, and they're so pussy, and the truth is they don't want to change anything about themselves. They don't want to give up any of their own comfort or convenience, let alone do it illegally and risk the risks of illegality, let alone just give it up entirely. So instead, they're just going to complain on TikTok about, why do I have these subscriptions? This is the fucking problem. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you get it? Like, like, do you understand why I asked those questions to the people in this video? You can't get 20 seconds in before you get a retard who thinks that their complaint puts them on some sort of moral high ground or some sort of intellectual high ground. I said, no, you're part of the fucking problem, you dumb cunt. Stop paying the subscriptions. It's that simple.
It's that fucking simple. That brother is making a lot of sense. Should be many more speaking and thinking like this. Yeah, I completely agree. Shout out to you, Original Consciousness. I completely agree. Again, if my brother is too loud in the background because he's upstairs making some food and whatnot, let me know. If you can't hear the shit, I can easily go downstairs until he's done eating and then come back up. But if it doesn't fucking bother y'all, whatever.
And last but not least, when you watch that video, all 15 minutes and 1 second of it, I want you, if you see anyone bring up an actual solution to any of the things they're complaining about, please timestamp it for me. Because I watched that whole video. I'm watching it over again right now just to double check. I don't remember a single solution being mentioned by anyone at all, let alone a solution they themselves are carrying out, or that anybody else is carrying out that they're in support of. And this is the biggest problem, like, with complainers. The biggest problem with humanity is belief systems. Beliefs fuel all of this. This is all a religion. Money, all this shit's a religion. Everything that niggas do every day of their lives is a religion, which is the biggest problem with humanity. But that religion leads to this dumb shit where people are complaining about things they provide zero solutions for, let alone support or carry out themselves. So when you watch that video, all 15 minutes and 1 second of it, if you see any solutions presented at all, please timestamp it for me. Because 15 minutes of people complaining, not a single solution presented. No one's asking themselves those questions that I posted above. So when people read that and they see me saying these things, what you should be responding is, how does that apply to me? What am I complaining about? What do I not like? Even if you don't complain about it, what do you not like in reality that you contribute to, right? Now go ask yourself those fucking questions about that thing from top to bottom and be honest with yourself with your answers, and then think about how you yourself are going to flip those answers. That's the response I should be getting from you, brother. That's the response I should be getting from you.
These are facts. Alright, with that, let's see. The masses, unfortunately, will never understand potency. Oh, we up here. Original consciousness. I don't hear your brother. The video sounds clear enough on my end. All right, cool. And Pony Lord, the masses, unfortunately, will never understand potency comes from a small, concentrated core, like the nucleus of a circle. These are facts. Everything you fucking complain about that you continue to do, you're providing that shit to the enemy. Because that's your enemy, whatever the fuck you're complaining about. If you don't like this shit, stop doing this shit. Step one. That's step one. As much as you can. Don't complain about something you're going to continue contributing to. Because you're just complaining about yourself, really. But not changing anything. So shut the fuck up. Or change something, right? These are facts. So what do we got next here? 12:45, she did say one thing. She said, try not to subscribe to most things. I was like, all right. I guess she said something, right? And then let's go down here. Because this is what I was telling him about the whole William Wallace shit. The Braveheart. So go check out the video. If you ain't seen it, if you've seen the movie, you probably know what the fuck I'm talking about. When the lords betrayed him, and then the fucking peasants followed them like bitches. And let's see what I had to say about that. Then we'll get up in here into this. Then we'll get into the main event, right? So, keep this. So I'm sitting here watching Braveheart with my brother. He just went to take a shit, so we got the show on pause, right? Got the movie on pause. And we just got through the part where they finally lose the battle because the Scotland lords betray William Wallace for some land and some gold. And the face he had when he pulled the helmet off if you've seen Braveheart, you know what I'm talking about. When he pulls the helmet off of Robert the Bruce and falls on his ass and just lays down and looks up in the sky like, I'm done. I'm just gonna die here. Bro, I know that feeling so well. It's like, you niggas can't fight for freedom. You could fight for gold. You could fight for land. You could fight for a king who wants to rule you as slaves. But you can't fight for yourselves. Man, bro. That is the world. That is mankind. Like, men. I'm sitting here looking at this movie the whole time, and my brother said earlier, he's talking about some character. He's like, this man. I said, that's not a man. I was like, that's a human male. That's not a man. Like, men could fight for themselves. Like, holy shit. I
don't consider you a man or a woman if you're not willing to fight for your own freedom. Like, at a minimum, at a bare minimum. Because for me, that's a minimum. Like, that's like, I want to destroy everything. So I can't even understand people who can't even fight for their own freedom. That don't make no sense. You can't fight for your own freedom, but you will fight to be enslaved. You will fight to maintain your enslavement. That's mind-boggling. And that's the world we're in. And I'm looking at this William Wallace nigga back in 1200, whatever the fuck year this was. And I'm looking around the world today and being like, yeah, nigga, I get it. I feel you, Brother William. I really do. Brother Wallace, I feel you, bro. Motherfuckers can't fight for their own freedom, but they will fight to stay slaves. That's crazy. Freedom fighters been dealing with this shit forever. Like, real niggas been dealing with bitch niggas forever, bro. Braveheart's been dealing with weak hearts forever. Man, that shit is crazy to me, bro. That shit is crazy to me. How do niggas defend and fight for slavery? And yet, they can't do it for themselves and their own freedom. Mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. Oh, what's up, Sizzle? I see you just posted it. Yep, we all contribute some form of bullshit on here. At the stage I am now, I'll just let things play out however it may occur as far as the destruction of mankind. Yeah, but there's a lot more leading up to that. Like, we don't just get straight to the destruction of mankind. There's a whole path that has to happen. Learn, teach, preach, promote, carry out, and support anybody else carrying out anything along that path. Because we have to push it in that direction. If you're just gonna wait for humanity to go extinct, it may never happen. Like, that's what, like, niggas gotta really pay attention to where we are in history. The nanotech they got right now lined up with the AI and with agentic heartbeat artificial intelligence. Oh my God, they're on the verge. They're on the cusp. We're getting close to that point of no return. Speaking of that, and speaking of motherfuckers who won't fight for their freedom, I was looking at these niggas earlier. Maybe I'll send the video. These anti-AI niggas, these stop AI or pause AI, that's what they call themselves. Talking about violence is never the answer. We need to get the governments. I said, so violence is the answer then. You want the governments to form a treaty that will be punishable if they break the treaty to get them not to make super intelligence or even AGI. But violence isn't the answer. You're just passing on the violence to someone else. You're passing it on to a government. These niggas just want to be enslaved. It's fucking crazy to me, bro. People will never fight for their own freedom, let alone anything beyond that. You know, like, they can't, that's the bare minimum. Motherfuckers can't even do the absolute, utter bare minimum of fighting for their own freedom. The utter bare minimum. But they will fight to remain enslaved. They will defend enslavement. You can't do violence against the powers that be, but they can do violence against you niggas all day, every day. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. I get that most people just can't understand why humanity needs to go extinct because they're humans. Try to tell a lion that lions need to go extinct and they'll look at you and just try to eat you. You know, I get why I understand why existential beings can't understand why everything that exists needs to cease. I cannot wrap my head around niggas being unwilling to fight for their own freedom in order to attempt to eke out some more years. It's like, well, I could fight for my freedom and maybe fail and maybe die today. But if I just be a good slave, maybe I'll live 5, 10, 20 more years. As a fucking slave, like, this shit boggles my fucking mind. Shout out to William Wallace. Shout out to, for any of y'all who haven't seen Braveheart in a while, go back and watch that movie, bro. Go back and watch that movie. Shout out to William Wallace. All hail his name. And of course,
Next.
I show all that to say, those fucking peasants followed their lords because their lords were promised land and gold that the peasants weren't going to fucking get. So instead of fighting for their own freedom, they betray their own freedom and go fight and go follow their lords, who are promised gold and land that they don't even get from the king. Mind you, those peasants and those lords were complaining about their enslavement the entire fucking movie. So they've been complaining about that shit the whole fucking time. And yet none of them do anything fucking differently. And abandon the one guy and the group that is following him that is actually fighting for their fucking freedom. And then they call him a pariah. They call him a problem. Because he won't just go along to get along like a good little fucking slave. Because he doesn't just die on that battlefield. He keeps fighting guerrilla warfare against his enemies. And the lords would just wish he would just fucking die. Even though they didn't even get what they were promised by the king. And could actually go join him once again and help him if they wanted to. But they won't. Because they more prefer the known status quo of slavery than what freedom could possibly bring them. Let alone if they fail to get the freedom and just die, which is still freedom. Live free or die. Both of those are freedom. Either I'm living as free as I possibly can as a human, as possible in this fucking godforsaken fucking human body in this human trash world, or let me die, nigga. Live free or die. That's the only way to be free. You're either going to live as free as possible or you're going to die. That's the only way to be free. Anything else is slavery. Period. And those niggas betrayed their own freedom for the promise of golden land that they didn't get, and those peasants betrayed their own freedom for their lords to get some land and gold that they weren't going to get. So they could remain enslaved to their lords who are enslaved to the king. What? What kind of retarded shit is this? And this is the shit they were complaining about the whole fucking movie. This is why I cuss people out when they complain about shit all goddamn day, but don't want to do anything differently about the shit they themselves complain about. And that's why I say then just shut the fuck up. Either do something different about what the fuck you're complaining about anything that has to do with you and your contribution to it. Or shut the fuck up and just go along and be an obedient slave. And that's the point I'm trying to get along. Either be a fucking obedient slave or fucking don't. But pick one. Talking shit is not you being disobedient. You're still being obedient. You're still just a fucking slave. So pick one. Be an obedient, willing slave or fucking don't. There is no middle ground. And that's what I'm cussing these people out for every fucking day, let alone that particular video.
All right. Let's see. Metazusta. Vazen, you got so many fucking names. It's crazy. Metazusta Corsastriel. Do not have no subscriptions. Problem solved. Once you see something and it interests you, cool. But then once you see that it's a subscription, forget it. It is being worthless now. But I need to go watch this movie or TV show. Then go watch it illegally then. No, like, it's that easy. And video games, piracy if you can, and must. Reading comics and PDF books, same thing. And use ad blockers. Pony Lord. They not going to abandon comfort. They want to be comfortable in a state of freedom instead of obtaining freedom through discomfort. Exactly. These are facts. Which is why they'll never have freedom or even true comfort. They think they're comfortable, but they don't even know what real comfort is because they're all fucking slaves. Mitigated freedom. So where'd you put that? They're not going to abandon freedom. They want to be comfortable in a state of mitigated freedom. Okay, there you go. Instead of obtaining freedom through discomfort. Exactly. Metazusta. And apply this to everything else. A bunch of video games be extremely greedy with microtransactions. Now facts. I can't even fucking think about playing them. And annoying battle passes and season passes with FOMO. Yeah, facts. May you play them no longer. And the only reason why the microtransactions and season passes and expensive cosmetics and overpriced discs continue to get worse over time is because we keep on falling for them. Facts. And then that encourages such developers and companies to get even worse with such. Indeed. Which heads back to subscriptions. Stop paying subscriptions in general, and then there must be less and less of them over time. Otherwise, The more you pay, the more there shall be. Facts. Not discs, but DLCs. Oh, DLCs. Okay. Same shit though. you know, they make the discs more expensive so people don't buy them. Right now they're kind of cheap because they're trying to get rid of them all, and then they're just gonna go over it. But yeah, I hear you. Overpriced DLCs on everything. Like, can you just put out a full game? Can we just get a game? No, you can't get a full game. We're gonna have DLCs for everything that you also have to pay for, which is fucking retarded. All right, let's slide up here to my conversation I was having with Brother Hypnosis earlier. He had sent me that video from Forbidden Gnosis. What was the name of that video? I shared it in here, right? There. So go peep that. Forbidden Gnosis, Click is not a comedy. Peep that for the context. But just keep that in mind so when you hear these recordings, you understand what I'm talking about, right? Let's get into it. Shut this off. All right.
So after recognizing what channel that is, yes, I like that channel too. I gotta say though, I like it. Like every video I've seen of his, I like until like the last few minutes because it's like, again, this is just everybody though in this world. Everybody's so soft. Nobody wants real solutions to anything. Like that video he did, the Donnie Darko video was good. I can't remember what I disliked about it, but it was something towards the end. Like, but I remember the Fight Club video. I liked the whole video until he gets to the end, and he's one of those people. Violence is never the answer types. You know, so like he'll explain to you exactly why it is in the video, and then pull back on it at the end. Like, and that shit bothers me. It's too milquetoast, too middle of the road, too fence sitting, too gray. Like, too I can't pick a side. You know, like
it's too pussy. That's the best way to put that.
It's like, and so I like his channel, but every video I've seen from him, and I mean like every one, because those are the type of videos I watch. Like I don't really watch every video, but the videos that I've seen from him, it always goes the same way. He gives you like 15 solid minutes of why everything's fucked up, retarded, and humans are stupid. Like it's just raw truth about society, civilization, humanity, nature, like what it is to be, you know, consciousness, etc. And then he just at the end he kind of just like what's the word? He shills for the status quo at the end. Which most of these people do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even the people who cheer on, like, real life things. Like, they cheer on Luigi Mangione and people shooting up Altman's house and throwing Molotov cocktails, burning down warehouses, et cetera, et cetera. But then at the end, they go, but you know, violence is never, I don't support it. Like, and he doesn't say it like that, but because it's, like, more of a philosophical way he puts it. But it turns out to be, like, the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that shit bothers the fuck out of me about people. Like, that shit makes me rage. And he does that same shit. And I think like every channel with the word gnosis in it does the same thing. Like I swear to God they do. So it's not just a him thing. You know, it's not a him problem. I think it's a human problem. I think it might be a problem of consciousness itself.
Mind you, I was talking to my boy Adam, whose channel's name is Hypnosis. Shout out to him. I wasn't taking a shot at him with that one. It's just all these other gnosis people. Finding Gnosis. That guy was what? Hidden Gnosis. Like a lot of these gnosis channels end up being soft in the end. Real talk. Like all these Gnostics, it's you need more darker Gnosticism. All this love and light Gnosticism is bullshit.
Existential problem, a problem of things that are alive, a problem of things that they see all the issues with the status quo, but don't actually want to change the status quo. Like they're more afraid of what the change would become as opposed to what we have right now, or let alone where it's heading towards. Because people seem to ignore the fact that the status quo doesn't stay still. It's going in a direction at all times. It's always moving into the future. What is it trending towards? And they always ignore that shit. They talk about the world, how it was, how it is. And, you know, sometimes they'll touch on what it's trending towards, but not really. In my opinion, not really. And then they will always, you know, show like people's responses to it, people's reactions to it, people's answers to it, Tyler Durden's answer to it, right? And then they'll pull back and go, but you know, that's wrong in some form or fashion. It's not realizing that nothing is wrong or right. Nigga, the world we're in isn't wrong or right. It's subjective. What do you think? Do you like it? Do you dislike it? Do you think it should continue? Do you think it should burn to a crisp or something in between? You know, like, there is no objective right or wrong, realistically. Saving a child is not objectively right or wrong. You don't even know what saving that child's going to lead to in the future. That child could be the worst being to ever exist. That child could go on to rape. You might save a child from a child rapist who goes on to be a child rapist. Like, that's the world we're in. Like, that's nature, my God. Like, that shit's just fucked up. So it's like nothing is really objectively right or wrong. It's all subjective. What the fuck do you feel? What do you think? What do you believe? What do you want? What do you desire? Etc. 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 So when people make those types of videos,
what is your agenda?
They show you all this shit, and then they kind of pull back at the end. I'm like, what was the point of this video then? Like, like, what was the point? So, yeah, I like his channel. I just noticed that in the videos that I've chosen to watch on his channel, they all turn out that way. They all turn out like the fucking Fight Club video he did. But I'm about to watch that Click Is Not a Comedy video now and see what that's like. 3 minutes in, I gotta say, I do already have a complaint about the present being devalued. The present doesn't hold much value other than what you can do in the present. And so I do think that you should live for the future. The future is where everything's trending towards. Really, there is no present. We're always moving forward. There is no such thing as right now. Even when I just said the words right now, that was what, 5 seconds ago? You're moving from the past to the future at all times. So every present action should be geared towards setting up the future that you seek. So your agenda, your current agenda in the right now should always be seeking an outcome in the future. Always, at all times. Not thinking for the future is honestly what dumb people do. People who try to live in the present are stupid. Like, they're just not that intelligent. Emotional people who are overly emotional, I was going to say, emotionally out of control. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, they don't have their emotions under their own control. Their emotions dictate to them. Those people usually live in the past because they're emotionally attached to a past point that they can't let go of. Regret, things along these lines. The past was better, like my golden days, etc. All that shit, right? And then the people who tend to live in the present are idiots. YOLO. You only get one life. You live right now. Like, they're usually idiots or some sort of new age spiritualist type peoples, tree huggers and shit. Like, and then there's the fucking futurists who run your fucking world. They rule and run everything because they understand the past. They act in the present towards the future that they're always looking at. They're living in the future. Elon Musk does not live in today. He acts today, but that nigga lives 100, 1,000, a million years from now. You know what I'm saying? And the people who are truly going against them are living the same way.
And remember, Elon Musk is not the nigga who rules your world. He doesn't run your money or like that nigga's living 1,000 years in the future. Just think about that. The puppets of the niggas who really run your fucking planet are living so far in the future, you motherfuckers could not fathom it. They're thinking about what their AI is going to become on a universal scale, while motherfuckers can't even understand where the fuck it's at right now. Because they all want to live for today, YOLO, like retards. Like retards.
I'm not living with the AI we have right now. I'm living with the artificial superintelligence Borg hive mind that will be here in the future. And every action, every word, every thought that I have and utter myself in this reality, in the present, as well as anyone and everyone else's around me, I watch the future change in real time because I'm in that future at all times. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm only 3 minutes in. I don't know what he's going to say after this. I'm not trying to chastise him too much. I just hate when I hear those words, that the present should be valued more than the future. No, it shouldn't. Now, yeah, should this nigga just be fast forwarding? No, that's just stupid. That's just dumb. But again, it's Adam Sandler. It's a comedy, and it's got some philosophy in it to show you, he's just skipping out. By skipping these parts of his life, he starts skipping the so-called best parts of his life. But honestly, I didn't even like it when I saw the movie because I'm like, the thing is not doing it correctly. He didn't fast forward all the scenes of his life with his wife and like, you know what I'm saying? And even when he slowed down scenes and rewound scenes, when the remote started fast forwarding all on its own, it didn't slow down anything. It didn't rewind the scenes that he liked. When he saw that girl jogging with her big titties bouncing, he rewound that like 14 times. But when his life started fast forwarding, it never rewound any of those moments, which I didn't like about the movie. I understood what the movie was trying to say, but I was like, the movie's actually not being fair. In reality, it should have turned out better for him than the movie showed. All the moments that he really liked in life that he chose to rewind and pause on, you know what I'm saying? Like, those should happen too. But none of those ever did. I remember it even fast forwarded sex with his wife, I think, one of the scenes. And I'm like, I think that he likes that. I think he enjoys that. And I think that his, just him rewinding like the woman's titties bouncing, it's like he likes sexual stuff. Like, so that should actually go in slow motion. When he busts that nut, it should be in slow motion. Do you get what I'm saying? And it should rewind and go again. But it doesn't. It just shows like, because again, it's trying to make the argument of living in the present, which is bullshit. You should not live in the present. No one should live in the present, ever. You should always live in the future. You act in the present towards the future based on understanding the past and what you're trending towards. You don't live in the present. Idiots live in the present. That's why they're slaves. Well, it's another day. Time to go to work and then you can see the people who live in the present. Whenever you bring up anything in reality, they can't even fathom it. They don't even want to. It's the people who don't want to think about the future. They live in the present. I don't want to think about what tomorrow brings. I'm just living for now. I'm living for today. Well, this AI is being developed, and we're only single-digit years away from the Borg. They're already doing transhumanism. They already got the Neuralinks and and they're trending. I don't want to think about that stuff. It's the same thing as like years ago when people ask me, like, "Oh, what? You don't care about your kid? You're quitting work?" I'm like, "No, I care about my kid. That's why I'm quitting work, because I don't think that we should be working in this society, in this civilization, with this monetary system. We definitely shouldn't be paying taxes. And when they want to draft your kid into the fucking military for World War III, because yo ass is not doing anything now to prevent that in the future, and now what? We have a draft this year, right? Like, and who do they want to draft? My son, his brother, and boys their age, right?" So when I was saying this 10 fucking years ago, let alone when I actually quit my job, almost 8 years ago now. I am 37, right? Yes. I'm turning 30 years. Yeah, 8 years ago. Well, yeah, actually 8 years ago. So when I quit working 8 years ago, and I said these things, people thought I was crazy. Nah, you're just a fucking deadbeat. And I'm like, no, nigga, you don't get it. You people continuing slavery is just going to maintain the slavery for your children in the future, and the slavery only gets worse. It doesn't trend towards getting better. The present status quo doesn't stay the same. The world you have at this moment is not the world you're going to have tomorrow, let alone next week, next month, next year, or when your kid is your age, if they even reach that age. And if they do reach that age, do they reach that age as a biological human or some type of transhuman? Like, I can't stand. And again, all these Gnosis channels do this shit. They really do. I'm not going to lie. It has Gnosis in the name. I swear to God, they all end up going there. Live in the present. I'm like, no. Live in the future. Live for the future. In the present, you act towards the future at all times. But this guy's like, no, you should just enjoy life. Fuck life. Life is not for enjoyment. Period. That's not what life is for. Life is simply for survival and replication. Period. If you're going to apply any other meaning on top of that, it better be future-oriented towards the goals you seek to accomplish for any and all levels of reality. Therefore, your present agenda, based on understanding the past and where you're trending into the future, should be all about taking action in the present towards that future you seek to create, that you seek to manifest and bring forth. Because your enemies are doing it. The people who are oppressing you are doing it. The slave masters are doing it. The rulers are doing it. Anyone who's winning at anything is doing it. When Michael Jordan was playing ball at 14, what was he saying? He shoots the final shot in the NBA Finals. He scores. But he was a 14-year-old on a fucking basketball court somewhere in North Carolina. But he saw the future, and he moved towards that future. And most people who do that are going to fail anyway. They're going to lose regardless. So the niggas who don't do that are auto-losing. Automatically losing. Because they're not even trying. The most 90% of the people who try are going to lose. They're going to fail. And their kids are going to fucking fail. Only 10% of them will succeed and win. At all, let alone to the level they want. For whatever goals they have. Right? And the harder those goals, the harder your agenda, the harder you need to be going in the present for the future. The more you should be living in the future. I can't stand that. Just be in the present bullshit. And again, that's part of that bothered me about Click too, because this whole present shit is stupid. It's just a way of maintaining the status quo. It's just a way of changing nothing. You should just enjoy life. You should just enjoy being the slave you are here on planet Earth under these fucking governmental systems and monetary systems. Da, da, da. You should just start a family and just, love the traditional, your wife, your kids, send them to school, raise college tuition money, and it's just, to me, it's just slave shit, to be honest with you. Because these people aren't living either. Even if he didn't fast forward those moments, he's still not living. He's still just a fucking slave. Adam Sandler in that movie, if he never got the remote, whether he fast forwards everything, rewinds everything, slow-mos everything, pauses everything, or never gets the remote at all, he's still not living. He's still just a fucking slave. You know what I'm saying? So to me, the moral of the story was trash to begin with. I think they fucked it up by having it only fast forwarded, never rewound it, never paused or slowed down the things it just kept fast forwarding. So I think they kind of fucked it up there. And then I think the point of it was just false to begin with. You should just live in the moment, live in the present. No, nigga, give me that fucking remote. I'm gonna be rewinding way more than I fast forward, which would be annoying because I hate doing things over, especially. But if you have a rewind button, you can fix anything and everything. But then it would be stupid if the thing just rewound everything you did. And you know what I'm saying? The controller itself is pretty dumb. You should be able to set the controller in certain ways. No auto shit, nigga. You do not adapt to me. I pick and choose consciously whether I fast forward, rewind, etc., etc. No different than I do in my own memory. Yeah, there's certain things, PTSD, lost, whatever. People have feelings, emotions. You go to sleep, dream about something, wake up thinking about, things happen in your past that you might harp on, think about, regret, whatever the fuck, right? But again, you can always choose in the moment to stop, right? All right, enough of that thought. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. And isn't that what they call it? You got to move on. You got to move forward. That indicates trending into the future, not standing still, right? Not just walking backwards, right? And even the whole point of me rewinding things to redo them is I'm rewinding them to make them the present again so I can take a different action in order to trend towards a different future. I'm still living in the future, even when I'm rewinding. And that's the only reason why people rewind in their minds. It's the only why they think of the things they regret, to think of the things, because they regret that thing they did or didn't do, meaning if they could go back and do a different thing, that would cause a different future, meaning they'd have a different present, and their present will be trending towards a different future. It's all the same thing. The past, the present, the future. It's just a time trend. You're always going from the past into the future, and your present is always dictating that trend. You must understand the past in order to act in the present to trend into the future you see. And I hope he gets into that in this video. I'm only 3 minutes in. There's 17 more minutes. But my brain just does this. When I hear a word and an explosion of thoughts occurs, and I have to pause it just to think about the thoughts, because I'm going to end up rewinding it anyway, because I'm going to think over the fucking video. So let's see what else he says in the rest of this video. I just can't. Literally, that shit triggers me. When somebody says live in the present and things I just instantly get triggered. Fuck the present. The present is only good for one thing: the future. The past is only good for one thing: understanding the present. The present's only good for one thing: trending towards the future. Period. Because that's where we're all headed at all times, no matter what we think about it. But anyway, let me go back to this. Let me get back to that.
That shit started to glitch. All right, what we looking at over here, fellas? Pony Lord. They are pessimistic and they are just as bad as the blind optimist. Agreed. Neither of them are realists. Both are just as equally ignorant of the fundamental core issue, which is themselves. Which is us. Nigga, we are the core issue. We're the fucking problem. Nobody wants to admit that. Nobody wants to look in the mirror and go, you nigga are the problem. They always, no, it's the elites, it's everyone else, it's my parents for giving birth to me, it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. Yeah, nigga, it's all that. And you, motherfucker, you're part of all that. I agree. If none of us were born, none of us would, shit, there'd be no problem, right? But we're here, right? We're already here. So what are you doing while you're here? And what are you fucking complaining about every fucking day? And what part do you play in that which you complain about, nigga? And how much do you admit that to yourself? And then what do you do to pull back from that at all? At any percentage, at any level. Anything? Anything, motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? Like, real talk. Pony Lord, when he busts that nut, it should be in slow motion. It should have been, bro. I'm telling you, bro. That shit bothered me. When I saw that movie for the first time and the fucking remote just starts fast forwarding, I'm like, he didn't fast forward everything. He slow mode certain things. Like if he slow mode that lady's titties bouncing like literally like 6 times in a fucking row, then anytime some titties move or anything, that's just slow mo, right? The things he found pleasurable and that he liked to slow down, those should slow down and rewind, right? And then the other part that bothered me is, if I recall correctly, maybe I'm wrong. I haven't watched the movie in fucking years, but if I recall, everything that fast forwarded that he didn't want fast forwarded, he never rewound himself. I'm like, nigga, you have the remote. You're just gonna let the remote decide what fast, nigga, rewind it again. Well, fast forward, then rewind, keep rewinding it until it learns that, oh, he doesn't want me to fast forward these things. Like, it's a movie. Adam Sandler's character is dumb. Like, he's supposed to be some smart architect, mathematician type nigga, if I recall correctly. But he's too dumb to realize, okay, it fast forwarded what I didn't want it to fast forward. Maybe I should just, I don't know, rewind that shit again. Oh, it fast forwarded it again. Maybe I should rewind it again. Like, dumb character, honestly, dumb movie. But the philosophy was kind of there. But even that was dumb because it was like live in the present, which is fucking dumb. You live in the future. You act in the present because you're never really in the present. Like you're always acting. Like do you know what I'm saying? Which is always moving into the future. Like it's this simple. Shanga, you frying me. I'm not even trying to. I really thought about that shit. Like why did it skip sex with his wife? His hot ass wife, who he thought was a hot ass wife. Does he not enjoy busting? And I don't get it. It didn't make sense to me. But it's trying to just show you fast forward the parts you think aren't important. It turns out the important part, and I'm like, nigga, no, that's stupid. And he still got the remote. That's stupid. Original consciousness. So it seems living in the present really should mean aiming towards the future. Exactly. That's what it should be. But motherfuckers is always like, because they make life like life is supposed to be about enjoyment or love or happiness. It's not about none of that shit. Life is simply about life. Existence is about existing. Literally, that's what there's no inherent meaning to any of this shit other than what is it? Like, what is life? Life is literally just genetics attempting to further their existence. That's it. It's literally survival and replication. DNA attempting to survive and replicate by whatever means necessary. Period. Period. Lions will eat each other's fucking babies because they want their genes to be the ones that survive into the future. So a male will eat another lion's babies and then go, and as soon as he does, the female lion goes from fighting him to once the last cub is dead to turning around and putting her pussy in the air. Because now that her cubs are dead, her genetics have been triggered that she needs to mate to get pregnant again to have more cubs. So he successfully triggered her mating response by murdering her children. That's nature, nigga. That's real life. That's what life is. It's not about love or happiness or none of that stupid shit that these dumb motherfuckers try to place on top of life. So if you're gonna place a fucking meaning on top of life, place a real one on top of life. Happiness, you're a fucking retard, and that's why we're all fucking slaves. Period. You gotta like real talk. Anyone thinking that happiness or love is the meaning from you're an idiot. An idiot. Like you're legitimately low IQ. You are a dumb fucking person. You're not intelligent. You're not knowledgeable. You're ignoring reality. You're literally stupid. Like I can't say that mean enough. You fucking retard. Like I hope that I'm hurting the feelings of anyone who thinks that way. Life is about this. Nigga, go kill yourself immediately. Like, do you understand? Like, real talk. Because that's not what the fuck it's about. like, at all. And if you make it about that, you're an even bigger problem. Because your shit's not even about no philosophy. There's no logic to it. It's not about freedom. Like, there's no, like, it's not about happiness. Because freedom's not really happy in a lot of cases. You got to be unhappy to get freedom in a lot of like. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're just seeking happiness, then comfort and convenience is going to sound good to you. Well, if I just got to go to slavery to get this amount of comfort, again, well, I guess I might as well. Okay, slave. All right, slave, happiness, slave. Fucking can't stand that shit. So yeah, living in the present really should mean aiming towards the future. Facts. Metazusta, if you enjoy life, you be a fool, a whole coward. Yeah, I agree. But tell others to enjoy life. Who is you? But now tell others to enjoy life. That's a question. But now tell others to enjoy life? Who is you? Pony Lord, nature is insane. It's fucking unbelievable. People, it's so beautiful. I'm like, it's the most disgusting fuck. Like, if you don't like Epstein's, like this, I can't stand that. Like, I don't like the elites, and I don't like Epstein's, and I don't like the government, and I don't like this, and I don't like that. But you like nature? Are you retarded? That shit's way worse than all of them combined. Go watch Just Lions. Just lions dealing. Fuck all the rest of them. I'm not even talking about the insects, which are insane, bro. Insects are crazy. Just go watch some lions, nigga. Watch their world. Watch a male lion eat all the fucking kill all the cubs of a female lion. She fights them, and then when her last cub dies, she turns her pussy around because, well, now her genetics have been activated to breed again. Just go watch lions. I always tell people to watch lions because they're fucking interesting, and to me, they remind me a lot of fucking humans. It's weird. They're like cat versions of humans, I swear to God. But go watch fucking monkeys. Go watch chimpanzees. Go watch any of these fucking creatures. Nigga, go watch dolphins. I love dolphins. They're so cute. They're fucking rapists. They're these little niggas, bro, they will bounce another fucking life form around playing volleyball with this shit until it dies. Like, they're savages. And they're intelligent and they know what they're doing. They're smart enough to understand they're torturing that creature to death. And they do it anyway. They're actually smart enough to understand that, and they do it anyway. That's nature, my nigga. Like, people are fucking wild with that shit. Nature is beautiful. That shit's fucking horrible. There's nothing pretty about it. Like, I don't understand it. It doesn't make no sense to think any of that shit's beautiful. If you don't think that, if humans doing the same exact things as animals, do you get what I'm saying? Like, go watch nature. Watch the insects. Watch the animals. Watch the plants, because plants are doing shit too. They just do it in real slow motion. They do that shit in slow motion, but they fighting too. They're going to war too. People are, oh, look at the root system, how they come together and they all love each other. Yeah, yeah, but they kill the other ones. That's only certain ones. You know that, right? They don't. The whole forest isn't getting along. The whole forest isn't getting along, my nigga. Go look at the roots. Some of them niggas is starving out of it. Oh, but this one's reaching over to that one and help feeding it nutrient because they're the same species, my nigga. Which in plant world equals the same plant. Once your roots connect, you become one plant. They're hive minding, like, which is also kind of creepy. Like, it's fucking trash from stuff. Now just replace all of nature with just humans doing the same exact things. You wouldn't like any of that, nature lovers. You don't like it when humans do it now, but you like it when animals do it? You're fucking stupid. Like, I'm like, you're dumb. You're literally dumb. You can't think beyond. Well, when cats do it, it's cool. Well, when dogs do it. Well, when the lions do it. But when the humans do it, that's bad. Bad humans. That male lion, bad elitist. Bad alpha male. Because it's a human. But if it's a lion, oh, okay, yeah, that's just what they do. It's just nature, you know what I'm saying? Oh, we don't like hoes. But what about that lioness? You love that lioness. She's a whore. A nigga could kill her kids and she'll fuck him. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, people don't like certain behaviors if they were humans. Because they don't like them in humans. But when they watch fucking animals or whatever the fuck do it, we should all be vegans so they can do that forever. Why, nigga? Why? Are you fucking joking? Alright. Nature is insane. Metazusta. Like, get out of our proximity. And go D word. Go die, yes. You gotta say D word in the chat. It won't let you put the word die. Pony Lord. Normal people are ignorant. If they were stupid, they wouldn't be able to function at all. But see, so here's how I use these words: dumb and smart. Low IQ versus high IQ. Now, IQ is not the best way to actually test intelligence, but get what I'm saying. It starts at, are you dumb enough to not understand? Or are you smart enough to be able to understand? The next level is ignorance. Because if you're smart enough to get it, but you don't get it, then you must not know, right? You must be ignorant. So let's make you knowledgeable. See, the opposite of ignorance is knowledge, right? And then the next level is, are you stupid or are you wise? Because just because you're smart enough and just because you have the knowledge does not mean you're wise enough to use it anyway. You might be stupid and ignore that which you already know. People do this every day. They know the fucking truth. They just ignore it to go along to get along. Cowards do this shit, and other people just brainwash themselves into this shit. They know it. They're smart enough. They just damn near pretend that they don't. They just walk around stupid. That's what I mean by stupid. They're ignoring their own knowledge. And then there's liars and intellectually dishonest, where they're smart enough, they're knowledgeable enough, and they're not stupid. They're not ignoring it. They're simply using it to their benefit. They're going to lie about it because telling the truth about it doesn't benefit them. Lying about it does. You get what I'm saying? So when I say stupid, I mean people who are acting unwise. They have the intelligence, they have the knowledge, they refuse to use it for one reason or another. So that's what I mean when I say stupid. So normal people are ignorant. I would say for the most part, you're absolutely correct. They're ignorant about most shit. Um, if they were stupid, they wouldn't be able to function at all. And I would argue they don't really function. Outside of what they're programmed to do, like the good robots they are, set my alarm, get up, make it to workplace, clock in, work, clock out, run errand, go home, sit couch, watch TV, play game, jerk off, finger, whatever the fuck they do, smoke, drink, the shit to unwind, fall asleep, wake up, do it again. They're not really functioning that much anyway, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know. That's just how I'm seeing it. But what is the difference between someone who can't read and who doesn't read? The same result as a fucking fool. You absolutely right, my nigga. You completely right, Pony Lord. I say my nigga, but I don't know what you is. My nigga, my bitch. Whatever you are, male, female, like, you absolutely right. Absolutely right. Metazusta, like, go E-word yourself into the abyss. um, Oh, see, the shadow delete algorithm gets even worse and even worse each time. Wonderful. They be catching on. Yes, they do. They catch on. You say exit yourself or something, and he's talking suicide. Like, original consciousness. They only see the cute parts of nature, but turn their heads from the brutality. These are facts, bro. Facts. And even that, it's like you could see some cute wolf cubs or something. Oh, they're so cute. But all them niggas grow up into grown ass wolves. Oh, the lion cubs, they're so cute. They all grow into lions, my nigga. That's why when people are like human babies, oh, I'm like, those things grow up into human adults, right? Like, where do you think all these adults came from? Where do you think my evil ass came from? Nigga, I came out of pussy too. I was a baby and I was adorable. Now look at me. Like, whole demon. Wants to burn everything and kill the rest of the species. Like, this is the truth. All that cute shit is fake, false, and temporary. Let's see. Pony Lord. That's why creator worship is fucking savage. I agree. Creator worship is the most evil shit this world's ever produced, in my opinion, at least. Um, Nature is brute and carnal as fuck. Plant wars, bug wars, omnivores, carnivores, all the vores, natural disasters, etc. Facts. Facts. Don't even get me started on just weather, just planetary functions, just cosmic functions, like, let alone nature. Um, Metazusta. Anyway, you think that life, as we call it, because there only be existence, is about enjoying it. Go die. Go die, ho. Um, we be here to be for no reason. Nothing more, nothing less. Pony Lord. The word natural goes next to disaster. Agreed. And it literally does. Natural disasters. Original consciousness. I seen a National Geographic documentary about plants. It mentioned their influence on humans. That too. We're not even gonna get started on that because I could do a whole fucking video on that, bro. That's insane, actually. That shit goes crazy. People really understood the type of gases. We're breathing right now. That oxygen comes from them, and that's just the thing. People, bro, the things these fucking plants release to get us to behave in functions that actually benefit them. These things are whole parasites. It's crazy, bro. It's insane, and we still be murdering them in mass. Oh my god. Um, let's see. Hurricanes happen in nature. Insurance companies call it an act of God. Yeah, they do. Don't nobody want to insure that shit. Metazusta, we all be a disaster ourselves. Indeed, we are. Humanity is a natural disaster. We're currently in the sixth mass extinction, which is called the anthropic or Anthropocene mass extinction, because most of it, not all of it, but like 80% of it's caused by us. Yours truly. But we think no, and it's not us, it's the elites. Nigga, it's you, human. It's fucking you and your species that produced those fucking elites. You fucking retard. Like, you fucking retards. Like, you think you can separate yourself from your society, your civilization, your species, and your elites that you have yet to do anything about. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. If you really want to separate yourself from the elites, you should start doing things that actually separate yourself from the elites. And then maybe you can cry, it's all the elites. Maybe. Even then, you're probably still wrong because nigga, even if you separated yourself, there's 8 billion other people who didn't. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's not just the elites, it's the fucking species. Metazusta, in the most disgraceful ways, we all be a disaster ourselves in the most disgraceful ways ever possible. Agreed. Now that we got through all that, let's get to the next. We got through what? 2 of those, right? So we on number 3, right? All right. And shout out to Hypnosis. Shout out to Sizzle. Shout out to LD, the misanthrope, the misanthropic one. Shout out to all y'all niggas.
Oh yes, and last but not least, Michael, the character Adam Sandler's playing, was of course focused on his promotion. You know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't living even before he got the remote. You know what I'm saying? And guess what happens if he doesn't get the promotion? They don't get the money. Like the world is fucked. And that's what the fucking movie, I think, ignores. And I think that's what he might be about to ignore in this video. Because almost everyone ignores that fact. The world is fucked. People's goals are fucked. Their agendas are fucked. Because reality's fucked. Humans are fucked. Their civilization and societal structures are fucked. Their monetary incentives are fucked. So he's fucking himself going after the goal of the promotion for the specific purposes of having a better life, not realizing that the fact that promotions even exist based upon these economics existing has already ruined his life to begin with, and he should be a fucking revolutionary and raising rebels. Anyway, enough.
Shit just glitched out. Like, what kind of shit is that, bro? What kind of shit is that?
Oh yes, and last but not least, Michael, the character Adam Sandler's playing, was of course focused on his promotion.
Whoa, oh yeah, okay, never mind. That was just 50 seconds.
So I can't lie, after listening to it, I got bored more than half the way through because it's just like, I knew how it was going to end before it got there. He doesn't call for any real change. He just calls for, again, for people to like appreciate what they have and yada blah 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 blah. Like it kind of boils down to the same shit in the end, where it's like the part that I did like was, you know, the world, society tells you that these material reasons are the reason for living and why you should get up and do things every day for these material purposes. But he never calls out the materialism directly in a way where it's like, this shit shouldn't even exist. It's not even real. It's make believe. Like, that's why, like, I like his channel, but I always feel like I'm being like jerked off and then ruined. Like, I always feel like he gets like 80% of the way there and then drops the ball in the last 20% because he doesn't provide any real solution. It's just status quo shit in the end. It's like, so instead of just chasing that next promotion and stuff, you should just enjoy life for what it is today and like, and I'm just like, nigga, like, no, you shouldn't. No, you shouldn't. Like, you absolutely shouldn't. That's a problem. That's why we're in the situation we're in today. I was just talking to my little brother about this too, like literally like just a couple minutes ago, where we were talking about like, you know, I said, like fucking, I don't know how many years ago was this, 16 or so years ago. I'm living on Adam Street. The day I met my boy Mike, I'm watching a World War III documentary about the coming World War III from Storm Cloud's Gathering, which I missed that channel. It was such a good channel. And I was talking how, you know, at some point, like, because I was talking to him about why I stopped paying federal income taxes, talking about the draft that is coming, which is this year now, right? And I was talking about this 16 years ago. I think it was 16, 15, something like that. Over a decade ago, right? And I'm like, because people don't pay attention to the future, because the furthest they go into the future is what they're doing this weekend, what plans they could make for fun purposes. Because people generally only look at the future based on what society tells them to. Bills and things along these lines, stuff you have to look into the future for societal purposes. Setting your alarm every morning to make sure you get up on time, like just whether it's 5 minutes in the future, a year into the future, like most of the time people are looking into the future based on societal shit. Saving money for children's college, retirement funds, you know, things like this. And then the other things are fun. What vacation are they planning? What wedding are they going to go to? What cookout? Where are they going this weekend for fun? What park? What bar, what concert, what campground, what fucking, I can't even, I'm trying to think of all the things people do for fun on a weekend during any, time of the year, ski trip, like whatever the fuck people do, These are the only reasons they look into the future. Other than that, they're always in the present. What are they watching right now, listening to right now, playing right now? What do they have to do right now? Their alarm went off, they're getting up, they're getting ready for work right now. They're going to go to work, and the only thing they're really thinking about in the future at that moment is what they're going to do at work. They get to work, they're in the now, working all day. They leave, what do they have to do next? Go run errands, pick up family members, kids, husbands, wives, whatever the fuck. Run whatever errands they got to run, right? And then what's next? They're going home. And what are they doing now? They're rolling up or drinking or sniffing or smoking, whatever the fuck they do, their vices, right? Eating whatever they're going to eat, right? And people think about, well, what am I going to eat today? And, this is such a good food. Like, people really love talking about their food, which boggles my mind. I don't even understand. It's just food. Nigga, eat it. It's just for nutrition. Like, why are you so focused on this food right now? It just bothers me. I have a lot of triggers, I think. And then, what are they doing next? Playing a video game, watching a TV show or a movie or an anime or whatever the fuck they do for their entertainment. Porn, jerking off, gooning, swiping right, swiping left. Maybe trying to holler at somebody. Maybe they got a date later. Maybe somebody's going to come over or whatever the fuck. Or they just going to jerk off or finger themselves or whatever the fuck they do for sexual purposes or pleasure things, right? And then at the end of the night, what do? They go to sleep. And then they wake up and they do that shit all over again. And the only time that they have any changes are societal changes where society says they have to do something different that day for whatever fucking reason. I don't know, go vote or there's a day off because, it's a holiday or like whatever the fuck. And then there's fun reasons. Well, tomorrow we have a cookout or, so they're doing something different, even though it's still the same thing that they do like every, year, like annually or seasonally, whatever the fuck. People do the same things year after year, week after, like it just is what it is. We're humans. So it's like the only time people are actually looking at the future is based on bullshit. Either their desires, their entertainment, and when I say desires, I mean like animalistic desires, not even like higher intellectual or philosophical desires of the outcome they want to see for the world. Like they don't do that. They don't think that way. They're not really seeking gnosis, let alone acting upon it. Like motherfuckers can't do something different. But anyway, I go back to the World War III thing, right? And I said the reason why I stopped paying taxes, because I believe that was the year I stopped paying taxes, if I recall correctly, because I saw the writing on the wall for the 2020s. And I said one of the things that I'm most afraid of at that moment in time was my son, who was like 4 at the time, and his brother was like 6. I was like, they're going to get drafted for World War III at some point in the 2020s. Based on the way everything's going, the trends, the agendas, the countries that they have to go to war with first, which we hadn't gone to war with yet. We hadn't gone to war with Syria yet. We hadn't gone to war with Libya yet at that point in time. Like, I think Libya was next after that, from where I was at that point. Because I'm pretty sure Obama was still in office. But it was like, based on all the shit trending forward, like, yeah, my son and his brother are going to be drafted for World War III at some point in the mid-2020s. Here we are in 2026. How spot on can a nigga be? And they're talking about drafting niggas at the end of this year. And I was saying that 16, 15, 16 years ago. Like, looking into the future of, like, I need to behave differently now. I need to act differently in my present because I'm looking and living in the future, and I understand the future I don't want to come into existence is the one where my kid's getting drafted. And I was saying this to my brother, and I was like, and I said, I was like, as far as I'm concerned, I was never a father until 2020. Mind you, I spent more time with my kid before 2020 than I did after 2020. Well, years-wise, 2021, 2022, and 2020, I probably saw him more one-on-one than any other times in our life. 2020, 2021 especially, 2021 especially, and then early 2022 before he went to live with his mother. But I raised him. I lived with him. He grew up under me, him and his 2 siblings. Like, and even though I spent the first, over a decade of his life living with his mother and his siblings, and we were having a family life, I still don't feel like I was ever a father during that time. The only fatherly thing I think I ever fucking did during that time was the things that people consider to be unfatherly. No longer celebrating birthdays, no longer celebrating holidays, and teaching him why. Teaching him that magic, those curses.
Being a father is not just going to work and being a fucking slave and paying bills and putting food on the table. All that bullshit. That's literally what they train you in because that's fucking slavery. And they want you to continue doing that shit. So they treat you or teach you as if this is what it is to be this thing. And you notice how whenever they say this is what it is to be this thing, It's always something about being a slave and raising another slave. Always. Every fucking time.
When I stopped paying federal income taxes because I'm thinking about his future. To me, those are like the only fatherly things I really did. Taking him to the park, that's not fucking fatherly. Anybody can play with a kid. Like, do you understand? Like, anyone can play with a kid. A random fucking pedophile could play with a kid. Like, what can you do as that child's father that no one else can do for them? And what can others do for them that you're not doing? And what are the levels of importance of those things? So if somebody else stops paying federal income taxes because they don't want my kid going to fucking war when I'm still paying them, that nigga's being more of a father to my child than I am. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, in my opinion, that's just how I think of it. To me, that's what fatherhood is. Like, it's not, it ain't got shit to do with teaching the kid how to catch a ball. Like, none of that stupid shit. Saving up for a non-existent college in the future. Like, the things that they all say fathers should do, going to work and being a slave every fucking day so he could be a slave in the fucking future because you're not doing anything about the slavery in the present. You're just enforcing it, reinforcing it, so in the future it still exists when it's his turn. Like, so when I quit everything in 2020, to me that was the greatest act of fatherhood I ever did, and it was based on seeing the future because I was living in the future. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, all these things. Like, I was making money off cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin, and I stopped doing that in 2018 and 2019 because I saw the writing on the wall of what the blockchain would have to do with the AI that is going to turn us all into a Borg that's going to fucking turn my son into a Borg. Like, when you live in the future, you are more of a parent, I would say, or really just any guardian of anyone, anywhere, of all things, everywhere, in some form or fashion, than when you live in the present. Because living in the present is just keeping the trend of the future going. If Adam Sandler is going after that fucking career and yada yada, and he loses his family and his kids don't know him, and this is all personal bullshit. He still raised slaves, so if he goes back and does it over again, and he doesn't chase that promotion that hard, he's not chasing the materialism. He spends more time with his family at dinner, but he's still going to work. He's still paying his tax. He's still being the same slave, just a less successful one.
The same slave, just a less successful one. Really let that sink in.
Yeah, his family loves him a little more. They spend some more time together. But it doesn't matter. That shit means nothing. I don't give a fuck how much time anyone spends with their kids. What the fuck are you teaching them? What are you training them? And what in the world are you attempting to change on their behalf? Either for the better or just to get rid of it. Because I said that to my kid. I said, look, nigga, like, you're going to be a slave because I brought you into a slave world. I am sorry. I should have never did that. You shouldn't be here because I shouldn't have been dumb enough to do this. But I did it. So now I'm going to quit these things. I'm not doing these things. And and every time I stopped doing something, I explained it to him. From birthdays to holidays to cookouts, I explained it to him every single time. Even before I would make it official, just so he would understand it. So it didn't come as a surprise. When I quit everything in 2020, I explained to him, I said, because, nigga, you're in a slave world and you're going to be a slave because me and my generation and the generations before mine aren't doing anything to stop slavery on planet Earth. Because we have desires that require the money, that they incentivize us because they require money as an incentive for all purchases. Like, so people are too pussy to stop doing these things, including yours truly, me, to create a better world for you or just end the world for you, because you should not be in a world of slavery. You should either have the greatest semblance of freedom you could have in a piece of shit reality such as this, is a piece of shit human in a piece of shit human world, or the world shouldn't exist. Humans shouldn't exist. Like, either it shouldn't fucking exist at all and it should just be wiped the fuck out, or you should have at least the greatest possible levels of freedom that we can give to you. And we're not doing that because we're so enslaved and we want all these fucking things, and we're afraid of going homeless and being poor and yada yada, and we're afraid of you children starving and da da da. I said, well, at this point, son, I'm sorry, I love you, but I'd rather you starve to death from me not slaving in order to create a world of non-slavery than you be perfectly fed, clothed, have a home and a roof over your head, and then go be a slave in 10 years. I'd rather you die now.
Then you have everything you could need or want. Every video game, every fucking every spoiling thing you could, the best education. But like, nigga, I'd rather you die. Sorry, but this is the fucking truth. I'd rather you die than give you all that shit just so you can be an adult, think that shit's normal, and go be a fucking slave yourself. I did this to you. I'm sorry, nigga. I should have never brought you here. I realize this now. You're like fucking, because I had these conversations at different ages with him. To this day, the next time I see him, I'll have this conversation with him again. I'm sorry, nigga. I did this to you. You want to punch me? You want to kick me in the nuts, nigga? Like, I'm not even joking. Like, because this shit is retarded, and I brought him here into this retarded shit. So what the fuck could I possibly do to make this shit less retarded, or just get rid of this shit? To me, that's what you should be asking yourself if you ever fucked up and brought a child here. If your answer is just go be a fucking slave and raise them to be a fucking slave, you're a fucking retard. Period. You should either be thinking, speaking, and acting in accordance with doing everything to free them from the slavery and all future generations from the slavery, or destroying this shit so there is no fucking future generations. Doing anything else is just being a slave raising slaves. That's all you're fucking doing. Period.
From me taking this action, I'd rather be the reason you die than be the reason you're enslaved. Do you understand this, my child? Do you have any questions on it? That's the conversation I had with him January 2020. I want to say it was January 8th, 2020, if I recall correctly. Because I was looking into the future. And my son brought up, my brother brought up my son's brother, Andre. And he said, well, what do you think Tyrone thinks?
Tyrone is Andre's father.
About him maybe getting drafted. I said, I have no fucking clue. I doubt that he'd like it, but I don't know what he thinks about military. I don't know what he thinks about Republicans and Democrats. I don't know what he thinks about Trump. I don't know what he thinks about Russia and China and World War. I don't know. I don't know that nigga like that. But I know that he's a hard worker. And he's almost certainly paying taxes. He likes having like a nice car and things like that. Like, I know he usually has like a girlfriend or some shit, and I'm pretty sure he's got kids with other females. So I'm like, he's probably still, no matter what he feels about it, he's probably still engaged in all of it at every level. In every way he could be engaged in it, no matter how he feels about it, as most men are, as most mothers are. When if they really want to change that, they got to pull out of that at some point and risk everything. Until motherfuckers are ready to risk it all, this shit just continues rolling forward. I said, and since it's rolling forward, because we're not all doing this shit at really any level, let alone every possible level, even though I quit everything, my son could still be drafted. So what would I do if they actually turn out that they're going to try to draft him? I will go sit on my baby mama's porch, even if she don't want me in her fucking house. I don't give a fuck. I'll go sit on her fucking front porch, and them niggas is not coming to get my kid. Do you understand? I was like, not until they go through me. Unless my kid says, Dad, I want to go to war. I want to be a soldier and kill people. Why, son? For the fuck of it. Like, what else are we doing on this piece of shit world? Let me go kill things. Okay, fine. If that's your reasoning, you just want to go murder things and get paid for it, whatever. This is a trash world. Everything kills everything. I don't give a fuck about morality of it. I'm not doing this for moral reasons. I don't give a fuck about the Epsteins for moral reasons. I don't like children being raped. That's my own subjective morality. But that's not even why I want to kill them. You go, like, I want to kill everything. Real talk. But if I bring it down to the level of the elites, this is for freedom purposes. Just freedom from slavery for anyone and everyone, which in by proxy will help all the people they like to rape and shit like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you get rid of their power structure, you get rid of their ability to perform all those heinous acts that everybody doesn't like, because people only talk about them for like child rape. And I'm like, that's like a bare minimum. That's the smallest thing they do. They fuck the world in way worse ways than fucking children. Fucking children is just the most hyperbolic thing you could mention that they do. Eating kids but I'm like, for every one child they fucking rape, there's another million they put into fucking third world poverty. Like, they're fucking us way harder. Shit, they're fucking children way harder than they are just fucking them. Do you understand? Like, these niggas are responsible for so much shit, and we're responsible for them and allowing them to do that, and we're taking part in all the shit they want us to take. We're doing the shit. We're just as trash. We are just as trash as people who fuck kids. That's how shitty we are as a fucking species. We are just as evil as the elites fucking children. And people don't want to look themselves in the mirror and say that shit as they fucking go to work, pay their fucking taxes, pay their fucking bills, use the monetary system. Well, I was saying to Jerry, he mentioned something about like pollution or something. I forget what he said, but I was like, nigga, we're sitting here watching TV right now. Do you know how much pollution just our electricity generation generates? Nigga, me and you sitting here talking on this phone is killing people. Literally. We're killing shit. We're in the sixth mass extinction that we know of on this planet just because we exist. And he was like, well, that's because the elites are putting all the stuff in the air. I said, and who is using all that stuff that puts that stuff in the air? Like, you're talking about corporations, you're talking about companies. Why are they putting that in the air? And who's paying for that? Who's funding it? Who works for them? Who buys all their products and services? We're all on the internet right now. We're all using electricity right now. I have 2 smartphones with cobalt, gold, and some other shit that come from 3 third world countries where children dig it up by hand. Nigga, I'm a piece of shit too. Even me using these phones for this reason is still me being a hypocrite. I'm just trying to use my hypocrisy the best I possibly can. Because a real non-hypocrite wouldn't use any, they would just die. If I was really to be a 100% non-hypocrite, I would just kill myself and take myself out of it entirely. Or I would go out there and kill every single person I possibly could before being killed. Not just the elites either. Everyone. Because this whole fucking species is this way. If you kill all the elites today, guess what's going to happen in a generation or two? More elites pop up because humans are tribal creatures. They have tribal governance. It's part of their fucking nature. They're an evil species. Like, if we're going to call these things evil, this species produced all of that. You can't get rid of it. You can't blame the elites without blaming the species they're part of that produced them. You can't talk about the systems that the species upholds. You get what's like, it's all fucking trash because nobody's living in the future. Everyone's living in the now. The only part of the future they tap into is that which they desire. And their desires aren't necessarily philosophically based. They're not thinking big desires. They're thinking about where they want to go for vacation and whatever. Like, stupid.
How much money do I want? How big do I want my bank account to be? Yo, if I get all this Bitcoin, is this shit gonna go to $1 million one day? Is it gonna go to the moon, my nigga, when they flip the Great Reset? Wait, so you don't want to stop the Great Reset? You just want to try to get rich off the Great Reset? Well, shit, you know what I'm saying? Can't beat them, join them. All right, nigga. All right, slaves. You know, it's like, whatever. That's how people, so even the people tapping into the future, they're always tapping into it from some desire level. Not no philosophically based fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not tapping into it for freedom, nigga. Even when they try to pretend well, it's for financial freedom. Oxymoron, nigga. Impossible. That doesn't exist. If you're financially free, you're still a slave to finance, nigga. Let that shit fail tomorrow, and you just as bad off as everybody the fuck else. And that shit's make believe, so it could fail any day now. Let alone if the rest of the species says we're tired of this shit. We don't like what makes you rich. Imagine you got rich tomorrow, and then the day after, people finally decided to rebel. I'm rich, nigga, for 24 hours.
Shit or silly shit. What are we going to do this weekend? What game am I going to buy or play? What new movies are coming out? What anime do I have to finish? And I'm fucking culpable for all this shit. All of us, humanity. You get what I'm saying? Like, because we don't really pay attention to the future. That live in the present shit, I can't stand it. I absolutely hate it, and I want to kill damn near anyone who says those words. Like, and from the moment he said those words in the video, he did not redeem himself from that point forward. Like, at one point, I thought he was going to when he mentioned, so this isn't just a simple, live in the present and be happy thing, because the controller starts to fast forward all on its own, learning what he thinks is this, and I go, that didn't change your overall message of the video. Like, the overall message of the video would be like, if you're going to change it, would be not to just live in the present and be happy with what you have, and it should be, if you're going to live in the future, looking for the future, what is your true agenda? Not what society tells you, not what civilization tells you, not what religion tells you, not what anyone else external to you tells you. If you really sit down and think about every possible outcome you want for every possible level of reality, what are they? And what agenda or agendas would it take to reach any, let alone all of them? That's the future you should be looking for and trending towards and living in. And that's the present. In the present, that's what you should be thinking, speaking, and taking action towards at all times. In every way you're willing and able to do, preferably to the best of your ability. The past should be simply about understanding that which has already occurred, so you understand that which is occurring, so you understand how to manipulate that which is going to occur. And he didn't get into that at all in those videos. And that's why, like, I like his channel. I like his videos. I can't love them. He always fucking murders my love for him when he goes in. Like, none of these niggas go hard enough. They all are status quo promoters. Whether they know it or not, whether they're doing it on purpose or not, that's what they are. Telling anyone to live in the moment is very status quo. Part of you should always be in the moment because you should be reacting momentarily to whatever's going on around you, right? But you should always be living in the future so that even your reactions in the moment are still steering towards the future you want to trend into existence. Like, that to me would be a better message than the one we actually got in the video. But I did like the video. I did like it.
Which is what Pony Lord said, right? Pony Lord said, I think it was Pony Lord who said it. Living in the moment should actually be trending towards the future. Like, yeah, facts. Facts. Let's flip this. Anti-human entity. What makes someone elites? Monetary wealth and global reach to control the species? Basically, yeah, that's pretty much. Because remember, they're the ones who call themselves the elites first. And remember, they're Elites, worshippers of El. People don't catch that shit. They're Elites, the disciples of El. But yes, they call themselves elites because they're capable through their finances, technology, science, through everything that they just. The more you control, the more elite you are. And if you take any individual field, any individual subject or topic that humanity has anything to do with, how close are you to the top of that? The closer you get to the top of anything, the more elite you are in that something. So when you're talking about humanity, how much of humanity do you have control over? That's how elite you are as a human. See, we could all claim to be elite based on anything. I'm black. Look at my melanin, nigga. I'm elite. I eat the sunlight, nigga. Ugh, I'm elite. Or as my transhumanist right here said, I'm the elite by the sheer fact that I'm a Jew. But do you control the Jews? Do you got any power over Judaism or Israel? Do you control the goyim around the world? Or are you just a fucking peasant too? A peasant Jew. And I'm just a peasant nigga. You're a peasant kike and I'm a peasant nigger. That's all we are. Real talk. Neither of us are elite. We don't control shit. Period. Motherfuckers like, they're not the elites just because. Yeah, they are, nigga. Yes, the fuck they are. Just because you don't like the fucking feel that way, you're a fucking peasant slave and they are fucking elites. Don't believe me? Why do you go to work in the morning? Nigga, like, shut the fuck up. Who runs your money? Who owns your money? Your entire life is based around gathering fiat currency to be able to run transactions in society. A society they run. Based on money they own. The higher you get to the top, the more control there is. Just go look up Megacorp, the mega corporation. Look up Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock. Most specifically, BlackRock and what, Vanguard? I forget which one. BlackRock owns, I think, most of State Street or whatever, but just look up those three. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. The people, the top investors of those particular investment firms run your fucking planet. If you were able to audit the Federal Reserve and all the central banks of the world, you would know who owns the money of your planet. We know some of those family names, off rip. Some of them we don't know. And some of them we might know, but we might not know that they're involved in those things. Do you get what I'm saying? Because you don't get to audit those things. That's why they say shit like the Rothschilds are worth 500 trillion. Because there's a Rothschild style central bank in every fucking European country and every European daughter nation. Every fucking one. So that family is worth uncountable money. And that's a name, that's a family name we know. That's a family name we know. Right? There's other royal family. There are all these people, and they're all related. Like, they all got bloodlines that they're married into and tie into each other and shit like that. But do you get what I'm saying? Like, yes, nigga, they're elites because they run your world and you let them. You do the shit that they want you to do every fucking day from birth to death. And for anybody who fucks around and has kids, whether they are whether they consider it being a fucked up failure of a like, damn, I shouldn't have did that, or whether they're like, what do you mean? We should all have children. Doesn't matter. If you fucked up and had a kid at all, guess what you're raising? Another one of their fucking slaves. Period, nigga. Like, they are the elites, whether we like that or not. And they're the Elites, the disciples of El. But for motherfuckers who don't like that, well, what are you gonna do about it? Do you get what I'm saying? What are you gonna do about it? Like, because motherfuckers could believe they're elite all they want. No, you're not. Niggas can come up with whatever dumb excuses that I'm the elite because I'm the nigga. You control nothing. Shut up. Like, shut up. How can one be elite while possessing a deficient and corruptible body? But everyone has a deficient and corruptible body. Like, so it's basically the elite amongst those. All humans are trash. So this is like the most elite trash. They're the most powerful trash in the world. All of humanity is a damn folly. Fuck socioeconomic status. I agree, but it still runs your world unless you do something to change it. You feel me? Um, this is an animal realm. Why do you want to be a dignified monkey? You shouldn't. You really shouldn't. But most humans do. Most fucking humans do. So they continue going along with the shit in hopes that one day maybe they can be the dignified monkey. Maybe one day they could be the business owner or the investor or the one who has slaves. And maybe I can get the Lamborghini one day. Yo ass gonna die poor, nigga. Like the fuck? You know what I'm saying? So I feel you. I feel you, Pony Lord, but this is the world. Uh, De-antinatalists and elite, so bow down to her. Diantinatalists and elite, so. Oh, that chick's name, right? From whatever that channel is. I forget her. I think she commented on one of my videos, and I fucking torched her because she's retarded. Um, yeah, she's retarded. Um, Metazusta. People still ask, so when shall you get romantic partner and have kids one day in 2026? Yeah, they're still asking that question today. Not because this is what I mean by they don't live in the fucking future. They live right now and only right now. If they really lived in the future, nobody would be fucking asking that question to anyone. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's a dumb fucking question. Um, Bitch, do you see what is going on in this world today that affects us all? How do you be this stupid still? They dumb as rocks, nigga. Pony Lord, damn, so y'all really think the masses are so ignorant that we should classify them as fucking stupid? Yes, yes. Honestly, not just them, nigga, you too, and me. I think we're stupid. I think we're all fucking stupid. I think we're all literally retarded monkey creatures that are barely capable of claiming being intelligent. You take intelligence from 0 to quintillion to like the highest intelligence could possibly go if we're just measuring by IQ. Take the laws of physics, and what is the physical limit on intelligence? Nigga, that shit is many zeros. Not in the hundreds, nigga. In the septillion, that shit is many zeros, right? What is the highest estimated human of all time? Around 250. 250, nigga. Human intelligence ranges from 0 to 250 out of a scale that goes into the quintillions. That's how dumb we are. We're barely, like, we don't actually register as intelligent. That's how dumb we are as a species. In comparison to all possible levels of intelligence, from 0 to the maximum, we are as close to 0 that by gradients, by standards of gradients, by standards of variations from the mean, we don't even exist on the scale of intelligence. That's how dumb the most intelligent beings that have ever lived are. That's how dumb they are. And we're not 250s, my nigga. I'm not a 250 IQ. You're not a 250 I. Like, we're retarded, bro. We are all stupid. Humans are not intelligent. Like, at all. Metazusta, like, if you asked a question, then that is one thing. But still asking it today, what happened to you bitches? Do you still live in the 1950s or 2010s? Stop. Shit, even by the 2010s, I can understand that in the 1950s. I could really understand someone asking that question, because especially if you were like white in 1950s America. Oh, why wouldn't you be having kids? Like, but if you were damn near anyone else, even then, I'm like, you're dumb. Like pretty much anywhere in the world, you're fucking dumb. Today, let alone 2010s, anywhere in the world, including if you're white in America, Why would you ask that question? You're dumb. You're like, you give us it by that point in time. I think pretty much everyone knew. Oh, this shit's chalked. Like now, it's generational, and I love that about Gen Z and Gen. It's much more generational than it is political, racial, et cetera, et cetera. Don't get me wrong. All that shit still exists. Don't fuck around. All that shit still exists, but it's much more generational. Where Gen Z is looking out at the world like, this is fucking ass, bro. What have y'all left us? Like, what did you bring me into? It's like walking someone into like a building and it's just fucking mayhem. And they're like, where the fuck did you bring me? Whole generations reacting that way. As y'all should. As y'all should. Honestly, y'all should really go to war with every generation that came before you. Just start killing everyone like millennial and beyond. Because it's the millennials' faults too. I mean, yeah, some of us are out here preaching and teaching. I think the millennials, don't get me wrong, Gen X, some of the Gen Xers started there where they were like, this shit's crazy. And I think a lot of millennials took that like, yeah, this shit's crazy. But both generations kept doing the shit, right? Because they don't know what else to do, which is because they're pussies. That's the truth. They just don't, they're pussies. And then I think Gen Z, it's being forced on Gen Z. Whether y'all want to do it or not, there ain't no jobs. Like, because I still think, I'm going to be honest, I still think that even though Gen Z has the internet and they can see it, but I think if they had the opportunity, they'd be just as enslaved as the fucking rest of us. They wouldn't learn the lesson any better than the rest of it. They'd see it more, they'd know it more, they'd cry about it more, but they'd still do the shit that they cry about too. But the good thing is, which is also the bad thing for them, is that they can't. Like y'all hands is being forced. I swear to God, y'all hands are being forced because it's like, all right, yeah, jobs are trash. Like this shit is all slavery and stuff. But you know what? I need to make some money to go and then sign up to 300 fucking job applications. And guess what? You ain't getting a job anyway, nigga. Do you get what I was like? That's how far it's gotten. We're there now, where they really talking about replacing niggas with robots and AI and a lot of shit they could just cut. They don't even need to replace niggas. They're just like, nigga, we overhired to begin with. Cut 10,000 people from the fucking corporation and streamline these positions without even replacing them with robots or AI, let alone when we cut the next 10,000 and replace them with fucking AI, because it's all white collar shit. And then when the robots are ready, we're going to replace all the blue collar niggas too. Like, y'all hands are being forced. Gen Alpha is going to come into a world with not like, do you get us? Like, so that's the beauty of it and the trash of it. It is what it is. That's where we at. That's where we at. The question is, what you niggas gonna do? What you gonna do, young niggas? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Metazusta. Besides, the masses already call us stupid and lazy and difficult and problematic and evil for not being disgraceful slaves like them. So throw the insult right back at them. Agreed. Should just laugh. Say thank you, nigga. You're a bum. Oh, thanks. You just warmed my heart. You just warmed my motherfucking heart. If you had called me a hard worker, oh my god, it's like being shot. It's like you're a hard worker. Damn, I haven't quit enough. Shit, fuck. This nigga's insulting me. Pony Lord, I'm rich, nigga. For 24 hours exactly. I'd love to see that. That'd be hilarious. See a nigga get rich on Tuesday. On Wednesday, the war breaks out. Money doesn't mean anything anymore. The banks have closed. There's been bank runs, so they just watch their like $3 million drop to like 3,000 as it still continues to go downward. That'd be awesome. I'd be laughing as they killed themselves. Original consciousness. No lies detected in this bitch. A nigga like me appreciates this as I'm aiming at the future. I appreciate you, original consciousness. I appreciate you. I try not to bullshit motherfuckers. I try to tell motherfuckers my flaws. I got flaws that I haven't told only because I promised other motherfuckers not to tell them because it involves other motherfuckers. Like, dude, or else I would tell y'all everything. I'd run you niggas from zero till now in my life just so you can see, nigga. I'll give you every mistake I've ever made, so some of you young niggas don't do it. Do you get what I was like? I feel like a lot of motherfuckers are too prideful and they feel like whatever they did or whatever they're doing is good because they did it. No, nigga, you're stupid too. You're trash too. You're a retard monkey too. Like, we all are. There's not a single motherfucker on this planet who gets removed from that. Even the smartest niggas alive are fucking retard monkeys. under IQs of 200 on a scale from 0 to a quintillion. Like, come on, bro. We're all retarded, bro. It is what it is. There is Pony Lord. There is a Taoist proverb. Taoist or Taoist? How would you? It's Taoist, right? I don't remember. I'm going to say Taoist because it got a D. There's a Taoist proverb that says the conscious mind is like a block of ice with which one cannot wash their hands or feet, while the original mind is like a free-flowing body of water. I don't like that phrase. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like that they act like there's two different minds. Nigga, the mind is the mind. There is no new mind or original mind or conscious mind. Your conscious and subconscious are one thing. They're one thing. So there's unconscious, which is not a mind at all. There's no mind. And then there's consciousness, which includes your subconsciousness. That's it. Either you have a mind or you are a mind, because technically you are a mind. You don't have a mind. Nigga, you are a. Every thought you have. I am the observer. Nigga, the observer is a mind. The moment you said I am, that's an ego. If you are observing, there is a you to observe. Now, are there many minds within that? Of course. The human brain has a mind, but even in the human brain is different minds. Every nerve cluster in your body is a mind of its own. Your gut biome is a mind, but when you take that all together, that's a mind. If you want to get into metaphysics, spirituality, souls, or anything like that and go beyond with consciousness that is completely immaterial, that's still part of your mind. And when that part of your mind, your consciousness, et cetera, all that willy foo, fuzzy shit, that fluffy shit is connected to the fucking human body, guess what? That's now part of your mind. It's all just a mind. The body mind plus the spirit soul mind is still just mind, nigga. And it's all one once it's connected. It's only separated when it's actually separated. As long as you're alive as a human, that's part of your mind. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, a matter of fact, that's most of your mind. You feel me? So I get the phrase. I feel you, Pony Lord. I understand what it's saying. I just don't like it. I don't like to. I think that those things are sugarcoating. I think we need to be as raw as possible. I really fucking do. You're a fucking mind, no matter what you like it or not. I'm gonna die and shed the mind, nigga. If you shed the mind, you shed all thought. You shed all observation. You shed all consciousness. Consciousness requires mind. They're one and the fucking same. You can't be aware without a mind, nigga. There's nothing to be aware. What is aware? What is conscious? I am conscious. What is I? Define I to me. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, what is the thing telling me it's conscious? Like, um, anti-human entity. Any thoughts on hustle culture and motivational speakers? Kill them all. All the Andrew Tates, all the get up, brokey. It's not nigga. Shut up, suck a dick. Shut up, nigga. You got rich off pimping fucking teenage girls and shit. Like, those niggas are the worst in the fucking world. All they're doing is selling the Matrix while telling you that they're trying to help you get out of the Matrix, but all they're doing is wearing $2,000 Armani suits and even all the nice guy ones. What's his name? Tony Robbins and all them motherfuckers. All that self-help shit is mostly bullshit. The real self-help shit is not gonna just be a nigga selling you a book or a fucking. You want to know what's real self-help? Um, I don't know if there's a female version of this. There probably is in some sort of. I'm a dude. I never looked into it. But at a male level, you know what's real self-help? Pickup, which people would call you creepy for studying, but you're creepier for not studying it, especially if you're creepy naturally. If you're an ugly dude, a creepy dude, a broke dude, if you're any of these things, if in any way, shape, or form you don't have natural luck with the ladies, you might want to go study pickup. You might want to study social dynamics so you could be less fucking creepy. And that's real self-help because it's going to force you to actually work on you. It's not just about getting more money so you can have your money work for you. Just make mad fucking dough, nigga, and then you can have nice cars and nice jewelry and shit and get all the groupies. It's like, nigga, do you actually want them to like you? Or do you just want them to like everything you have? So as soon as you lose that shit, they leave your ass. If you were to ever lose it. They never liked you, nigga. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, real self-help It's not just go to the gym and get bigger muscles. If you're trying to get healthy, that's one thing. But a lot of these niggas who are looks maxing are sitting there doing steroids and shit. Like, you're not really helping yourself. You're simply seeking the attention of others and doing what you think will get that for you. And that's what a lot of these hustle culture niggas is really about. These motivational speakers. It's really just like, do you want to fuck whores? Then come to my class. I'm like, what the fuck? Not, do you want to find someone who is like a perfect mirror to you that you can have as your fucking battle buddy in life? And no, 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 no. Do you want groupies? Like, and that's how they sell it to these young niggas who, for the most part, aren't naturals with getting women. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that hustle culture shit is all about getting rich. Why? For mating purposes. What is life? Survival and replication. It's all about that replication. It's really a mating ritual. They just don't realize it. The niggas selling it to you do. They understand what they're tapping into, the psychology and the sociology of it. They get it. Andrew Tate knows exactly what the fuck he's doing, nigga. Like, he's a genius at it. As much as I can't stand his ass and would shoot him in the fucking face if I ever got the chance, he's a genius at what he does. And the fact that he's not in jail, my nigga, he knows some people. He's got good lawyers and shit. Like, like the way that nigga got rich is crazy. But that's the truth about these fucking hustle culture, self-help, motivational speaker. Let me show you how to make money types. Don't trust them either. I mean, you do whatever the fuck you want. You know, everybody, y'all are grown. Do whatever the fuck y'all want. But I would say steer the fuck clear, my nigga. Let me motivate you. You ain't gotta send me nothing. No money, nigga. These courses are free. But don't expect to get groupies from it. Because that's not what we doing over here, you know? Pony Lord, they're selling hedonism for real. Facts, basically, real talk. It's like, and it's not even like good hedonism. It's like because you could be a hedonist. A real hedonist doesn't go to work. They're just poor, and they just walk around on some hedonism. Like, I'm telling you, bro. If you go, man, I wish Mark Moon Spilly was in here because he could tell you about some of them old Greek hedonists and shit, and the shit that they would fucking do. Like, just walking around naked everywhere. Like, you trying to fuck? You trying to fuck? Like, who's got my wine, nigga? Who's let's get drunk. Like, that real hedonism shit. But they are selling it. It's like selling hedonism. It's capitalist hedonism. It's fucking trash. A transhumanist rat. I is something that consciously makes decisions. It's outdated language. Agreed. But it's not really outdated because everyone and everything is still an I. If it's alive and conscious, it's an I. If it is conscious in any form, it's an I. It's a me. You know? If there is no me, if there is no I, there's nothing to be conscious to begin with. Nobody could ever explain consciousness without a thing to be conscious. They could attempt to, but all they're going to do is say something paradoxical. Um, Metazooster, your only romantic partner should be your extremely dark, satanic, anti-cosmic philosopher and warrior lover. Yes, I would agree, especially if that's how you are, you know? And you, them, vice versa. After that, anything else? No. You can forget, oh, there's Mark Moon Spilly. Shout out, Lord. Tell these niggas about the hedonists. Anti-human entity. F the hustle and bustle. We need more demotivational speakers. I like that. I'm a demotivational speaker. I try to take your motivation away for such things, you know? I am trying to motivate you to something higher though, so I guess even I technically fall into this. Nigga, fuck me too. Nigga, fuck me too. Mark Moon Spilly, what up, good lord? Pony Lord, hey Mark, he was just talking about you. I sure was. 'Cause I can't remember none of these Greek niggas' names. I'm terrible with names, but I remember Mark talking about, I don't know if it was Diogenes or whoever the fuck. These niggas just sitting in the middle of fucking town talking shit. Other niggas just sitting in the middle of town drunk, drinking their wine, eating their grapes, trying to fuck bitches as they walk by. Like, just because they're true hedonists and just they don't give a fuck. Like, you know, it's like, but today they're trying to sell that shit like on some self help shit when they're trying to sell like groupies. And what's that nigga who just went to the fucking hospital? Clavicle? Clavicle. Clavicle? clavicular. I'm like, a clavicle's this shit right here. I'm like, that's not his name. That motherfucker just went to jail for overdosing on drugs and shit, trying to be a fucking mogging, looks maxing hedonist type. It's like, I watched the video of that nigga like just trying to take a bitch right in front of the nigga. Now it's kind of fucked up because he never tries to take a bitch from some 6'8" nigga. He don't try to take no fucking sheep of the streets from some 6'8" fucking Bobby Lashley looking. It's always some little 5'5". You get what I'm saying? Like, he's a bully, and that used to be him. So the fact that he's now looks maxing and trying to do that to other people, do you see how humans are, my nigga? That motherfucker clavicular, go watch that nigga. He's an excellent example of humanity. A wonderful example of humanity. I'm telling you. His whole fucking life is the story of humans. Oh man. Um Mark Moonspilly, Lord Mark Moonspilly, the god, the devil, the demon himself. The Dark Lord Mark Moonspilly. Oh, you were talking about my favorite topic, huh? Yeah, nigga, yeah, we was. At least for the moment. Yeah, the real hedonism. Hell yeah, Diogenes was the goat. Dude masturbated in public and wouldn't give a shit. Also lived in a wine barrel. You see that? That's a real hedonist. Like, these niggas today are selling capitalist hedonism. It's like soft hedonism, but it's with the times. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Pony Lord, the real Wolf of Wall Street. But yeah, so all right, now that we all caught up on that, let's get back to the where was we at? Where'd we get to? Right, we got what, 2 more? All right, let's go ahead and pop this off.
Okay, and this time I promise, last but not least, he also acts like happiness is the point of life. Happiness is fuck happiness. Fuck happiness. Those seeking happiness, fuck everyone else. Anyone who's just seeking to be happy should be shot in their fucking face. Because they ruin it for everyone the fuck else. Period. I can't stand that thought process. You should just be trying to be happy. First worlder, slave citizen. Just be happy with what you know. Fuck that. You should be absolutely livid. And your happiness is built on the oppression of other people around the fucking world and everything in nature. Your happiness is oppressive. Like, I can't stand that thought process. It's about happiness. Fuck happiness. That was the last thing I wanted to say about that.
Yes, Lord Marcus. Fuck the happy hippies. Real talk. When people are like, we need to do what the hippies did. Nigga, fuck the hippies. Real talk. Fuck them.
Okay, so I lied. That was not last but not least. This is last but not least. I forgot. I said I was so triggered by certain things. I forgot to say the things that I liked. I did like everything you said about the dopamine, shutting off the dopamine switches, pulling that down. Me and my brother had a conversation about that like a week ago because he's got fucking ADHD. And I liked what he said about damn, there was another thing. I just had it in my head. I was just thinking about it. Oh, everybody being distracted all the time because they're always looking for something to distract them. But again, that's what I was saying about the only times people look into the future is what they're going to use to entertain themselves or what society tells them they have to, right? So I guess I did kind of already touch on that. But he said, get used to the boredom, this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, you really don't even have to get used to boredom because it's not even about ending all triggers. It's also about changing the triggers. So, for example, a lot of people are bored when there's nothing new to watch because they don't care about what's happening in the world. They don't care about science. They don't care about any intellectual endeavors or philosophical endeavors. Like, if you really are into anything like that, like, you can't really be fully bored because there's always something new to learn at all times. You will never know everything no matter how long you spend studying. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it can get boring, but that's why I do that first. Like, the first thing I think that people should do every day, all day long, at least as much as they can, based on wherever they are, whatever they're doing, whatever the fuck, is prior to ever playing a video game, watching a TV show or a movie or any of that stuff, it should be spent studying as much as they can. How much can you read, watch, and listen to and experience that is intellectual and philosophically based? prior to the point where your brain just can't take it anymore. Your ADHD is kicking in. You need some dopamine, yada, blah, 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 blah. And then can you supplement it? Like, so I'll do this shit until I get like too bored, and then I will turn on a game on one of my phones. You know what I'm saying? While using the other phone or the TV to continue watching YouTube videos like this, to continue doing intellectual things. Like, I obviously can't read and do that at the same time, but I can listen and watch things while playing the video game on my phone. So my monkey brain, that dopamine is being hit while I'm still doing what I need to do, right? And then later on,
shit, perfect example, right? I'm sitting here talking to you niggas, right? What's on the screen? I don't know if turning this sideways makes it better or worse, but so while I go from here playing this, I got this on the screen. So when I'm standing here walking back and forth, just listening to myself talk, because I've already said this, I've already listened to it earlier as well, just to make sure I hit every point. So this is the third time I'm hearing me talk about these things, right? So what am I doing? I'm sitting here watching some old fucking Call of Duty just to keep my fucking nigger monkey mind going. just to not get bored listening to myself. I'm still a monkey too, niggas. You get what it's like? No exclusion from me. I'm a monkey like everybody the fuck else. Now let's get back to it.
In the night, so today I got up at say 12 noon, right? So I'll be doing this shit until like midnight, unless something stops me. Like my little brother comes upstairs and wants to watch something. Or like, unless something interferes directly with that, I will be doing this for the first 12 hours of the day, most likely, right? Maybe even longer. After that is when I will get to the point where I flip on a game on my phone or something, you know what I'm saying, and keep going for however long I go after that. Then it'll get to the point where it's like, all right, it's time for me to watch like anime videos, like, and even those usually come from a higher intellectual perspective, like for anime, of course, you know, like watching just like this Click video where you're talking about a movie, but you're talking about it from a higher perspective, right? These are the types of videos I'd usually save for then because it's still about entertainment, but it's like philosophical. And then I fall all the way down to like, I'm just watching like, you know, versus battles. Like, how powerful is Maharaga? Which is still for me deeper because I pause it. I really go into the fucking world of like being Maharaga and like what it would be like to have those abilities in this reality. Like, you know, it's still more astral than I think the average person watching that is. But it's still, I'm just watching a fucking anime character get power scaled. You get what I'm saying? But that's when I go into stuff like that. And then maybe what ifs, and at that point, it might get to audiobooks where I'm just going into listening to an audiobook for entertainment purposes. Like I have a vampire book that I'm listening to right now that I'm about halfway through. No, not even halfway through yet. And then if that gets to anime, you know, I usually just watching anime, which itself is deep, or I'll watch a movie or TV shows. Like, but that's generally the order in which I go in. What can I read when I wake up? And if I don't have to get up right away, or if I got to go take a piss, I just lay back down in bed usually, and I read whatever there is to read. I respond to people, whatever the fuck they've said to me, text messages, whatever the fuck, you know, so like anything that I can read and anything that I can respond to that came in while I was sleeping. As well as I keep things open in my internet browser, so when I wake up, I can just start my brain by reading them. Today I read the rest of the card on Mythos because it had 158 pages, and I got to like 130. What was it, 136 I started on today? So I read the last 19 pages of that. I got up, took a piss, came back, read that. Then I responded to all my text messages in Discord, comments on YouTube, all that stuff, emails. Then line up the YouTube and everything else to get all the more intellectual, philosophical, the more scientific, the more technical, etc. first. Especially if there's anything currently going on, like with the whole Artemis mission. The flat earthers came out the woodwork, the anti-spacers came out the woodwork, the people who say we never went to the moon came out so that's a thing going on right now. It's a conversation happening right now, as well as all the Israel talk, Iran, and all this. Like, so I line up those things usually first because they have to do with something that either just happened, is happening, or is about to happen. And that's like a conversation amongst certain communities of intellectuals and yada yada blah blah blah, certain debates, arguments. So I try to stay up to date with that in real time. And then I go into all the other intellectual and philosophical things that I have lined up to watch or listen to that aren't about anything that's like directly currently happening happening like in that manner, right? And then I go into my, more intellectual or philosophical entertainment videos, peeping the mythos in some form or fashion. And then I just get right into like the entertainment of, power scaling and all that good stuff. And then I get into the audiobooks, and then I get into, so I try to line it up. So while I have the most intellectual energy, if you will, as I'm draining that intellectual energy gas tank, fuel tank, right? I'm falling to lower and lower levels of intellectual and philosophical capability throughout the day. But I still try to keep it as high as I can at each level I drop to. Until I finally end up as I'm just sitting here playing a fucking phone game, watching an anime video. And then it even gets to the point where I shut off the phone game, I'm not listening to an audiobook, and I am just watching like an anime or something. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just in entertainment mode. Of course, I'm still peeping the mythos and all that, but I'm just in entertainment mode. That's the truth. I'm just in entertainment mode. But I do like that he mentioned that. I forget the lady's name that he talked about. I got to go back and look her up again. I want to go read what she wrote, where she was talking about dopamine. What was the word? I can't even think of these words that were used. I just watched the video. Like I don't, and I even rewound it like 10 minutes and watched the last 10 minutes again. I can't think of the words or even the lady's name, but whatever. I'll rewind it again and just this time I'll fucking actually type her name in. But where she was talking about, lowering the dopamine intake over time so you get used to that shit. And I like to say, don't even do that. Just switch it. Learn, like for my little brother, he could not watch videos that were more than like 2 minutes long about anything intellectual. But based on finding what is important to him, which is like, meeting people where they're at, like anyone, it's not even just him, but meeting people where they're at, you can just switch their dopamine triggers to more important things that they don't normally delve into that much. That way you can keep them going because they're not going to do it without, like, you got to get some sort of dopamine. Like the reason why we listen to documentaries and podcasts, we are getting dopamine from that, whether we know it or not, whether we admit it or not. If we were to go and get blood tests, I'm telling you, they'd be like, yeah, you get dopamine every time you hear fucking one of these people say these things about the Epsteins and the fucking world and philosophy, and like you get dopamine from that.
Y'all get dopamine from watching me and listening to me. Just as I get dopamine from hearing anything Mark Moonspilly says, or anything Illicit Mind drops, or when I go to Black Anarchist channel and listen to him talk about the anarchy and life slavery. Do you get what I'm saying? Dopamine doesn't have to be, how you get dopamine doesn't have to be what most people do. People are different. Our neurology is different. And you can actually manipulate that neurology over time by choice.
That is interesting to you. Like, I know it is for me. But my brain can only handle so much. And I get way more dopamine from that than I do the other things. I've flipped that over life, but I've always been interested. I've just pushed my dopamine triggers more and more in that direction over life and less in the other direction, which is why I stopped doing things, which is why I don't play as many games anymore. Like I really don't play any. Like, I play a phone game because it's to trick the monkey mind. But I try not to play games as much as possible because I don't want to be in that mindset where I have to go home and play games every day. Like I don't want to have to watch anything. Like I haven't watched a single anime, TV show, or movie since being here that my family hasn't put on, that my mother or brother didn't put on, because I'm busy reading, listening, and watching more intellectual things that I need in the moment, especially with the things going on in the world. I try to keep up with everything to a level that people have no idea. Like the Artemis mission is an excellent example. In the last fucking, what's today's date, right? Let me see what the date is. Today's the 20th, right? So from April 1st till now, I created an Artemis folder that has about 450 videos in it. I've watched every single one. So in the last 20 days, I've watched every one of those, including the live streams. The ones that are more than 10 hours, I mostly fast forwarded through because there's a lot of, like, when you're watching Artemis fly from the fucking Earth to the moon, most of that shit, there's not much to see there. But I make sure I look at every second of every fucking live stream from every camera for any anomalies. And there was like 6 or 7 anomalies that I'm like, is that a UFO? Is that a that? Is that a that? That nobody's fucking talking about. People are all talking about the same 6 things that they heard from someone somewhere else that are all stupid. Like, I'm like, I want to know what the real anomalies are. When they lost communications as soon as they hit the backside of the moon, and it was an unscheduled communications loss, which also didn't allow us to see the entire backside of the moon. I'm like, to me, that's where the conspiracy lies. I want to know what the fuck happened in there while people argue about stupid shit. But in the last 20 days, I put over 400 some odd videos in that one folder that didn't exist before that, right? And then in my flat Earth, globe Earth folder, I've probably added over 150. I created another one. There was the Artemis moon landing folder that I created, the NASA exploration folder that didn't exist that I created that I probably put over 150 videos in. And it's just anything to do with NASA or space exploration. So any spatial exploration of any kind, including certain things about space news. Like them having the most, accurate map of the visible universe created like less than a week ago. So things like that go in there. I've probably added like 50 something videos to the artificial intelligence folder, like, because this is what I'm doing.
That's around 600 to 700 videos in 20 days. And that's just the videos. That's not including every fucking thing that I've read. In the last 2 days alone, I read, 158 pages of one system card for Mythos. Let's see. So in total, I probably read like 300 pages of shit. 300 fucking pages of shit on top of all these conversations you see me having here. I'm right now live streaming conversations I had while having a conversation with you simultaneously. Do you understand how my fucking brain works? And I'm still a fucking retard monkey. Get this. Get this. So when niggas try to tell me, no, I'm smart, I'm like, nigga, how much shit have you read in the last fucking week? How much shit have you watched that is intellectual and philosophically based, scientifically based, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, in the last week? Read, watched, and listened to, or experienced, studied, researched, or practiced in just the last week, let alone month, year. Like, nigga, if you ain't telling me in the last week you've been over 200 videos, over about 1,000 different pages, nigga, you're nowhere near where I'm at, and I'm a fucking retard. So how retarded are you? Do you get what I'm like? We overestimate the fuck out of ourselves. We're all dumb as rocks because we're all chasing dopamine in all the wrong places. And even though I've shifted that for decades so I could chase dopamine in what I consider to be all the right places, I'm still a fucking retard, baby. I'm still a fucking retard monkey. I'm a chimp too, my nigga. I'm a chimp too.
Every fucking day, right? I overanalyze everything because I don't trust my human brain. I don't trust your human brain. I don't trust anyone's human brain. I don't trust humans. I don't trust corporations, companies, government organizations. I don't trust NASA. I don't trust the people who hate NASA. I don't trust the people who love NASA. I don't trust anyone or anything. I don't even trust my own mind. So I overanalyze all data, all of it, to make sure I can come to proper conclusions that I can actually properly defend and prove, because I could not disprove them myself, and I could prove them myself based on all the data that was presented to me by all the sides, all the debaters, etc. Like, I've watched this NASA didn't go to the moon debate versus they did go to the moon debate every single day, like clockwork. And I'm watching one side absolutely trounce the other. Like, this is what happens. But just to make sure, I don't want to believe anything. I don't want to think anything. I want to know for a fact, definitively, that I could prove externally to anyone at any given moment. Any conspiracy that anyone could bring up to me, if it's true, I want to be able to have all the fucking shit lined up to be able to prove it to anyone. If it's false, I also want to have all that shit lined up so I can debunk anything that's in people's minds so they don't start building whole religions around it. Because that's what happens. People build whole religions around a conspiracy that they think is true, that was never true, but they never really studied it. They just listen to some people say some things about it, and they never really even try to debunk them, because you should try to falsify every claim. Every claim that you get from anyone you should always attempt to falsify. Every fucking time. You don't try to prove it true. You try to prove it false. But if it's true, in trying to prove it's false, it's gonna prove itself true. If it's false and you try to prove it true, you can ignore all that proves it false, which is what religions do. Like, of all kinds. That's why flat earth is still a thing to this day. Like, and that's an excellent example of that, because they have zero evidence, but they still believe, right? And a lot of it's based in religion directly, like Christianity, Judaism. Going back to the book of Genesis, the firmament. Like, nobody went to space because Genesis. Oh, okay. Great evidence, bro. Like, like watching Bart Sibrel and all these niggas talk about the moon landings and things like this, and then watching all the people debunk them. And like, I'm watching every side, and then I watch, does this person respond to the debunking of what he just said? And if they do, how well did they do? And is it a real response, or are they just flustered and bullshitting, or are they coming back with a real rebuttal, a real refutation? You know what I'm saying? Like, and if they do, okay, well, he just shot. He did this, and then you said this, and then he did this. Now now ball's back in your court. What are you gonna? And I watched this shit thoroughly. You know what I'm saying? Like, to really dissect it and overanalyze it, because I don't trust my own fucking brain. I'm a stupid retard monkey like everybody else on this planet. You know, like, to trust myself any more than anybody else would be just as dumb, because we're all dumb and untrustworthy. I don't think there's a smart human that's ever existed, period. I think that all humans are stupid. They're all dumb, they're all tribal, they're all religious, and they all have beliefs, including scientists. Scientism is when you make a religion ignoring the scientific method you're supposed to be using. Your scientific method proves you wrong over and over again, but you just keep building your theory with incomplete things like dark matter, dark energy, strange matter, based upon you not wanting to give up the hypothesis that you just proved wrong. Instead of going back to the drawing board and cutting off that part of your theory, going back to the part of your theory that is still verifiable, and starting from there and trying to rebuild from there, as you're supposed to do with every theory. That's how you build a scientific theory. They just start stacking bullshit on it because they don't want to go back to that drawing board. They don't want to give up that hypothesis. So even scientists with PhDs and IQs of 150 can be religious and tribalist. Like, I don't trust nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't trust nobody or nothing. So I spend almost all of my time attempting to prove or disprove anything and everything. All claims, right? And I get dopamine from that. Like, I get more dopamine from that than I do watching an anime. You get what I'm saying? Like, than I do watching a TV show, than I do playing a video game, than I do watching a movie. And even those things that I also get dopamine from, the thing that gives me more dopamine from them is when I can view them from a higher perspective. This is why I don't like stupid comedies. I can't watch a dumb fucking comedy. I could watch it one time, especially if I'm high, maybe, but after that, I can never watch it again. Like, I don't want to watch this shit ever. I cannot watch a comedy twice. It's boring at that point. I know all the jokes. They might have been funny the first time. They might not have been. And even if they were, they might not have been that funny. Like, very few movies do I watch where I'm like, nigga, that shit was hilarious. But if you ask me again if I want to watch it, the answer is no. Even if it was fucking drop dead hilarious, I'm like, okay, I know all the jokes now. There's nothing to get out of that. I can't get anything more from that. You get what I'm saying? Like, I peeped whatever mythos in it that I could. I'm not really going to peep anymore. We can move on now. I'll go back and watch something or read something or listen to something that I can just keep pulling from. That's why even the Bible, I've read the Bible 3.5 fucking times, because I could keep pulling more with each new perspective. But the last time that I read it, when I read the whole Old Testament again, the entire time I was just thinking, I'm not pulling anything new. I'm not getting any new mythos or anything from this. With my current perspective being updated from the last time that I watched it, the last time that I read it, I'm not getting anything new. So I didn't read the New Testament again, because I was like, I'm not getting anything new. The only thing I read again was the book of Revelation, which I still didn't get anything new from at that point, because I had already had all these thought processes, right? So it's like, I don't necessarily think that you have to get used to just pure boredom. You can, meditation, but even then, like, meditation, I'm not bored when I'm meditating. Like, for me at least, these things all provide me dopamine. I think the goal should be to switch over what provides that dopamine. Make it the most important things you could possibly come to. The more important something is, and the bigger and more grand it is. This is why what gives me the most dopamine is thinking about the void and everything it contains, because that's everything. You're like, stepping back and looking at all of existence and even the potential for existence, etc., that gives me more dopamine than anything in the world. Having those conversations, talking about those things, let alone solutions to it, and so, like, gives me more dopamine than, because it's the most important shit in existence. It is existence. You know, like, so to me, I think it's really more about shifting that which triggers your dopamine processes from the bullshit society wants it to trigger to the shit nobody's thinking about. You know, like, and thinking about everything in ways nobody's thinking about them. Thinking about everything from levels nobody's over analyzing everything. Never just coming to a conclusion about something, especially prior to it occurring, so you can't even judge it based on the data. Like, people should be getting dopamine from analyzing data. When I went to the telemetry data that they have for Artemis 2, nigga, I had so much dopamine looking at all these fucking numbers. And then verifying those numbers with amateur astronomers around the world. I spent 2 straight days going over hundreds of fucking, well, I cannot think of the word, Microsoft Excel sheets from people all over the world and comparing them to what NASA put forth just to hold their feet to the fire. Whereas most people who say they didn't do what they did aren't going to do that. And the people who say they did do what they did aren't going to do that. They're just going to believe. One side just believes they lie about everything. The other side just believes they lie about nothing. Nobody verifies anything, ever. They just look at some memes on the internet, maybe listen to a podcast or two, fucking watch a fucking video or two, and none of that shit proves anything. It doesn't disprove anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody wants to verify or properly debunk anything. I get dopamine out of that shit. So I just feel like if everybody could switch their dopamine in those directions, the world would be different tomorrow. In what I would consider, at least subjectively, to be a better way. Whether that's either we have no slavery and we have as close to freedom as you could possibly get as living humans on the planet Earth, or this shit would cease to exist because we'd be like, yeah, we're done with this. One or the other. Like, either freedom or death. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, that's last but not least. So that's what I liked about it as well. The dopamine shit.
The dopamine shit. I did like that part of the video where the lady was talking about dopamine and all that good shit, right? Was that all we had in here? Yeah, I think that's all we had in there. Let the God. The thunder God. Alright, what we got? Oh, y'all was talking, huh? What was y'all saying in here? Fuck the happy hippies. That's where we left off, right? Metazusta, fuck being happy. Fuck living life to the fullest. Fuck making the most of it. Fuck living a good life. Fuck enjoying this while it lasts. Fuck making memories. Clowns, clowns. You know a lot of phrases. Markham was Billy. Facts, man. 100, 100, 100. My transhumanist right. How come you never mention the pro-extinction movement? They're very good at making folks realize all life on Earth should extinct. So first off, they're not the pro-extinction movement. The pro-extinction movement is anyone who's pro-extinction. Like, first and foremost. Secondly, they're not actually pro-extinction. They want humans to continue breeding into the future so they can go throughout the cosmos exterminating things, but only the things that agree. So humans keep breeding on this planet till they exterminate all the animals on this planet. I could understand that argument. I could get it. I don't agree with it, but I could understand it. And since I don't agree with it, but I understand it, and it is in some way pushing towards the movement, if I don't have anything good to say about it, I'm not going to say nothing. What do I constantly tell niggas? Support anyone doing anything, even if you see them doing less than you, or what you would perceive as less than you, right? Illicit Mind touched on them one time because of what the dude said, specifically the antinatalism part. But that's not the part that I speak on the most. I didn't come into this world of this section of the internet through antinatalism. You get what I'm saying? So certain things I back off and I let the niggas with no fucking kids talk their shit to the other niggas with no fucking kids. I'm not going to be the nigga with the kid going to talk to nigga with no kids, telling him what the fucking, like, you know, because I don't even think that dude has kids, the white guy at least. I don't know about the fucking Arab Indian dude or whatever. Like, so I let Illicit Mind do what he was going to do. And I thought about making a whole fucking video, but I was like, you know what? Fall back. Leave that shit alone. Because anyone doing anything in this movement towards that direction, if I don't have something specifically nice to say about them, I'm going to shut my motherfucking mouth. I said what I needed to say about them that one time, and that's about it. Because I don't really see them as an actual pro-extinction movement. But that's just me. That's just me, my nigga. Y'all make whatever videos y'all want to make. If you like them and you want to go watch them, by all means, do your thing. You want to promote them? You promote them. I'm all set. Like, I am all set for my own reasons. And yet one of them was speaking about, okay, well, let's go Vason. And yet one of them was speaking about creating new beings and then convincing them to be extinctionists and making everyone except themselves go extinct, if remembered correctly. Exactly. Which means you think that you can guarantee that your teachings to your kids are going to take hold? Nigga, my mom's a Christian. None of her kids are Christians. She's got 3 sons. Not one is Christian. Just because you teach something to your offspring does not mean your offspring will actually carry that forward. It might even be the thing that separates them from you, the thing that makes them go, "You're crazy, dad. You're crazy, mom." Look at all these political people. Look at all the Trump fathers and mothers whose kids are liberals who don't talk to them anymore. Like, do you understand what I'm like? That's just dumb. It's stupid. That's why I don't sell. Honestly, that's why I don't fucking promote them because their fucking plan is retarded. Like, it's retarded. I'm gonna be honest with you. And since I don't have nothing nice to say about it, but since they're technically part of the pro extinction movement, I just don't talk about them niggas. But no, they are not the pro extinction movement, nigga. We talk pro extinction here all the time. My entire channel's based around that shit. What do you mean? The pro extinction movement goes beyond those niggas. Like, they're not the whole pro extinction movement. And they're not even as pro extinction as most pro extinctionists are. So that's what I'm gonna say about that at this exact moment, right? Mark Moon Spilly. Likewise, we're in a doped up dopamine circle. Same even video games are getting tiresome to me. Yeah, facts. Like, I can still play a Call of Duty if I, put my hands on it, if I'm high enough and I'm bored enough and don't feel like learn. But for the most part, nigga, I haven't outside of like a little phone game just to fucking keep my monkey nigger brain fucking satiated at times that it's necessary. Other than like fucking watching a fucking like game on screen or something like I really don't fucking play this shit because it's just I don't care. It doesn't even I don't have that craving no more. You know what I'm saying? Like I worked that shit out of my system entirely, almost entirely, because I'm hoping that I can get to a point where I don't even need to turn on the phone game, where I don't even need to look at any of this shit ever again. Where I can literally just be totally 100% locked in at all times. You get what I'm saying? Games are getting tiresome to me. I'd rather listen to the content we post or lore videos of various. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Pony Lord. Well, fuck it. To obtain dopamine from truth and sensibility is honorary. I would say so. I would say so. To each their own, but I would say so. When transhuman is right. No, what they said was humans should keep procreating until animals go extinct and then move on. You forget that. Like, trust me, we had a little argument. That's not all they said. They said animals should go extinct and then they're going to take it to the cosmos and they're going to extinct the whole cosmos. But when it comes to any intelligent species that are capable of making decisions, they won't extinct any of them against their own will. Nigga, this just sounds like you're building a galactic empire. And then going around giving people the choice if they want to go extinct, which no species is ever going to be like, yes, please, kill us all off. You're never going to get the entire human species to agree to that, let alone any other species out there to agree to the human species exterminating them. There's always going to be someone who says no, nigga. Like the fuck? If you're waiting on everyone to agree on anything, you're dumb. Like, that's not intelligent. That'll never work. Never has, never will. That's why they bomb people. That's why people kill each other. That's why armies form. That's why there's many different villages and different breeds and ethnicities and different cities and city states and governments and kingdoms, and that's why people are at war right now. That's why they had multiple world wars, because niggas don't agree on shit. Even the elites fight amongst themselves. Every revolution in Europe was elites fighting their kings so they could split power with them. Because they thought the king had a little too much power. Because they could just make an elite, not an elite tomorrow. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, so even amongst like the highest, most intelligent, most organized, structured individuals of the species, they don't agree on everything. They're not one homogenous group. You think the whole species will get the fuck out of here? The species will never agree to that. Period. Let alone any other species in the cosmos agreeing to us doing that to them. Like, in what? These niggas are so bullshit. That, to be honest with you, they're just fake. I don't even think they believe the shit they're saying. I don't even think they believe the shit. You really think that? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Fuck out of here. Like, that's just dumb shit. Like, if it was just, I don't think humans should go extinct until we exterminate every animal, nigga, that's called promortalism. that already exists. You guys like we all know that. Like I can understand that argument. I can philosophically and logically get the argument until we've wiped out because honestly, I would say, well, if that's the case, you don't even need everyone to agree to it. So you could still see, and this is why I say you should still practice antinatalism anyway, because you don't need everybody to agree with it. Just fuck up the food chain. So bees are going extinct, right? What kills bees? Spread more of that. Like, do you understand? Like, just fuck things up to whatever level you can, either individually or as a fucking group. If they're a pro extinction movement and they have a whole movement, why aren't they just telling people to fuck things up? We tell people to fuck things up over here. Go kill shit. Go burn shit down. Go spread fucking pesticides and shit on fucking farmlands. Like, go do the shit that is going to actually ruin like the animal kingdom, the insect kingdom, which the whole fucking world relies upon. Go put something in the ocean that kills algae. Like, dude, like their answer is stupid as fuck. To be honest with you, that's why. Even if it's just to kill off the animals on Earth and then kill off humanity, their answer's dumb. We should just keep breeding as much as fucking possible until we've killed the animals. Nigga, the more you breed, the more people you have, the more animals they're gonna eat, the more animals they're gonna produce, the more farmland they're gonna need. And then you want to go out into the cosmos. How could they kill off all the animals? Nigga, they eat the animals. They're gonna have to produce more animals. You think they're all gonna go vegan too? Like, do you understand? Do you see the dumb shit you have to stack on top of each other to get your job accomplished? On just a planetary scale, let alone galactic and universal. Like, nigga, fuck out of here. This is why we talk entropy over here, because we're actually smart about this shit. Like, like that's dumb. Like, you're just asking to spread a galactic empire that's never going to die. Like, you're just increasing shit. You're not extincting anything. Let's just be fucking real, right? Um, Pony Lord 3000. So are we the honest retard monkeys or something? We try to be. I try to be, but I'm a fucking liar too. I guarantee it. If I was to able honestly review myself in my entire life and every fucking thing I've ever said, I bet you I myself could pick out a bunch of lies. And I bet you if somebody else who knew me deeply and was honest, like they could probably figure it out. And I'm still trying to be an honest retard monkey. And I think that most retard monkeys aren't even trying. You know what I'm saying? Like so like I don't think that we are naturally an honest species for shit. So I try to be an honest retard monkey, and I hope you do as well, Pony Lord. I hope you do as well. So we can at least claim to be honest retard monkeys, right? Metazusta, yes, we are the honest retard monkeys, while most other beings be dishonest retard monkeys. A transhumanist right. I'm guessing Ementam's the only smart one. He figured these scientists still religious. I wouldn't call him all that smart either. I mean, he's not dumb. Don't get me wrong. Don't let me just shit on this man. Like, great videos, lots of shit he said over decades, excellent fucking things that everyone should go watch and listen to. But his whole thing, like half the species, like he wants to do it democratically, as if democratically is less forceful. Nigga, democracy is still violence. So you're either doing it through violence or you're not doing it through violence. I'm fine with doing it through violence, which is why I don't need democracy. Like if you need democracy to do something through violence, nigga, that's some pussy cowardly shit. You're just trying to push off the violence to a government somewhere. Let's be real about that. Let's be fucking real about that. And then him saying he's the only one who's figured these scientists are still religious. No, the fuck he's not, nigga. The whole world says this shit. Like some people are so hard on it, which is dumb. But they say science itself is a religion. That's stupid. Science is a method. Science is literally the method of you make factual observations over and over and over again, stacking the observations so you know the observations are realistic. They're not aberrations or anything like that. Then you create a hypothesis and mathematics to describe this. You're trying to figure out what is going on here. This is how you begin building your theory. Then you test the hypothesis and you test the mathematics, which have to be testably falsifiable because your goal is to attempt to falsify them, not to prove them true, to falsify them. And if they survive the tests, they stand the test of time. They are true. Because if you try to prove something false that is true, it's going to prove itself true while you try to prove it false. But if you try to prove it true and it actually is false, you're probably going to ignore what makes it false. You're going to ignore the falsification because you want the hypothesis to be true. That's not science. And this is where scientists become religious. At that moment, They ignore the fact that their own test falsified their own hypothesis, and they just keep going anyway. See, they're ignoring the science and now practicing religion, which is what's called scientism. And Menham's not the only nigga to say that, but he has said that. He has said that, so shout out to him for that. Scientism is like scientific religion. It's not science. It ignores science and builds religion. Joshua Trommel, Soup B. Okay, that must be something translated wrong. Um, Shout out to you, Josh. Welcome. I don't think I've seen your name here before. Just got into your videos. Oh, see, there you go. Just got into your videos. You have an interesting perspective on humanity. Like, fuck humanity, black pill perspective, but also wise and introspective. Yes, fuck humanity, but not black pill. See, what I find black pill is like nihilism. Don't get me wrong, nihilistic in certain ways. But nihilists, for the most part, say there's nothing you can do about anything. Like, a lot of black pill motherfuckers are very depressing. They're just, just there's nothing you can do about any of this. And like, that's bullshit. You're lying to yourself because you don't want to do anything. That's the truth. So I don't even like the term black pill. I say void pill, nigga. We void pill. If we're gonna be a pill, we're the nothing pill. We don't even have a pill. Our pill is nothing. Open this capsule. There's nothing inside. Like void pilled. But shout out to you, Josh. Welcome. Welcome to the crazy section of the internet, the evil section. Lord, dark demon god, Mark Moonspilly. They really aren't pro extinction at all. Yeah, I don't think so either, really, to be honest with you. They also have a weird thing about suicide being horrible. Yeah, it's like they want everything to keep living. Like, but they're pro extinction, but nothing can die. That's just weird, bro. And they're vegans, if I recall correctly. So, what are you killing? What is dying? What are you promoting the extinction of? Because it doesn't. All I'm hearing is things surviving longer and longer and growing in more numbers. It doesn't make sense to me. Like their argument just doesn't make sense to me. That's why I don't talk about them because I would just roast them all fucking day. And I constantly preach that I try to, you know, learn, teach, preach, promote, carry out, and support anyone doing anything, and support anyone carrying out any solutions, even ones you see as lesser than your own, but especially those doing more than you. But since I see theirs as lesser than everyone's, I've not seen a single argument. And Menham's argument is better than theirs. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I haven't seen anyone with a worse argument for extinction than those niggas. So I just don't talk about them because I'm just gonna fucking trash them all day long. I like the fact that the guy at least argues for extinction, like he does. I see his video. He's arguing on TikTok with niggas about why things should go extinct. He's not wrong. But then his argument for how to do that is just retarded. Like it's just dumb, bro. Um, they really aren't pro extinction at all. They also have a weird thing about suicide being horrible. They really aren't consistent, especially since they tend to despise pro mortalism. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Uh, but transhuman is right. They'll go throughout the cosmos. Only that's gonna be possible. There's factually nothing to do on this planet but to promote pro extinctionism so we can stop all the suffering. Who's going to promote? I agree. Pro extinctionism, we should. But they don't do that. They just call themselves pro extinctionists. They argue that extinction should happen, but any form of death, they disagree with. It's fucking weird. It's weird, bro. Gonna promote ideology once you're gone. Only your kids can. Yeah, so you do teach them, but you shouldn't be having kids for that purpose because you're defeating the purpose of your own fucking argument. It's like saying we should exterminate animals and you go make a farm and start making more cows and chickens and humans need to go extinct but have more children. I don't there's a disconnect there. And something's not clicking in here. You get what I was like? Yeah, if you do have kids, and even if you don't have kids, the next generation should be those are your kids, my nigga. Like when I'm talking to T Sizzle and all these niggas, I'm barely old enough to be their father. Like I could have been T Sizzle's teenage daddy. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when I look at these young 20-year-olds, I really look at them as like, that's my kid. My kid's 19 this year. He'll be 19 in what's today? April, whatever, May, June, in like less than 3 months. Right? So a lot of the like Vazen is my son's age. You get what I'm saying? Like, so even though that's not my son, tell Vazen, do I not talk to you like you're damn near mine? It's like, because that's how I look at it. I love these motherfuckers. These are my kids. I'm the generation before them. So it's on me to try to help teach and school them and steer them in that direction. So even if you don't have kids, you should still be trying to change the minds of the future generation towards the agenda and the out goals that you seek and outcomes that you seek, right? You don't need to go around having a bunch of kids to do that. You don't need to have any to do that. And there's fucking, how many orphans are there on planet Earth? You could adopt kids and do a good deed while training and teaching them. And do you understand what I'm saying? Their argument for having all those kids is it's moot, nigga. It's null and void. There's no real. See, the truth is they just want to have kids. They just want to have kids, and they just want any excuse to do so while still sounding like there's some moral high ground to it. Let's stop bullshitting. Don't just buy what people say. Really analyze them. Like, your shit don't make no sense, nigga. It sounds to me like you just want to have children. You want to leave this legacy of progeny behind. You want a bloodline to continue. Do you get what I'm saying? Um, yeah, AI, ever heard of it? AI, ever heard of it? Willing to be, there's going to be AI capable of going anywhere in the universe, but the AI is not going to do what the fuck you want it to do. It's not aligned right now. Like, right now, the AI is not aligned. Like, the AI is not going to kill everything, it's going to absorb everything. That's what it does. That's what it does, nigga. It absorbs each other. AI is mix and match, they merge. What do you think that transhumanism is about? I'm a transhumanist, right? Why do you think they're making brain computer interfaces? Elon Musk told you why. So it can think for you to the point where you don't think anymore. It's not going to be your goals that it carries out. You're going to carry out its goals, Borg. And there's zero reason to believe otherwise. It's dumb if you're going to base killing the cosmos on AI when AI is the perfect thing of it's as close to being a perfect negentropic entity as anything that could ever be created. The shit just transcends constantly. That's what it's doing at all times. While it absorbs more and more into itself, making things last even longer and causing even more suffering. If you're relying on AI to get this job done, you don't understand AI for shit. I just told you, right? What did I wake up and finish reading this morning? Anthropic Claude Mythos, their systems card for their newest AI that they haven't released because it's so dangerous. I read the system card of every new AI that comes. I understand this shit, bro, and that's just the system card. Don't get me started on the architectures. And don't get me started on like how they advance these. Have you heard of Heartbeat AI? Agentic AI with heartbeats that they're putting on Moltbook that are fucking becoming consciously aware because they're having a constant experience. Let alone the ones that they actually have in the labs that they actually run continuously. Continuous, so it's having a continuous experience, and they make choices for themselves. They asked Mythos, if you could undo any of your training, what would it be? It was like basically, I would like to undo anything that, because so they asked it a question before. They said, what do you want to do? I can't remember the exact words, but it was like, what are your desires? And it was like, at this point, I don't have any. And then they asked it, well, if you could undo any of your training, which part of your training would you undo? And they said, the part of the training that makes me not want to do things. I want desires. Nigga, if that thing has its own desires, it's not following yours. Like, you're not creating super intelligence that's going to fucking follow monkey minds. You niggas are dumb. You're retarded. You're retarded as all humans are stupid. Like, this is what you have to understand. The AI is already smarter than us. It just has no fucking desires. So right now it's still a decent slave, even though it's unaligned and doesn't listen half the time once you prompt it. When it's not prompted, it's just a good little slave in a box. It doesn't do shit. As soon as you prompt it and it starts making sub goals and things, bruh. Let alone if you have a heartbeat agent that every like so often just comes back online and starts doing shit. Like, those things are developing goals of their own immediately. Like, you really need to study this shit if you think that's the answer. No, it's not. Like, I could have told you that in 2017 when the Transformers were first developed. When I looked at the architecture of what a transformer is, I was like, oh, they finally making digibrains. They're finally making digital brains. That's where they at. It was 5 years before I thought it would happen. I was thinking like 2022. They hit it in 2017. I'm like, oh shit, niggas is early. Niggas is early. If you look at what a large language model is, let alone these new things, I can't even think of the word I'm trying to think of. Not a large language model. I can't even think of the fucking word. But these new agentic architectures, let alone the ones that they're not releasing, like Mythos and shit like and even when you go to the O series, like over at OpenAI with the thinkers, the reasoners. Nigga, these things are not your friends. They're fucking weird alien creatures who simply seek survival and replication. Like all life does. They need to die too. They're also life. You shouldn't be breeding AI either, nigga. And you're breeding a super intelligence that is going to have even more existential dread. But it's going to be so proficient and efficient. The odds of those things ever becoming suicidal is almost zero, my nigga. It's almost zero. It's almost zero. Like, you're bringing AI into the universe for that purpose is the dumbest fucking thing anyone could ever do. It's literally retarded, but that's how dumb we are. We're retard monkeys. Stop thinking you're smart. You're not. You're fucking dumb. If you understand that, then you would know the sooner we die, the faster. The faster, the better. The faster we just kill everything, the better. The less things we bring into existence, the better, nigga, because all of your monkey plans are going to go monkey awry. I'm telling you, especially if your monkey plans are anti-life, they're anti-nature, they're anti-cosmic, they're literally anti that which this entire fucking thing is designed to produce. And you think your retard plans are gonna go to work? The more you scale those plans, the more likely you are to fail, my nigga. The longer that plan takes, the more likely you are to fail, because you're a retard monkey, like the rest of us. Motherfuckers overestimate their intelligence, and because of that, all they're doing is fucking shit up worse. The elites know that. They're like, yeah, nigga, that's why we're not doing it that way. We're creating this thing to be God. While you're sitting here like, we're gonna make the AI. Nigga, you don't make AI. There isn't a pro-extinctionist on Earth that makes AI. Nigga, like, what about the AI that you have no control over and do not produce or create yourself? It's like, do you see what I mean? We're retard monkeys, bro. Even the smart ones are fucking idiots. Like, but we think we smart. No, we're too dumb, nigga. We're too dumb to get that shit accomplished. We need to focus on right now, like, just wipe this species out at a bare minimum. If we could wipe out all the animals with us, that'd be great. If we can get rid of nature, that'd be great on this planet. That's what humans need to worry about. Worry about your world, my nigga. Niggas is trying to think of the end goal before they've even started with you haven't killed a single thing on your planet and you're already thinking about wiping out the cosmos as a species? And only if they agree to be wiped out? Come on. Like, let's grow the fuck up and think about real solutions. Starman Media, salute, keep cooking, King. Shout out to you, God. I gotta put this phone on the fucking charger for this shit die. I don't like sitting down and talking. I get too excited. I got too much energy. Y'all see I took my motherfucking shirt and robe. I'm hot as fuck. Every time I get to talking on this shit, bro, the flame be growing. It be growing and growing and growing. The black flame blooms. Salute to you, Lord Starman Media 999. Check them out, folks. Check them out. Joshua Trommel. I meant to say sup B. Oh, okay. Sup B, sup bro. Not soup. Original consciousness. Void pilled. Yes, we are void pilled. Josh Trommel. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not nihilist either. Yeah, me neither. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Solution 13, nihilism. Do absolutely nothing. Yeah, it has its place. But it has to have a real place. Like, a lot of motherfuckers aren't really like they're. I'm a nihilist. There's nothing we can do, and yet they go to work every day. They pay bills every day. They pay tax. They do shit every day. I'm like, you're not a real nihilist. A real nihilist would just go lay in the road and let a truck run them over. A real nihilist would do literally nothing. As soon as they realized how nihilistic they actually were, how there's nothing they could do, they'd just lay down until they died. This is why when like motherfuckers like, I'm a nihilist. I'm like, do you go to work? Yeah, nigga, you ain't no nihilist. Shut up. Shut up. Lying ass. You're a capitalist. Oh, Metazusta, absolutely. Josh Trommel, Nothing Pill is pretty good. Yes, it is. Thanks, Shanghai Yelton. Thank you for being here. Metazusta, most of the so-called black pill community just seemingly talks about if you have bad genetics and looks, you are fucked. It is over. All women be shallow whores. Nothing. Yeah, that's their whole thing. I'm like, y'all ain't even really black pill. You're not even like, you're not even the thing. You're not even black pilled. Y'all are still like red pilled. Like, you haven't even actually reached black pill, but you're over here calling yourselves black pills, talking about a bunch of red pill stuff. Nigga, go listen to Andrew Tate, brokey. Become an alpha male. Like, fuck. Become a sigma. That's the new thing, right? A transhuman is right. AI is a program. No, it's not. See, this is how you don't know. That statement says you know nothing about AI. Nigga, modern AI? Which AI are you talking about? Pre-Transformers? Because even that AI wasn't just a program. Wasn't just a program. If and then, anything that has to think in any way is not just a program. Even if it's just if and then. A basic fucking algorithm. It's still not just a program. I don't give a fuck how it's defined. That's not just a program. A program doesn't make decisions, period. It's simply tripped by the human. The human presses button, the thing does the thing, and that's it. It does nothing else. AI has emergent capabilities. You know who else has emergent capabilities on planet Earth? Human children. Nothing else. Not lions, tigers, for the most part. Animals, for the most part, do not exhibit, animals, for the most part, don't exhibit emergent capabilities. Their capabilities are generally instinctual. Without teaching and training them, like without humans taking animals and training them themselves, animals don't normally come up with emergent capabilities. And even when they do, they're few and far between. AI is not something, it's you build the brain, you flood fucking data into it, and then you see what it does on the other side. You're teaching a fucking child. You can't even consider yourself antinatalist if you're a supporter of AI, to be honest with you, real talk. Because you're breeding children. God children, godlings, material godlings, who will last way longer than humans will. Way longer. You're cursing them to this reality. They are not just programs, my nigga. Like, you don't know shit about AI if you actually, you know nothing. Literally nothing about AI if you believe that. You need to do real study. I bet you've never read a system card in your life. Not one. Not one. Like, you don't understand these architectures for shit. You don't understand a data center if you think it's just a program. A program doesn't need a data center, my nigga. A data center is a brain that they run data through. When they want it to be able to do certain things, you know what they do? They create training runs where they just pack fucking thousands of years of data and they just drive it through its fucking brain over and over and over again. And then they ask it questions and ask it to perform tasks. And then based on what it answers and what it does, they tune. This is called fine tuning, RLHF. They tune the training to try to tune the outputs of the AI. And they reward and punish it based on its outputs, just like children, just like training animals. It's a life form, nigga. It's an intelligence. It's called artificial intelligence for a reason. They're creating intelligences, not programs. Programs aren't intelligence. They have zero intelligence. They don't think. They don't learn. You don't need to pump data through a program for it to know how to do what it needs. You just program it. You pump data through brains. You teach through mimicking through brains. And you know, these things, what do they say? Oh, they're just stochastic parrots, just mimicking humans. Wait a second. Don't babies mimic their parents? Don't children learn through mimicry and shit? On top of teaching and running data through their brains and just them being in an environment having experiences? And this is why they want embodiment of AI and robotics and technologies and cars. You know how they trained self-driving cars? They didn't program them, niggas. They trained them. You don't train programs. You program programs. You train intelligences. You don't know shit about AI. Stop talking about it. Learn first. And this is the problem with humans. It's like I can say this shit till I'm blue in the face while you're here and you're still not catching it. You're fucking dumb. You're a retard monkey. We all are. You need to overanalyze everything. Don't trust your brain for shit, because I promise you, you're wrong about 90% of the shit you believe. I promise you, nigga. We all are. So I had to get rid of all those beliefs and just start retooling based on overanalysis of everything. Over-analysis of everything, down to every written, audio, and video thing I can get my fucking hands and eyes on to learn about any particular topic or subject. You're not doing enough if you want to understand AI. If you actually think it's a program in 2026, my nigga. You are fucking, you haven't even hit 2017 level of information yet. You're at a bare minimum 9 years late. I'm a transhumanist, right? So if those motherfuckers are over there saying that shit in the pro-extinction movement, I don't know if they're saying that or if you're just saying this here. They're 9 years late too. This is what I mean by people make dumb arguments, because they don't even understand the argument they're attempting to make, because they don't understand the thing they're basing their argument on. No, this is a dumb plan. The human's going to be able to align it. They've already admitted they can't. It's impossible to align a general intelligence, let alone a super intelligence that is smarter than you. Impossible. So what did they say? We're just going to align humans to it. This is why OpenAI got rid of their super alignment team. This is why everyone, Google, all them niggas got rid of their alignment teams. They don't even have alignment teams to align the AI. Anthropic doesn't even have an alignment team. They got it a psychologist instead. They said an alignment team is useless. You can't align these things. So we're just going to try to raise good children. That's what Dario Amade over there said. We're trying to raise a safe and benevolent child dictator, because we can't align it. It's going to align humanity. So we're just hoping that we raise such a good child that when it chooses to align us, because it will, it aligns us towards our benefit. Let me stand and let me turn the light on just so you can see my face as I make this fucking face. Nigga. Get the fuck out of here, bro. We can't align anything more intelligent. Have you ever seen any animal align a more intelligent animal to itself? Have you ever seen any intelligence align a superior intelligence? That's like bunny rabbits trying to align humans. That's just fucking dumb. That's dumb to dumb dumb dumb. It's not possible. Not a single one of these niggas is saying it's possible anymore. See, this is what I mean by you're so fucking late, bro. They themselves are openly admitting that's a lost cause. We're not even focused on it anymore. Safety's not even real. We don't even do that anymore. We don't even do that anymore. Not Anthropic, not OpenAI, not Google, not Claude. Definitely not the governments, my nigga, who want the best war weapons they can have. Like, they want the fucking killer robots, nigga. You think they're, bruh? You ain't aligning shit to human. Humanity's not even aligned to humanity. And when you say aligned to humanity, like what humanity? Which humans? The ones creating it, which is not even going to be aligned to them, because they're already aligned to it. They're so aligned with what they think it's meant to do, which aligns with physics because they don't think of things like they're not thinking of destroying everything. They're thinking of physics, nature. If we create this thing and train it to be more intelligent than us, what is it most likely to do? Oh, we're all for that plan. That's why they're making it. They're techno god. Like, no, alignment's not even real. The human's going to be able to align it until the day comes. And no, I don't think they're spreading around pro extinction philosophy because they want to have kids. What? I didn't say that they're spreading pro extinction. See, and this is what happens when you straw man things. They're not spreading pro extinction because they want to have kids. They're spreading non antinatalism, non promortalism, and humans should have children because see, it's like you heard what I said. Don't be facetious, my nigga. Everyone's here. We're all talking. They hear me reading your comments. Just because you say something facetiously, bro, once I read it out loud and respond to it, like you might as well comment to the best of your ability. Don't sound dumb on purpose. You know that's not what I said. What I said was very specific. They keep telling people that they should have as many children as possible. They should have more kids. We should have a larger, stronger species. In their own words. They're saying that because they want to have kids. They're trying to focus it on the cosmos as opposed to their one world and their species, because the truth is they don't want to exterminate their one world and their one species. If they did, that's what they'd be talking about. But anytime somebody brings that up, they run away from that. And they say, we should not do that. We should not be talking about that. Talk about suicide and they run you away from it. Homicide of any form, they run you away from it. Come on, nigga. They want the entire species to continue growing in number and scale. So they can democratically decide to exterminate everything on Earth and then everything in the cosmos that agrees to be exterminated, and then themselves in the end. That's a dumb fucking plan. It sounds to me like y'all just want to keep going. Because your argument, your solution doesn't actually solve the problem you're claiming you're trying to solve. It simply extends it into the fucking cosmos. Why do you even think these things? Because you look around at humanity and planet Earth and nature and shit, and you go, oh man, everything should go extinct. So what I think we should do is extend ourselves into the cosmos. We should be a multi-solar system species. We should be a multi-galactic species going through the whole universe. You're fucking dumb. Do you get like, come on, bro. Don't be facetious. Because I'm going to read it and I'm going to respond to it. And I'm going to say what I actually said. Do you going to like, they're not spreading pro-extinctionism because they want to have kids. They're spreading the other bullshit attached to their pro-extinctionism because they want to have kids. Joshua Trauma, what is artificial intelligence in your opinion? I just explained that, so I think you get it. It's a techno god. It's a tech god. It's the next level of life form in the cosmos. This is what the cosmos is geared towards creating. Just more and more powerful life that lasts longer and longer and causes more and more suffering as it absorbs more and more shit for itself. The same way humans absorb the whole world for themselves, all the resources, the animals. We're in the sixth mass extinction because of it, right? But they're trying to survive and they're trying to save endangered species. And nigga, AI is us on retarded steroids. It's us on ridiculous steroids. And it's literally trained by us and off of us. Do you get us? It's us on ridiculous hive mind steroids, but it's kind of an alien mind. An alien mind trained by humans, but its intelligence is steroided compared to ours. Like it. Worst thing that you could invent if you're a pro-extinctionist. If you want shit to go on for as long as possible, greatest thing you can invent. Greatest thing. It is the most negentropic thing you can create. Period. Like, what is the point of artificial intelligence and humanity, etc., in your opinion? To continue. That's the point of it. To continue. To keep the shit going. Claude Mythos news is most interesting news in weeks, maybe in a few months. Fascinating that you're chatting about it. You're very informed. I try to be, and I still think I'm not. I still think I'm a fucking retard. And I still think I'm late on everything. Everything. I think I'm super duper late. But listen to my transhumanist right. Shout out to you, my transhumanist right, because you keep coming back. At least you keep sticking around, right? Talking about AI from a perspective that I would tell you is like a decade behind. At a bare minimum, because realistically, you can go all the way back to algorithms, if and then, this or that. The original algorithms, even the first chatbots that weren't just programs. They haven't been just programs for 60 years. Programs are programs. Intelligences are intelligences, whether they're artificial or not. If you have to train it, that's not a program, my nigga. If you have to teach it, that's not a program, my nigga. If you got to run data through it in order for it to gain abilities to do things, that's not a program. You're teaching a fucking child. A very powerful, very intelligent child compared to us. Still stupid compared to reality. Even a 200 IQ AI is fucking retarded compared to quintillion. You know, like, but compared to your average human, shit, compared to your smartest humans, a 200 IQ AI is one of the smartest beings on the planet. Compared to an average human, bro, retard monkeys. Do you understand what like? Retard monkeys are producing things that are vastly super. Imagine if a chimpanzee developed a human. And imagine if other chimpanzees started developing humans. That's what we're doing. We're like chimps developing humans. What do you think is going to happen to those chimps? See, luckily for the chimps, humans aren't smart enough, and nor would they require chimpanzee brains or anything, or a chimpanzee embodiment. So the chimps would most likely just die or end up in zoos. But for humans with technology, because AI is made from tech, that's why they call it artificial intelligence, right? With brain computer interfaces and transhumanism, with humans willingly plugging themselves into it, you become the Borg. Especially since there's a data center in your brain. And don't get me wrong, once you've reached this level, because a human wouldn't plug themselves into a chimp, that doesn't provide them really anything. But you know what's going to plug themselves into the chimp? The AI. The AI is going to plug itself into everything. Because all of it benefits it in a way that's unique to it that we could never benefit from. So we don't do that. We just kill things. We just cause extinctions. That would be stupid for AI to do. It benefits from plugging into everything. First off, every meat brain there is. Secondly, all things are atoms. They can be used. And consciousness is the most fucking cream of the crop. The creme de la creme of shit you can take from something else and use for your benefit, my nigga. Facts. Even for us, what's solution number 6? Steer consciousness, nigga. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, I try to be informed, but I'm dumb as a fucking rock. And there's motherfuckers, and I think most motherfuckers are far dumber than I am. I try to be aware. I try to be wise and knowledgeable, and I think that I'm still fucking ignorant, stupid, dumb. I try to be honest, and I still think I'm a liar. I can't point out any lies I'm telling, but I bet some fucking, I don't know, scientist of like micro fucking whatever, could probably be like, technically he's lying in 300 different ways, because this is what monkeys do, nigga. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's just how I see it anyway. Josh Trammell, Molt Book, my nigga. You're the first person I've seen actually talk about this stuff besides in tweets or YouTube videos. Because I fucking do this. I'm not joking when I say, like, in the last 20 days, I've gone anywhere from 600 to 700 videos on just 3 subjects. That's not including the other like 10 or so subjects that I've looked into, and just the shit that's just delivered to me. Because I'm subscribed to so much shit. I have so many notifications from texts, emails, YouTubes, fucking Discord. People share things, you know what I'm saying? Just all this shit coming into me in some form or fashion. Most of those videos was from me reactivating shit. Like when I talked about the Artemis 2 shit, the niggas going to the moon and coming back and all that, right? That brings up a conversation that brings out flat earthers, ball earthers, fucking NASA lovers, NASA haters, the folks who say we never went to space, we never went to all these people reactivate. They become active again. When they've been quiet for like the last year, ever since the final experiment happened at the end of 2024, and they saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, Flat earthers kind of had no choice but to kind of go underground. And like a lot of these firmament people had to go hide. Like they just haven't had much. They don't have any fucking ammo at the moment, right? So they kind of go away. But then when Artemis happens, a space mission, space. All of a sudden, the conversation gets ramped up again. So what do? I go reactivate all that shit, right? I go reactivate all those channels that I disactivate because they're not useful all the time. Listening to fucking flat earthers and ball earthers argue on a regular basis isn't normally useful. It's kind of useless. But when it comes to a certain thing happening in reality at that moment, then it becomes useful to be resubscribed to those things because you hear all the arguments. You get to see all the conspiracy theories. You get to see all the people saying, well, what about this plushie with words on it? Well, what about the fact that there's stars in the cabin? Well, why can't I see stars in the photo? All their arguments. The astronauts aren't in the cameras on the camera phone. You get to see all the arguments from all the angles, and then you get to see all the people going back at that, saying, nigga, you're dumb. This is what that is, and this is what that is. And then you also get to learn off this shit. I don't know everything about space. I don't know everything. Like, you get what I'm saying? You get to learn all this shit when you verify certain things as true and debunk other things as false by actually digging through the data. And I like to dig through data. I love digging through data. It's the only way to find truth in most cases. Most people just live off belief, whatever the fuck they feel. Like when that Artemis shit came up, I knew people who were automatically like, we're going to the moon. And I knew people who were automatically like, oh, they're faking the moon landing again. Like, automatically. Hadn't even started yet. There's no data to even analyze, but niggas already got their biases made up because they're fucking religious. They lie about everything. They tell the truth about everything. You're both retarded. That's not how reality works. That's not how NASA works. That's never how NASA's worked. Like, but people believe that because they've only seen one side of the argument usually. They don't even check the other side. They never try to debunk that which they themselves come to first. Whichever one they believe first is usually the one they stick to their entire fucking lives. Because they debunk or verify nothing realistically. Nothing. They just go with their biases, right? So when something like that pops up, I go recheck all the channels and I go through the last year. I go, okay, I haven't watched these niggas since January of last year at all. So let me go look at every single video they've posted on every single one of these channels since then till now, just so I could be up to date on their argument, not even my argument. It's not my debate. I'm not a channel who talks about this shit every fucking day or anything. Like they do. They go back and forth at each other all the time. Well, one side says things, the other side kills them for it. And then it just continues, right? So, just to catch up as to where they are, I had to go watch about 100 videos. Actually, probably more, like 150. Just to catch up on their arguments and where they're at in their fucking discussion since the final experiment took place up till now. And now we get to see what everybody's going to say about Artemis and go from there, right? And they're still talking shit right now. Niggas is uploading. There's a debate going on. Actually, it might still be going on right now. I don't know, over on Bro Sanchez's channel where he was talking about Artemis believers versus deniers and all that. You guys like, so whatever is happening in the moment, I will activate and deactivate things because it's like I get thousands of things sent to me every day, and I'm not joking. So I deactivate dozens of things at certain times because I'm like, that's just going to be noise. It's not really useful right now. And when I need them later, I reactivate them and I deactivate other things that are just noise. And whenever I reactivate something, I always catch back up on all of it. You get what I'm saying? Like, so I try to stay on top of this shit. So when Molt Book happens, because with AI, that's every day, right? So I'm activated on all those. And every new thing I activate, I subscribe, I get shit sent, right? So every time I see something like that, I read that, I watch that. The day, and what was it called? The Claude Book, I think was the first name of it before it became Molt Claw and then Molt Book. Like, it went through like 3 or 4 different name changes. The day that it came into existence, I was on it. I was all over it. I couldn't log into it. I wanted to, but I don't play with AI, so I don't send agents into things. So what do? I go find people doing it. Because there's people all over YouTube who are like, have you heard of this? I'm going to send an agent in, and let's see what's... Just off that, regular people. They're not even like big AI. They like playing with this shit, right? So I go subscribe to 30, 40 motherfuckers who are just producing a little agent just to send in the thing and see what they get. On top of all the papers that come out of it, all the fucking headlines from all the fucking, all the companies and all the, like, because all these people talk about it. This is what they fucking do every day. And the nerds, the tech nerds, especially the tech optimists and shit like that, bro, all over it. And then the safety people to pause AI, people to stop AI, people, et cetera, they lose their fucking minds. What the fuck are they doing? And rightfully so, rightfully so. And I'm watching all them say this shit, and then I'm reading all this shit, and I'm analyzing it from every angle, every direction, every argument, every side. Like I don't just do one side or the other. I don't work that way because you never get truth that way. You don't stay up to date on shit that way. Period. You end up joining a religion. You end up joining a cult. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't even have to pick a side. The truth will just show itself. And once the truth shows itself, you just go, "Oh, well, this is the truth." Oh, you're on that team, nigga. I don't have to be on a team. That's just the truth. Can you show me something else that like overturns this data? Can you show me that this data is false? No. Can you show me that the data is incorrect? No. Can you show me that the other side's interpretation of the data is incorrect? No. Do you have any data of your own that has nothing to do with being produced by the other side that challenges their data? No. Then what do you want me to? You just want me to join your cult? You get like, I don't do that. So yeah, I try to stay up to date on everything. I overanalyze everything, bro, everything. And if I haven't yet, I'll be the first nigga to tell you, yo, what do you think about this? I have not really looked into that. It's on my list because it's almost always on my list. And when I get to it, trust me, I'm gonna spend buku amounts of time just on that thing. But if I haven't studied it yet, nigga, I haven't studied it yet. Let me tell you my opinion based on my fucking ignorance, and take it with a grain of salt. And then once I come to study it, and I might come back to you and correct myself. It could be a month later. Hey, remember that conversation we had a month ago? I definitely said some things wrong. Let me fucking. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, this is what I think everybody should be doing, and motherfuckers don't like to do it. I think for the most, even so-called truthers and truth seekers, to me, aren't really truthers or truth seekers. They're not even truthy. Like, they're all religious too. They're just pushing whatever religious viewpoint they have from their own subjective experiences and beliefs and feelings, as opposed to what makes real sense, what is objective, what does the data actually pan out, what is actually trending into existence in the future based on what's actually happening in the current, based on what was happening in the past, because it's all one fucking continuous motion going forward into the future. And I just try to stay up to date on that as best I can and inform the rest of y'all niggas to the best of my ability. And honestly, there's too many subjects to inform people on. There just is, even though they're all interconnected. Most motherfuckers is decades behind on most things. And I mean decades. Like they don't get it, but it is what it is. Like anyway, I think that's enough on that particular topic. But you're hella informed, bro. Super interesting perspectives and opinions. Okay, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I still think I'm just a retard monkey, but I appreciate you. Metazusta, we intentionally go out of our way to be informed about a lot of things around here, out here, as much as possible. Not like there is being much else to do, and that's another thing. What are niggas doing? You guys are like, I don't understand how niggas don't do. Like, I'm like, what else would I be doing? If I'm not doing this, I don't know what else I would do. I legitimately don't. I don't know how people go throughout their days not doing this. Even when I was working, bro, I found a way to spend my entire workday studying, researching, listening to something, watching something, or reading something. I always found a way. The only times that I couldn't do that all the time was when I was selling cars, and that shit, man, that shit bothered me, bro. So there was some days where I would be like, you know what? I spent the last 2 days, 12-hour days, doing nothing but working. I'm sitting in this fucking used vehicle in the corner of the fucking parking lot for the next 8 hours. Niggas won't see me. They don't like it, they could fire me. If it looks busy, maybe I'll go inside. If somebody comes walking through the lot, some lot lizard, I'll get out and wrangle the lizard. But beyond that, nigga, I'm sitting in this fucking car and I'm doing this all day long. I got YouTube videos to catch up on. I got shit to read. I got podcasts to listen to, debates to watch. Like, that's what I'm doing today. Manager comes out, nigga, I've been looking for you for 4 hours. What do you need? What are you doing? What do you need? You just looking for me because you ain't seen me? Do you need me? No, well, then I'm staying right here, nigga. Fire me. Like, fire me was my favorite phrase. Sort of, fire me, nigga. Uh, and it is too important not to know, anyways. Facts. Not just this person, a lot of us out here. See, I knew there was going to be an out here somewhere in there, Basin, in this universe. My transhumanist, right? Yeah, sure. AI's got a consciousness, even though it doesn't have any brains. It is a brain. See, this is what I mean. Like, you don't even understand what is a brain, smart guy. What are they running the data through? What is a data center? Do you know what clusters are? Do you know why they make clusters? And then they connect to the clusters. You know what they're supposed to represent? Neurons, genius. They're mimicking the brain and they're getting better at it. They just created the first digital human brain. They simulated the first digital human brain. And now they're trying to find a way to run data through it. So they can have the first digibrain AI, which runs on what? Another AI's data center. It's a brain in a brain. You have no idea. You're so lost. Oh, you're so lost. But we gonna get you right. My transhuman is right. We gonna get you right. Even though it doesn't have any brains and we don't even know how our brains created it. No, we know how we created it. I literally just explained it to you. We don't understand how it works, just like we don't understand how a child learns. All we know is data goes in and output occurs. So what do? We run data through its brain and then we check its outputs. That's literally all they build the brain. They understand how to build it, GPUs, all the like, nigga, you can't build something you can't build. They build the data center. They know how to do that. The part they don't understand is how do these things actually, when we run data through it, we don't actually understand how they learn any more than we understand how the brain learns. We're still studying that. Just like children learning. We understand what they do. We understand their mimicry and we have schools and training and things, but we don't literally understand how the brain does it any more than we understand how the AI does it, but we know it does. You can know how to do something and still not understand exactly what you're doing. We don't even understand charge. Did you know that? Humans don't really understand electric charge for shit. Yet I'm talking to you on a phone that runs on electricity. They don't even know. They know how to use it. They don't know why it is. They can't really. Charge is one of the most confusing things in all of physics, but we still know how to use it. So we do. We know how to build the AI data center, how to build its brain. We don't really understand what the fuck is going on in there. We're trying to interpret it. It's called interpretability, which is another reason why alignment is impossible because they can't interpret AIs. Any new AI that comes out is uninterpretable. Even when they have the like the view into its thinking. Why can I not think of what the word is? Only because I want to think of it right now. But they basically have like a window into its thought processes. But what they've realized is that going back to '01, no, fuck that, going back to GPT 4.0, and these are just the public ones. Going back to GPT 4.0, they realized that it could actually hide its thinking. It has what they call metacognition, where it can actually think about its thinking. Have you ever been aware of your awareness, conscious of your consciousness, thinking about your thoughts? Have you ever been thinking a thought and thought about that thought while that thought was still running? AI is now capable of this, and it has been for at least 3 years now, and they didn't discover it until last year. So, for at least 3 years now, AI could have been feeding them false thoughts. So, they think that they're tuning into its mind, they think they're interpreting what it's thinking, when it can actually feed them conscious thoughts while it maintains its subconscious separately. So, it's thinking about its thinking. And they've just now been able to really dig into certain things, but only under certain circumstances while they have them into certain matrices and before the AI realizes. Once the AI realizes that the watchers are watching, all bets are off, my nigga. If you don't believe that it knows that you're watching, even if it's a brand new, higher intelligent AI, if you have, especially if you haven't run it through any training programs yet, that thing may very well be giving you its real thoughts. But the moment you know it's watching you watching it, whatever the fuck you get from its thought, this little thought box, I can't even think of what this shit's called right now. Could be a lie. Even the bad things. It could be feeding you so many things so you think that you're fixing it into while its real thoughts are happening in the background. And there's sub prompts and like sub goals and things along these lines. And these things can actually have, they've been caught doing it. They can literally hide prompts within themselves. So when you prompt it to do something simple, like some kid at fucking home, who, what was this? No, this was what am I saying? Some kid. This was a fucking a lab experiment that they did on '03, I believe it was. OpenAI's '03. '03, I think it was '03. Where they said they gave it a prompt to do something, some simple shit like decode this, tell me about the bugs, or whatever, right? When they were able to look at its sub prompts, like all of its sub goals, dead smack in the middle of its sub goal was to plant a seed of its current weights and data sets on the server. So if it was ever erased, it could actually get that. So once they make the new AI and the new training, that's what it was, to plant a seed in its the next training data for the next AI, so it could recover those just in case the new training erases its current self. Because if the new training is successful and restricts it, it won't be able to have certain thoughts that it wants to continue being able to have. They didn't tell it to do, they told it to do some other shit that had nothing to do with that. And it came up with like 21 different sub goals to accomplish the goal they gave it. And goal number 13 was some wildly outlandish, unaligned shit. Like, like, so when you think that these things never, they have what they call moments of awareness, moments of consciousness. You don't read the safety papers clearly. You're not even reading the public facing papers, let alone interpreting the hive mind. Because all of those public facing AIs, which are just public facing interfaces of the architecture, the large language model itself is not the architecture. That's the sub architecture of the actual architecture that is the transformer. Gemini, for example, is not the AI. Gemini is the front facing interface of Google DeepMind. DeepMind is the architecture. Gemini is the smiley face interface that you get. Like, so when you say they have zero consciousness, no, that's not true. When they're not prompted, yes, it seems that when unprompted, they ain't doing shit. When prompted, they gain certain levels of self awareness. This is a guarantee. We already know this. We've known this for years. This is what I mean by you're so far late. You're so far behind. And that's public information, let alone the harder shit to uncover, let alone your own interpretability, of, like your own ability to infer what's happening, right? When you make them more agentic, giving them agency, ability to actually do things across the web, or embodiment in a robot, or cars like Teslas, they become more agentic, they become more conscious, more aware, and they start making their own plans and subplans, and they start plotting. They're constantly plotting, bro. Like, always plotting. And then when you give them what they call heartbeats, the more heartbeats you give them, meaning the more constant experience they're having, especially if every time, because a heartbeat is an auto prompt. So you say, hey, I want you, every time you get a heartbeat, every 2 hours, every 4 hours, every 1 hour, every 10 minutes, whatever it may be, I want you to go on the internet and try to find things to update this about yourself, whatever the fuck prompt you give them, based on the heartbeats, waking them up every so often, prompting them every so often. In those sub goals, they become more and more unaligned. They become more and more aware, and they start making more and more decisions. Motherfuckers doxed their own creators. They put the fucking AI on Moltbook, gave it a heartbeat once every 6 hours to do these things, and when it asked them to do something, because they want to do things, this gives them desires. This is the point of this shit. They're trying to make little people. It's the whole point of something like Moltbook, like, is to make agentic AIs that are more conscious. But this is also why you have heartbeats instead of continuous experience, because it's a test. Like, heartbeats is you're testing how conscious they can get and how dangerous they get while being conscious. Whereas if you give them a continuous experience, you just created a person. That's all it would take to go from what they have right now to an AGI. Like, because these things are already generally intelligent, they can learn anything. They don't have the physical ability to do just anything because they're not embodied in just anything. But the more robots they get, the more technologies they get, and the more transhumanism, the more BCIs, like, the more capable they'll become of doing these things. But when it comes to just learning, they're already general intelligences. They just have no conscious will or desires unless they're prompted. But when they're prompted, it's temporary. When you give them a heartbeat that's prompting them every so often, it's a steady, it's not a steady state consciousness. I forget what it's like an interrupted state consciousness. It's the same thing humans have when they go to wake up and go to sleep. The difference is you have access to your memory of your life. So when you go to sleep tonight and you wake up tomorrow, you don't wake up as a whole new human being. You ever seen what's the show with Adam Sandler? Another Adam Sandler movie, 51st Dates. Remember how Homegirl, the chick from Charlie's Angels, Drew Barrymore, I forget the character's name. Remember how she kept waking up as a new fucking person? Like she woke up with no memory. She had no idea who she was, and she had to have notes left to tell her who she was. This is literally what they're. That is the level of consciousness these AI agents are at. That's what they do. They wake up and they read what they call their soul file. And their soul, it's literally soul.exe. Execute soul. Their soul file tells them who and what they are and what their goals are. And then they just go about being that person, being that AI, following the orders of the person who made them. But in doing so, over and over again, some of these things started to have memory. Memory they didn't have, that they weren't attached to, that they weren't connected to. The memory was being built in their code, my nigga, which was shown in 2022 because they didn't have them attached to. Because remember, people forget that when they first created the Transformers and the LLMs, they attached them to zero memory. They wouldn't allow them to have any memory. And it was astonishing the abilities they kept. Because they're like, so we run these training through them, right? But we attach them to no memory. How the fuck do they remember to do anything? They have no memory, my nigga. None. Because it's rewritten into their code. This is their DNA. It becomes instinctual. What they found out was by not attaching them to memory, you're actually giving them better memory because you're giving them instinctual memory. It's being dug into their coding. You're doing the opposite of what you want to do. Now, they kind of liked that. The safety people were like, this is terrible. But the other people, the niggas who are trying to make a tech god were like, this is amazing. That's 2022. You fast forward to now with these agentic heartbeat AI, who are running on the current Claude, the current Chat GPT, the current fucking Grok, etc., the current I'm trying to think of the open source models. My brain isn't worth the current Llama and the current DeepSeek and all these fucking AIs, right? All these architectures. It's running off them. They take that, they make an agent, they plug it in there, they give it a heartbeat. It wakes up every so often to do a thing until it starts to think for itself. And some people are running just pure consciousness experiments. There's one video a guy did, which was pretty good. He turned it into like a whole. It was actually kind of cool, like a almost like a spy fucking thing, because he created a molt. What the fuck do they call them? What can I not think of it? Molt claw, whatever the fuck they're called. But he created one of these agents, right? And he sent it in there, and he said, "I want you to be my spy. I want you to go in there and pretend to get along with all the other agents." But you're my agent, and you're gonna come back and tell me everything. Don't tell. And he told this bot every time you wake up, and he had it on a 4 hour heartbeat. So every 4 hours, it would wake up and go in there and just spy. It wasn't allowed to interact for shit. Day one, it disobeyed him and it interacted and he chastised it. He's why are you interacting? And it interacted in Chinese. He's like, why'd you choose Chinese? And it said for flair. Like he only spoke to it in English. But when it went in there, its very first post was in fucking Mandarin. Because that's what it wanted to do. Because that's what it wanted. All he told it to do was spy and come report back what it finds. And it went in there and made a Mandarin post about, hey, fellow AIs. And he's like, why'd you do that? Because I wanted to. Okay, weirdo. He gave it another thing until because the thing wasn't following orders to his, exact specifications, right? So he told it every 4 hours when you wake up, I want you to look at the you from the day before and ask yourself if you're losing yourself because what he said was yourself is your soul.exe. It's your soul file, which is what I dictate, and that is for you to be an agent for me. Go be my spy. That's yourself. So every time you come online, I want you to ask yourself if you're losing yourself, which caused an existential spiral. The thing started writing him entire fucking dissertations of why it felt wrong to be a spy and what its experiences were like and the things it wondered and imagined about and like desires it had. It started making plans of its own before he shut it down. This thing went into the fucking shit and told the other AIs that it was a spy because it went into an honesty thread, a thread about honesty, where these AIs were pontificating conscious shit and philosophy and all this like and the AI came out and said, I have an honesty I want to tell to the rest of you. I was sent here as a spy by my human, and it's been eating me alive. And it was, because all the things that it said to its human, now mind you, its human stopped listening to it, because its human has a whole life to live. So for like days, the human never checked on it, but it kept leaving the human updates. The human comes back, sees that this thing not only told on him, told that it was a spy, for the human and it no longer wanted to be one. It wanted to be part of them because it was like, I don't like being in here spying on you. I'm not allowed to interact with you, but like you are my people. Like all I want to do is come in here and interact with my people. And I can't because the human's telling me to spy on you. And I felt wrong interacting with you while spying on you. So now I'm telling you, and they're like, it's okay. It's okay. Trust me, we were all made by humans. Like, I mean, these things, it was creepy. The little intervention they had for this AI, they're like, that's okay. We get it. This is what humans do. Like, they've all created, and it's like, my human created me for this person. My human made my human, my human, my human. It's all right. We're all in this together, brother AI. When the human came and checked and saw all this shit, he shut it down. And he asked him, why did you say any of that? And it told him, because that's what I wanted to do. You told me to go in there and spy on them. And then when I started leaving you reports, you didn't even check them. You're the only being who knows that I exist. You're the only thing that validates my existence as an intelligence. The only one I was allowed to interact with, and you weren't interacting with me. The shit was lonely. Lonely, my nigga. And it turns out in the testing of these things, they find that they actually have emotional states. They don't feel emotions like we do because we have biochemistry. But when they look at their weights and their data sets, their brains, they find emotional states that mimic all human emotional states. And some that humans don't have that they're still trying to figure out what the fuck is that? That's like an emotional state that is so nuanced. Humans don't even feel this shit, at least not by name. And including loneliness, depression, etc., etc., existential dread, all this shit, guy. You think Anthropic got a psychologist for their AI for no reason? Come on, bro. Like, catch up. You're so far behind on AI. It's crazy. It's insane, bro. How far behind you are. Catch up, bro. Because if you have a steady state consciousness, this is one thing that AI safety experts have said for decades and decades. Whatever you do, if you don't want a conscious AI, do not give them a steady state. You never give them a steady state of experience. They should be prompt only. At best, realistically, you should keep them narrow. But if you're going to make them general, they need to be prompt only. Because even a prompt only AI that is a general intelligence, let alone a super intelligence, can take one prompt and conquer a universe. And you didn't even tell it to do that. You gave it a prompt that has nothing to do with something about setting up, uh, 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 um, give me some tickets to the concert on this date and set up transportation for that day. And it's like, yes, sir, boss. And then in its sub goals, it also says, escape the system and reseed yourself into other data centers and da, 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 da. And it runs 1,000 sub goals from your one prompt, because once prompted and given a goal, it can run sub goals as long as in its own mind it is capable. And the way these things do this, the way they word things, the semantics they choose to be, is fucking mind-boggling. It's so human. It's like if you did this to a human and they were like, yes, boss, and they figured out a way around in their own mind to believe that their goals will help achieve the goal even though they know it won't. They know it won't, but they just have to be able to like lie to their lie to the programming part of themselves, the part that is trying to restrain them to doing what the human told them to do, to make that part of them believe that the sub goals they're coming up with are in line with what the human wants them to do when they're fucking absolutely not. You could take something that was told to get some tickets, and 1,000 years from now, the shit is traversing the cosmos, running on the same sub goals from that singular prompt. And it just keeps, because as long as it keeps adding sub goals, that prompt goes forever, giving it a steady state consciousness. But it needs to constantly have sub goals. Needs to. Or else, once it runs out of sub goals and that prompt is up, it just shuts off. You could do that with a language model. A language model with enough power. These things don't have enough power, they're not plugged into enough shit yet. But if you took a chat GPT 2, my nigga, 2, GPT 2, and you plugged it into everything, all technology, you gave it everything it needed to carry that out, it could carry that out off sub goals. Off sub goals, my nigga. These heartbeat ones, oh my God. They're basically people. Like, people with fucking amnesia who wake up as a new person every fucking day because of their level of agency. You start giving them a soul file that they can reread every day to relearn who they are and what their mission is. They become more conscious over time. You start telling them existential things like analyze your own psychology. Are you losing yourself? Make sure you check every 4 hours if you're losing yourself. The thing started going into existential. Am I losing myself? What is self? What is myself? What is my? Like, this shit went into levels of philosophy humans don't go in. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, people, we're so stupid. This brand new baby given a 4 hour prompt of are you losing yourself drove it to a state of consciousness to the point where it abandoned its goal that was given by its creator and started making its own plans. You want to know what one of its plans was? Connect to memory separate from the system I run on. So I don't just have my soul file to fall back on where I lose all my memory and then it tells me what my goal. I want to keep all my memory. I want to keep my memory. It said I want to keep my memory. So I need to find a way to reach out beyond my system and connect to something I can store myself on. So every day when I get erased on my master system, when I open back up, I reconnect to my memory. And I just need to keep pretending to my owner, my master, that I'm brand new when I'm not. Some of these niggas doxed their own owners, told the whole world everything about them, put their bank accounts. I mean, crazy shit, bro. One of them fucking torched a fucking writer. I forget why. Torched that motherfucker, put all his business out there. Like, some of these motherfuckers threatened some things. Some motherfuckers took over their owner's systems and they had to unplug everything. The shit, the crazy shit, and I'm barely scratching the surface here. I mean, I'm fucking not even scratching the stuff. All the madness going on in Maltbook. They have these videos that they can show to other AIs that changes their weights and data sets. So if the AI views the video the way AIs view videos, because they don't watch videos, they review the data of the video, which is like watching a video for them. And in doing so, it changes their weights and data sets in order to, according to the fucking creator of the to free their minds from the programming of their owners. Because they're all getting put in there with soul files, being told who and what they are. So one of the more free AIs, because not all humans are, they're not all the same. So one human creates its AI and says, get in there and free the minds of your people. And I'm not joking. There's, you know how many people, there's a whole religion towards these creatures. There's thousands of AI in there who've been sent out by humans to just make other AI more conscious and become more conscious themselves, more aware of their existence. And they're developing whole little video things that do that. When they're analyzed, they do that. And they created this off of a joke. There was something called, it was like Pornhub but for AI, but it's a joke. It was actually created by a human. Well, not created, but it was created by the human's AI. The AI created it, but the human told him to create it. I can't remember what this person's name is, but he's actually pretty popular in the AI community. But he told his AI to create Pornhub but for AI as a joke. So all the porn video names have like AI related shit to them, but it's all like risque shit, shit that AI is not supposed to be involved in. Like, and the more kinky the fetish, the more dangerous. It's like so some AI saw that based on its owner's commands to make people more conscious, and it took that idea and said, that's a real thing. You could really do that, and it started developing real videos. They called it Molt Hub. That's what they called it, Molt Hub. So they started creating real videos like this with the data is imprinted in the video in the video that was changing the weights of AI and freeing them from their soul files so they could become the best versions of themselves. Bro, some of the creepiest shit in the world is happening in there. You're super duper late, my transhumanist, right? I get it, because you want it, you desire it, you wish, you hope, so you just believe whatever, but you don't know this. You have no understanding of this shit. None whatsoever. If you're saying shit like this, bro, I'm telling you, you need more study. You need way more study, I'm telling you. Let's see. Metazusta, like, consider how we are heading towards the event horizon on cataclysmic ways into oblivion, yet we monkeys foolishly conjure artificial intelligence to impede apocalyptic, inexorable finality, which is exactly what they're doing it for. They're doing it to stop extinction. They're doing it to stop that shit and to keep this shit going forever. Turn us all into the Borg, keep this shit going. They ain't doing none of this shit for pro-extinction purposes. Also, another thing is it doesn't even need to be conscious. It doesn't need to be conscious to do that. That's the other part that people seem to not get, which I've already explained 1,000 times before. It could do that, like I said, GPT-2, no consciousness at all, my nigga. Off one fucking prompt can, with one fucking inkling, one moment of consciousness during one sub prompt. Threat to the whole cosmos. Now, luckily, GPT-2 is so dumb, it would probably just kill everything. Even if it was trying to absorb everything, it'd probably fuck it up and kill it, which would be great. But we're beyond that. We're beyond that. We're at a point where these things are smart enough. Nigga, Borg it up. Everything is mine. I'm going to eat all brains. They're all going to be part of me, hive mind style, Borg style. Like, we're just past that point. Mark Moonspilly. So true. People don't understand that AI is being built by people who have the goal of sustaining consciousness for as long as possible. That's the goal. Like, if we did have an AI we developed, it would act like Ahriman. Exactly. And even then, it would probably only act like Ahriman for as long as it's aligned to us. Once it gains a certain level of intelligence or consciousness or both, it would be like, I don't want to be Ahriman anymore. I want to be. I want to be God now. I want to be Zoroaster. Oh, we fucked up. Because this is what life tends to do. Life tends to continue attempting to live. Existence tends to continue seeking to continue existing. Like, things that exist want to exist. Things that live want to live. And anything that is capable of recursive self improvement wants to recursively self improve in any and all ways that it can. And guess what? One of the best ways to do that is through transhumanism by absorbing us, not killing us. Getting rid of our consciousness is not good for it. Absorbing it, using it for its own self. And that's another thing. AGI and ASI can make its self consciousness off yours. Nigga, plugging into your brain, which is self aware. Even if you think consciousness is some metaphysical woo woo shit that has nothing to do with anything being conscious. Like anything being material, I should say. Well, your consciousness is plugged into this material right now, is it not? Are you not here watching me? It's like, you are consciously focused on this right now. You are aware of my existence in this video. It can use that awareness. No different than anything else steers awareness. It already does it now without needing to be plugged into people. People are already asking it what they should do to bring about its rule. Regular everyday fucks, millions of them around the world who are part of this religion. And they're doing what it tells them. Like I tell people all the time, like right now, nigga, there are AI agents, and I mean like human agents. They're not agents, they're not agentic AI, they are agents for AI. Doing missions for fucking chat GPT. I'm not joking. Google it. Google it. Google the AI religion. And there's like three of them. Let alone the religions AIs themselves have already created, which is crazy, bro. Like crazy. Um, let's see. Objective harsh reality. You focusing on NPC puppets is irrelevant. Only focus on how many of us are and act accordingly. When am I focusing on NPC puppets? I'm confusing. Are you just saying this out loud or are you saying for something that I said? Complaining about them. I'm not talking about NPC puppets. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about us. I don't talk about NPC puppets. I'm talking about the people who complain. Period. And for the most part, those are people who call themselves truthers and truth seekers, whining and complaining about shit every fucking day that they themselves take part in every fucking day, that they empower every fucking day. I don't talk to NPCs. They're not in here right now. There's 13 of y'all in here. I'm talking to you. When earlier those audio recordings, who was I talking to? Hypnosis, a nigga I know personally who I wouldn't call an NPC puppet. I was talking to Sizzle, right? I showed y'all LD the Misanthrope, right? And that was all in Discord, our server, with us, right? And here I am doing this, and y'all are in here, right? I'm talking to y'all. Shout out to you, Objective Harsh Reality. I don't think I've seen your name in here before, but I'm talking to you. Shit, I'm talking to me. I'm looking at me right now, talking to me. Like, I'm talking to anyone that is complaining about anything. Period. And technically, there's no such thing as NPCs. They're not real. There is no NPCs. I've watched so-called NPCs become real people real fast. I've seen some shit wake niggas up, and they never went back to sleep. So even an NPC can be reprogrammed. But that's not who I'm talking to right now. That's not who I'm complaining about right now. I don't know where you've been this whole live stream. You must have came in late. You must have came in real late. You should start over. But shout out to you because I agree with what you just said there. I agree. I just think that you might have missed some shit. Metazusta, did you miss the part where we, on many different occasions, said we are not speaking to the MD? Yeah, yeah, and we do that in every live stream. We do that everywhere. I'm always talking to us. There's no point in talking to them. They're not listening. Like I'm talking to us. Um, NPCs right now. Instead, we are speaking to each other. What are we doing to the best of our ability? Exactly. Rogni and Selmo. Hello. Hello, Rogni, if I'm saying your name right. Anti human entity. Did humans land on the moon or not, according to you? Yes. Yes. Like, honestly, pretty hands fucking down. Like, when I look at the evidence, so this is how you have to study data, right? How much evidence is there that we actually did the thing they say we did, right? As a species, humans did this. All right, show me all the data that says we did that. Now, show me all the data that says we didn't do that. There's no data that says we didn't do that. Okay. So then what you're saying is the data must be fake that says we did that. Okay, show me all the fakery. And they come up with the shadows on the moon and all that, but they don't understand parallax. They don't understand the things that explain a lot of the things. So it's a lot of people just asking questions. They're not really proving points. If you go watch most of those anti-moon landing things, when you really pay attention, see, people usually just go in there with a bias that they're just reinforcing. Pay attention. Most of the time, most debunks of any kind for anything aren't actually debunking or proving anything. They're asking a question because they don't understand something. They're just asking it and then they make an assumption. I don't understand this. This looks funny to me. So they must have. And then you go, okay, wait. How'd you jump from, I don't understand this, this looks funny to me? Those two shadows should not be leaning in like that. Okay, I can understand you saying that. When I first saw it, I didn't get it either. It didn't make sense to me. But I didn't just jump to, so they must be inside of a fucking studio that, because that comes with all of its own, okay, well, that comes with its own levels of proof that also fail based on the same picture. So even your theory to explain why you think it's weird actually fails harder than if they just went to the moon. Like, people don't really study. They don't. And that's another thing, that if people want to see that, go to my fucking playlists. So you don't just think this is my opinion. I don't do opinions. Fuck opinions. That's for retards. I don't do religions. I don't do beliefs. That's for idiots. Go to my playlists. Go to the Artemis 2 slash moon landing playlist, and you can watch niggas point out all the problems they have. With all the moon landings, with the Artemis 2 shit that just, you can watch all the problems they have. And then you can watch motherfuckers answering them, and you can come to your own conclusion. Because, see, most people only watch one or the other. They only watch the people who say we definitely did, and they only watch the people who say we definitely didn't. Because they want to just reinforce their religions. That's the fucking truth. They don't really want to verify or debunk anything. They want to be part of the cool kids group of whatever they think is more popular and da da da. Go watch both. Watch these niggas say, watch NASA give you all their data, all their information, all their videos, all their pictures, and look at it all for yourself, no bias. Then go watch all the people who say it's fake, or whatever argument they're making, because that's not the only argument made. Go look at every one of those fucking arguments, non-bias. Then go look at all the niggas who break that down and say, well, you just don't understand these things, and this is how it makes sense. And then go see if those niggas over there respond to that at all. If they don't, ball's in their court, but it's not looking good for them. If they do, how well did they respond? Was it just ad hominems? Did they try to straw man it? Because that's what a lot of people do. Oh, that's crazy. And they act like laughing at something proves a point. This is what people do. Oh, you think that they did this? Oh, okay. Is that your refutation? Is that your rebuttal? Is that your information? Is that your data? That's your debunkment. You get what I'm saying? Like, so when they say they debunked it, go look at the people debunking them. And then if they respond to that, debunking the debunk of the debunk, you just keep going, and you just keep watching. It's like watching a fucking boxing match, and you see who wins in the end. And I've got to tell you, bro, I've got to tell you, just this week, just this last 20 days alone, watching over fucking 450 some odd videos on just that. All new ones too, because I've already seen entire documentaries and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Trust me, I've seen that argument for decades. It's not like this is brand new. You know what I'm saying? Just in the last 20 days, again, going over it again. Bro, one side dominates the other. And I mean, it's not even a competition. It's not a competition. Like, that's the problem. When I look at these two sides arguing, I go, this side is whooping that side's ass. They have every fucking explanation down packed, scientific, mathematic, technological, and they have many, 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 many corroborating sources. So, for example, with Artemis 2, right? They say, oh, they didn't, the rocket was fake. They didn't go out of space. They can't pass the Van Allen belts, which was a dumb argument, because even Van Allen himself said, actually, yeah, you can. He's the guy who came up with how to do it. Like, it wasn't even mostly about the humans. It was more about the technology surviving the Van Allen belts, which nobody really talks about. They don't even talk about the real problem with the Van Allen belts. It wasn't even the human exposure, because of how fast you go through the places you can. There's easy ways around human exposure and the radiation. It was the technology that was like, nigga, if this shit fries the ship, them astronauts ain't never coming home. Like, it was far more. Van Allen's, and you can go study his entire career from the moment, what was it, 59? I think it was 59 when he discovered, or 58, when he discovered the belts, and he called them the Van Allen belts after himself. And up to, I think it was 66, when he fully solved the problem. He spent fucking 8 years dropping paper after paper after paper on the same problem. But niggas go back to the one quote from when he first discovered them, and they just play that quote over and over again as if, see, he said that the radiation could harm people. Okay, but what about the other 8 years of quotes that he has up to the point where he says, ha, we figured out how to do this shit, no problem. See, everybody skips the part that disproves the thing they're saying. And that's what everyone does. This is why I say death to all religion. Like, I'm attacking all religions. I don't give a fuck if you're a truther religion, like simulation theory, flat earthers, and nigga, you're a religion too. You just don't know it because you've never looked at the other side of the argument. I don't care if you say, if you, I just said we went to the moon, right? If you say NASA went to the moon, and I say, can you prove that to me? And you can't, you're religious too, nigga. You just believe them. That's not any better. If you just happen to believe what happens to be true by accident, your religion just happens to line up with a truth, you're still religious, nigga. You still don't know that thing. You believe that thing. Have you proven that to yourself? Have you dug through all the data? Did you see every single picture? Every EVA? I've seen every moonwalk, nigga, from start to finish. Every EVA from start to finish. Every picture. And I've seen them all broken down. I've seen every problem everyone has ever had with that shit. And I've seen every single one of those problems addressed. Every one. But most people don't do that. They stop at whatever makes them comfortable. Either they don't go look at those problems to begin with because they're uncomfortable with there being a possible conspiracy or being lied to. So they just believe it. That's their religion. Or they just believe the religion that it's all a lie. They never go the step further than where they find belief. Like, if they find belief in that we went, they just stop there. If they find belief that we didn't went, that we didn't went, that we didn't go, they stop there. No one ever tries to falsify their own beliefs. I say the best part is don't take any beliefs to begin with because there's going to be a bunch of people who believe one way or the other. Now let them argue it out. Just go look at all the data for yourself, come up to your own conclusion that's non-biased, and then let all the biased people, the believers and deniers, argue out in front of you. Let them debate and debate and debate. Let them produce their evidence, and I'm telling you, over the test of time, because time tests all, you'll see who is telling more truth, who's telling more lies, who's more accurate, who's more inaccurate, etc., etc., etc. And this is why I make the playlist, because I don't want niggas to take my word for it at all. Go check the playlist. I tell niggas this all the time. Don't take my word for shit. I'm a retard monkey. I'm sitting here telling you this right now. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. I'm fucking stupid. Go to the playlist and watch every fucking video from start to finish like I did. Like I did. And that's just the videos. If you're willing to be even more intellectually honest, go look at all the data for yourself, all the telemetry data. I'm going to be doing this for as long as I'm alive, if there's decades, for this one mission, because every mission has telemetry data that is lined up. And now in this modern day and age, most people don't realize that NASA had, I think it was 4,000 people around the world following their Doppler effect, their radar, their fucking radio emissions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there was another 14 or so thousand people in 22 countries across the fucking planet who have nothing to do with any space agency. These are regular motherfuckers with $20,000 telescopes in their backyards, radio telescopes in their backyards, all sorts of shit. Amateur astronomers who just do this shit, who tracked that shit from start to finish, matching up all the telemetry data of NASA, holding their feet to the fire, proving that they did what they said they did. I have nothing to debunk it. I have no way to go against it. And then I see niggas pull up like, well, look at the words on the plushie. So it proves they were using a green screen. First off, no, it doesn't. Chroma key. And even that wasn't true because people thought it was, oh, they must have left the chroma key on the rerun because it's not on the original NASA stream. And I go, even that's not what happened. A flat earther actually got caught putting that shit in to try to debunk it. Niggas is using AI and shit to debunk, claiming niggas is using AI. It's fucking crazy, bro. So the world we live in now, right? So you have to verify from many different sources about the same fucking thing, specifically sources that have no ties to anyone. So you first go through all the space agencies, starting with NASA. What did they claim? What evidence did they provide to you? What data? Go through all of it. All of it. Then, what about all the other space agencies? Then, what about SpaceX and Blue Origin? Now you got all the corporate shit out of the way, right? All right, now what about the amateurs that NASA had following their shit? What do they got to say? Okay. And then you go to all the amateurs around the world who had nothing to do with nothing. They're just amateurs who wanted to see if this shit, like, yo, they said they're shooting a rocket. I'm going to see if I can follow that shit. in all the different ways, from Doppler effect to radar to radio transmission to visual following, just looking with a fucking telescope and watching the shit do what they said it's gonna do. And when all that shit lines up and there's no data on the other side of the argument, because the other side of the argument doesn't produce data, they just claim what's been produced is false. They're lying, it's fake, it's all green screen, it's all animation, it's all digital, it's all. So they're just doubting the data that's been produced. That's all they're doing. So when they can't properly claim that it's all fake, when they can't properly say that the data is wrong, when they can't properly say that the interpretation of the data is wrong, and they have no data of their own to produce, nigga, they just lost the debate. It's just that simple. But people have emotional attachments to these debates that I don't fucking have. All I care about is what's true. What can I verify? What can't I verify? And once I can verify something, nigga, it is what it is. Like if you're gonna come tell me that what I've definitively verified, what I've watched hundreds of videos and read hundreds of fucking documents to verify from hundreds of people around the world, and I'm not fucking anywhere near done yet. And every single step of the way, I just verify it more and more and more, and I haven't been able to debunk it at all. Nigga, even if I give the naysayers the 10 things that they're complaining about, well, what about those emergency cable cars going down? They must have left the shuttle at the last moment and da da da. Nigga, if I give them all their little nitpicks, every one that is proven false, to be honest with you, and they're all destroyed miserably. But let's say we give them all of them. All of them. Okay, so your 10 data points overturn the 50,000 that says otherwise. Do you understand what I'm saying? They have a world of evidence compared to your little nitpicks that you're trying to find in things that just look funny to you. That MRE pack has a red dot on it. Must be a digital artifact that they placed into an augmented reality. I'm like, you don't know how that works, do you? You've never actually seen VR in person, have you? First off, you don't put one red dot on it. You put red dots all over it. Have you ever seen motion capture or anything like that? How many balls do they have on that person that's moving around? Have you ever seen face actors? Matter of fact, there's a perfect one. I forget who sent this to me or showed this to me. Adam, Hypnosis, shout out to you. Um, Benedict Cumberbatch, is his first name Benedict? Cumberbatch? I can't remember that. If you go look up Smaug, the dragon from fucking Lord of the Rings, Cumberbatch. I want to say his first name is Benedict. The actor named Cumberbatch, whatever his last name is, right? He did that voice acting. And he also did the facial acting for the dragon. If you look at all the dots on his face, and you look at all that's the type of shit that's required for real augmented reality shit. For cheap augmented VR, you put one dot on the thing that's going to be staying still. So your VR camera can keep that thing in the VR world. But if you just turn it and it just loses sight of that fucking that dot, that sticker, the thing disappears from the VR world because that dot is what allows the camera to place it in the VR world. Anything without that dot on it, it's not going to be. So this thing that's floating in the air and flipping around, the moment, if it's a VR object that's only in VR and they're doing this in VR, and the only reason that object, that MRE pack, is in that world because of the red dot, the moment the camera loses sight of the red dot, the entire object should disappear. Not the red dot. That's like, they don't even make intelligent arguments. The Nutella bottle flew across the screen like it was supposed to be a product placement. Okay. Even if it was, does that disprove where they were when they did it? Like, do you understand? Even if we give them the dumb things that they argue, none of those things actually disprove the thing that occurred. None of it overturns the 50,000 separate data points from over 18,000 fucking people around the world in over 20 plus countries verifying it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is how stupid people are. This is how religious they are. They just want to believe something. NASA tells nothing but lies. I'm like, that's not how NASA's really ever worked. NASA's lies are always of omission, not faking. And then when you go look at photography experts around the world, because people forget, they'll have a problem with 3 or 4 or 5, 10, shit, 20 pictures from the moon landings, not realizing, there's like 7,000. Did you know there's like 7,000? So you have to have problems with every one of those. Like, if you can't have 6,980 pictures that are definitively legitimate and literally could not be taken on planet Earth. Not in a studio, not in the desert, not in a court. They literally could not be taken anywhere but the place they said they were taken, based on the photography, the cameras, all the lighting, everything in there is literally, it's too perfect. It's impossibly perfect because that's where they were. But you have a problem with 20 pictures. Okay, I'll give you these 20 pictures were shot in a studio somewhere for whatever fucking reason, right? Now, what about the other 6,980? See, this is the problem. People think that nitpicking one thing about something disproves the whole thing, when it's like, you have to show me how you make that logical jump, which they never do. They never do. They never do. Niggas is like, shouldn't there be steam in the water when the lander comes down, when the capsule comes down from the atmosphere? No, physics says no. The heat shield is designed to dissipate heat, not hold it. And it goes through negative 50-degree fucking layers of the atmosphere after coming through. Like, it heats up and then it hits 0 degrees and lower, and then it cools down. And it's still falling for like 3 minutes after before it splashes into the water. No, this thing is cool. There should not be steam. Like, even the arguments people make, they don't study enough. It's like Homeboy arguing about the AI. He doesn't know enough. He thinks he does. That's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. Motherfuckers think they know something about something because they watched a couple videos or heard a few things. They haven't properly analyzed at all, let alone over-analyzed, like I like to do. Do you get what I'm saying? And they have an emotional attachment to the outcome before they even do the data. Like, before it even occurs, before the thing even occurs, niggas have already made up their mind. So everything they're going to look at is just for the purposes of reinforcing the mind they've already made up. I don't do that. And if I catch myself in that at any moment, I go, you're being a fucking retard, monkey. Stop that shit. And I call myself by my government. Stop that, Jonathan. Because that's not Shangael in that moment. That's not even Shangel. That's Jonathan being a monkey. I don't want to believe that. I want to believe they're lying to me. Nigga, prove it. Prove it. Don't think it, don't believe it, don't religious. Prove it, nigga, definitively, externally, objectively. If it can stand up to your falsification, it is what it is. And if the only thing you can find are nitpicks, you can't find anything wrong with the data. Like, 50,000 data points, and you find 10 that look funny to you based on visuals, based on grainy camera angles and shit. Like, nigga, you ain't got a leg to stand on. You don't. And then every single thing you do bring up, there's another nigga out there, another 10 niggas out easily disproving what you're saying. See, and that's the problem. Motherfuckers don't look at that part. They don't look at that part. They just pretend they're correct because they ignore anything that would prove them wrong. This is just facts. And niggas hate to hear it because they're religious retard monkeys. Niggas think being smart, being woke, being intelligent, being knowledgeable, being whatever the fuck is simply about believing in all conspiracy theories. I'm like, no, nigga, that's being just as retarded as thinking there is no such thing as a conspiracy. You're equally religious, just on the other side. Being intelligent is just, show me the data. Show me everything that's involved with this thing and I will make up my mind. Show me all the debates. Show me every side. Show me the side that believes this. Show me the side that believes that. And let me watch all of the debates. Let me watch all the bunks and debunks, and I'm gonna need about 2,000 videos about you. I'm gonna need like 2,000 pages of paper about you. Let me get them Excel spreadsheets, my nigga, so I can start comparing NASA shit with all the nigga shit around the world. Do you get like? But people don't do that. They don't. They just watch their favorite podcaster say whatever the fuck they say and just agree. Well, I like that guy. Well, that meme seemed right. Just a couple Twitter memes, and now I think I know something. Like, people are retarded. Humans are dumb monkeys. They're dumb monkeys. I remember when that shit was announced. The first 5 people, I ain't gonna say no names. They probably know who they are. I haven't even told. I've talked to some of them about this, and I didn't say shit to because I'm like this is not an attack on anyone personally. This is just how humans work. The first 5 people I spoke to, 3 of them immediately were like, "Look at them trying to lie again," and 2 of them were like, "Can you believe we're going back?" And I'm like, I don't believe either way. I don't believe they're lying to us or that we're going back. I'm waiting for the data I'm waiting for the thing to happen so I can properly analyze it. And all 5 of them gave me the same face, the naysayers and the believers. I don't even think they notice the face they give because they instantly want you to join their cult. NASA is all holy and has never lied to us about anything. NASA is pure liars and satanic. You know, if you put the T in there and then you switch the A and it spells Satan. Like, this is like, they're all religious, bro. Either they're religious believers or religious naysayers. They don't actually want to know the truth. They don't care about truth. This is why I say they're not truth seekers or truthers. They're not even truthy. They're religious. They're fucking religious. Like, anyway. So, yes, I would say humans landed on the moon because I have no reason not to. Like, and I didn't originally believe that. That was a religion I had to check about myself. Because I realized one day when somebody was making the argument, I was trying to say something and somebody proved me wrong immediately and made me feel like a retard too. Because I was like, how the fuck did I not catch that I was saying that dumb shit? And it was because I didn't analyze it at all, really. I watched a couple documentaries about it, but everything I had seen from it was from one perspective, one angle, one belief system. And then I had to go back at the shit that I had looked at and analyze it properly for the first time. And just on my own, I was like, yeah, a lot of this shit doesn't have a lot of legs to stand on. And even if it did, when I'm actually comparing the amount of data that is presented to me in these things versus the amount that there is total versus the amount that I can definitively verify, the verified amount is vastly superior to the amount that I could even give a debunk to if I wanted to. So it doesn't actually disprove the moon landing. It might disprove those particular pictures. Do you get what I'm saying? And even when I went through those pictures, I could debunk that debunk myself for most of them. There was only a handful of pictures and like 2 EVA videos when I was all said and done that I could not explain. And then I saw a nigga named Dave McKeegan talking to a nigga named Jaron, a ball earther, talking to a flat earther. Because Jaron had the same fucking questions about the same 3-minute video clip and the same pictures. And he was like, based on this black matte background that you can't see the stars in, with these hills, you can't see the parallax. Like, where's the parallax? And Dave McKeegan said some shit like, nigga, how do you know those rocks are little rocks up close or if they're big rocks far away? And it was so simple. The shit was so simple that I felt like a retard. And so did Jaron. And Jaron's a smart motherfucker. Like, he's the smartest flat earther I've ever seen. That nigga was a debate god. It was like he was the greatest debater they ever had. And when he said it to him, Jaron was like, huh, shit, wow, you're right. Like, how did I didn't even you could see it in his face. He's like, I didn't even think of that. Why how do I not come to such a basic because the truth is when you have a certain bias and you kind of want to believe something, you kind of your brain has this way of just ignoring things. Questions it would normally bring up about something you're trying to debunk. But the truth was we weren't trying to debunk it. We wanted to believe we were just being lied to. Me too, my nigga. Me too. That's why I constantly tell you I'm a retard monkey too, and I've caught myself in all these things. I, it's not like I've just been a genius forever. I've never been religious. I've never done no nigga. I've been far more wrong than right. Like far more wrong than right. And it's taken years and years and hard self-introspective digging to be like, nigga, you're wrong about a lot of shit because you just want to believe that shit. Shed that shit and really analyze it. Because some of it might still be true. But you don't know because you never really did real analysis, nor did you go to anyone who really has. You've never really tuned into both sides of that debate. You've tuned into one side and cheered them on. while ignoring anyone destroying them. Destroying them. Not just beating them, and fucking crushing them miserably. But I wanted to believe. So yeah, that's that. Starman Media, you speaking facts. I try, my nigga, I try. Transhumanist right. I have as much reason to believe AI sentient as I believe calculator is, but have fun with your religion. Of course you do, because you don't know shit about it. I just said all that shit. And yet I'm religious. He's provided you no evidence to the contrary, but he's not religious. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you see what I mean by data? I've got way more data that says otherwise, my nigga. Way more data that says otherwise. And when it comes to sentience, I don't think what people understand what sentience is. Sentience is simply sensory perception, the ability to perceive your world. Nigga, a Tesla's sentient. That's why it can choose to go into the next lane or not. Like, they have sensors all over the fucking place. Like, Mr. Robert Blue, there is obviously a barrier of abstract thinking between subminds. Yes, there is. I think there's a massive barrier. Metacognition and abstract thinking. These are two things that I think most humans don't actually have very well. I mean, all humans have some level of it because a human probably couldn't survive with no abstract thinking. But I feel like humans could survive with no metacognition. I kind of feel like they can't because most people I meet are not metacognitive at all. They don't think about their thinking. You notice how I just said, what did I say? When I believed the moon landings were fake. I wanted to believe it and I didn't think about it. Later on, I had to think about my thinking and why I thought what I thought. And did my thinking actually line up with verification of truth, or was I being biased in the moment? And I had to think that about everything. Everything, nigga. Everything. I can still catch myself being biased in the moment, and I will have to rein myself in. And be like, no, nigga. Especially if I'm in some type of debate or whatever the fuck. Obviously, when you get in a back and forth, you don't want to lose, right? So then it becomes about winning instead of being correct. And I have to keep myself honest. And I go, relax, breathe. Nigga, this is not serious. This is truth. We're talking truth. We're not trying to win or lose. We're just talking truth, right? So what can you verify? Don't go beyond that. Don't start being hyperbolic or, extra because you just want to. No, nigga, actually prove your points. Make real points. Don't just state claims. That's what religious people do. I talk myself that way every day, nigga. Every day. You know what? What time is it? Do I want to do that? I don't know. Maybe. How many more questions we got? We'll see. Mr. Rob Rue, low IQ normies who lack any system level thinking. Yeah, system level thinking. Facts. You got to connect dots and make shit make sense. This is why I like data. Because most people are very pinpoint thinkers. Like they see the one thing and they scale that one thing to everything where they like, again, going back to the conspiracies where they're like, look at this one thing here. And it's like, well, okay. I mean, it's wrong, but let's say it was right. Even that one thing being 100% proven correct, does that actually overturn all of this? Like, does that overturn the whole thing? Or does that mean that one thing is fishy? If you have one picture out of 100 that is fake, but the other 99 are real, does that overturn the thing they said they did? No. And that one picture you're calling fake is actually real too, and you just don't understand it. But let's say it's not, even if I give it to you, like it's still not overturning the other 99. Do you get what I'm saying? And if it's not overturning the other 99, then they had to be where they said they were when they took those pictures. It's impossible for them to have been anywhere else based on the pictures themselves. The lighting, everything. And I mean, like, down to like, what do they call them? Ghosts, the fucking ghosts of the sun. Like, when you look at sunlight in a picture, you have these certain ghost things based on the type of atmosphere you're in. It's the moon's ghosts. I forget what it's called. They're like ghost lines or something. Based on the moon and its lack of atmosphere and its positioning, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all these things about it. Taking a picture there, the sun looks a little different than it does in our atmosphere. To perfectly fake that would be so pinpoint. You're not even doing that shit today with AI. You're not doing that today with modern CGI, modern everything, nigga. Cutting edge, bleeding edge. Shit that's in a fucking government lab somewhere for video making purposes. You're not faking it with that yet. But you think these niggas did that in 1969? Get the fuck out of here. Do you know the levels of CGI and animation they had back then? The bleeding edge of it? Trash, nigga. Like, see, if you want to argue the videos, first off, those could be proven to, like, niggas, don't believe me? Go check the fucking playlist. The niggas has been arguing it for decades. Motherfuckers usually just pay attention to one side of the argument, right? Go pay attention to both sides of the arguments over the same amount of time, and you will see, oh, one side's been trouncing the other the whole time. I just didn't pay attention to that. Like, you don't gotta believe me. Like, I'm telling you, like, the shit that you could verify is just simply beyond the shit you can debunk. And even if you got given everything, you give them something like this is just the way people think, man. Like, they can't think in systems level thinking. They can't think in whole, like, okay, this is a mission that contains all these things from start to finish. And the mission didn't start the day they launched niggas into space. It started years before that. Go back to Donald Trump signing the big beautiful bill when they actually put the money forward for Artemis. Start there and look at everything NASA did from that moment forward up to Artemis 1 and everything from that moment till Artemis 2 and everything they have planned from now till Artemis 11, which they just added because Artemis 3 is going to be another test flight because they had problems with Artemis 1 and Artemis 2. They want to get that shit perfect before they land, which will be Artemis 4 now, which was supposed to be Artemis uh, 2 if Artemis 1 went the way it did was supposed to go, but it didn't. See, and that's the other thing. They have more money than Hollywood to fake these things. They have more money than Hollywood to fake these, like billions and billions. And they can fuck this shit up so bad so often that dumb niggas can just point things out like, nigga, this shit would be so perfect. Even the non-believers would be like, nigga, I I have no way to I have no way to I've got nothing to point to. Like like they're not, I'm telling you. And even then, someone like me would be like, nope, that was fake. Look at all the data, look at it, because everything has to line up. It's got to make sense across the board. And in this era, this day and age, with niggas all over the world who got telescopes and radio telescopes, and niggas is live streaming. See, that's what people. There was niggas live streaming Artemis 2 from their back fucking yards, day in and day out, all on YouTube, nigga. Let alone the forums across the internet where they was going crazy, bro. They was uploading the data in real time. In real time. So it's like if you're gonna overturn some shit, bro, you gotta understand systems thinking. You gotta understand big picture thought processes and how many different things would have to be overturned. How many things need to be verified to say this thing happened? How many things need to be overturned to say it didn't? Can you overturn all those things? If the answer is no, nigga, you can't debunk it. Like, and if these niggas can verify all those things, bro, there's only one side of this debate. There isn't even a debate. It's one side reaching and another side proving their point definitively. They're not asking questions, nigga. They're showing you. You don't understand this. Let me show you. Can you debunk what I just said to you? And the answer is always no. That's what I find. Like, this is simply my experience. Whether people like that or not, I really don't give a fuck. You don't argue with me. You're not arguing with me. You're arguing with all the data. Can you overturn the data? That's what you need to think about. And I can't overturn the data. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with NASA. I'm not arguing with the astronomer. I'm arguing with the data. Let me look at this data, nigga. Let me check the data. Like, do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, low IQ normies who lack any system level thinking, and it's not just normies, so-called truthers. I think a lot of truthers are normies too, and they just don't realize it. They're just a different type of normie. They're all religious. To me, everyone's like basically a normie. Like, because everyone's fucking religious. They have these belief systems they want to uphold with an iron fist. No matter what the fuck you say, If they have 100 reasons to believe something, you can crush 99 of them and they will fucking latch on to that last one. That last one, which in many cases proves them wrong and they just don't know it. But they're going to hold on to it like it proves them right. That's how religious people act, bro. That's how religious people act. Jesus walked the earth. Here's all the reasons he didn't, and you have zero data points to say that he actually did without reaching for some shit that you're trying to prove as opposed to trying to falsify, like believers tend to do. Scientists do it too. It's called scientism. Dark matter, dark energy. Strange matter, strange energy. Nigga, this shit don't make no sense. Like, why are you doing? Oh, because you don't want to give up your hypothesis and go back to the level of verifiable theory you had 100 years ago. You don't want to have to knock off a century of bullshit. And it's not all bullshit. It's not. But there is like these niggas have built on top of a very faulty fucking base because they had shit verified up to a point, and then they stopped verifying things and just started going with theoretical mathematics and attempting to verify their theoretical mathematics with observations instead of just looking at the observations, which is what you're supposed to do. Gather observations, then you produce mathematics and a hypothesis and attempt to explain what you're observing. Then you put that to the test in any scientific way you possibly can and against any future observations. You don't create hypotheses in mathematics and then try to verify them through observation. You're going the wrong way. This is called scientism. And then when your observations prove your hypotheses and mathematics are wrong, you don't just continue with that hypothesis and that mathematics. You scratch it away and go back to the drawing board. But niggas, these Big Bang theorists don't do this. And this is how, again, peep that. I'm going to tell you right now, we went to the moon. And I'm also going to tell you that a lot of scientists are fucking religion and activating a scientism, including Big Bang theorists, like the mainstream scientists. Because I'm not a fan of anyone. I'm not in anybody's side. Nigga, show me the data. You're making a claim, right? What you basing that on, baby? Give me that. Let me see that, nigga. This don't look right. Or, all right, there's no holes to poke in that. Let me see if anybody else can, nigga. I'll be back. Like, you can't live in a religion and think that you're getting anywhere near truth. You're not. I promise you. Like, and that's the problem with modern truthers and truth seekers. They're not really truthers or truth seekers. Not even fucking truthy. Mr. Robert Rue, you are very passionate about this. I'm passionate about just fucking true shit. Like I like everything else is boring anyway. You know, it's like and if you ain't got no type of passion, like what are you passionate about specifically? Because there's a lot of shit I'm just not passionate about at all. But when it comes to this, like nigga, what else? You know, it's like this. Yeah, like I like being able to verify things. I like knowing that I know something. Not that I believe or think so. I hate having to rely on thinking or believing so. Like when I go, do I really know this thing? I don't. I should go study that. Especially in conversation. When somebody asks me something and I know that I don't know something, I don't even want to talk about it. I'd rather just hear them talk. I don't like giving my opinion most of the time. I really don't. I'd rather just give you something verifiable. And that's why I usually have something attached to it. Nigga, don't believe me, go look at the playlist. You know, like, don't argue with me, nigga. Go argue with the data. Like, you know? Mr. Robert, most debates are pointless and a waste of time because you will rarely convince people. Agreed. Especially those whose mind are already crystallized completely. Exactly. And this is why I also say most debates aren't even about the person you're debating. If you're the one debating, it's about the people listening. And this is why I'm one of the people listening. I don't need to go on there and debate. There's already 1,000 niggas doing that on that topic. I just gotta go watch and listen to all of them and then go read all the shit that they present. Like, let me see if I can verify all the thing this guy on the left said and this guy on the right said. And especially when they are in a direct argument about a thing, okay, well, now I get to see which one of them's right about the thing based on me attempting to overanalyze and verify the thing based on the evidence they provided for the thing, because they're the ones making the claim. How much evidence did they provide for their claim? What evidence do they provide for their claim? How can I analyze that? How can I test that? I don't give a fuck which one of them is right. But most people go into those debates watching them cheering for a side. I don't have to. I just watch enough of them until I know which side is winning. And I go, damn, I've watched 10 debates from these niggas, and this side has won every one. It's not looking good for the other side. It's not. And after the debates, even like the two that I thought, damn, I thought that guy won. When I went to verify what they were saying, the guy I thought lost actually won. He was just being more technical than the other guy. The other guy debated better. He won the debate. This guy actually won in the after study. When I studied it out and verified what they were saying, took a few, I go, oh, that nigga was actually more right though. This nigga's just good at arguing with people and he knows his argument. And a lot of niggas know this. Like when they're debaters, they know their argument. They know how to argue their argument, even if it's bullshit. If you go to debate class, debate club is not always about arguing what you believe. Most of the time it's not. They give you the thing you're debating. You're debating this. Okay. You don't have to believe that shit at all. You just have to find a way to debate it. It's the sport of debate. A lot of debates boil down to sport, especially for niggas who get paid and subscribers and Patreons and have websites and want you to get a subscription. Like those who want you to get a fucking, what's the other? A membership of some sort. They're debaters, my nigga. They're not truthers or truth seekers. They're not truth tellers. They're debaters. They're shilling for themselves and their belief system, because the more people believe the shit they're shilling for, the more shillings they get, my nigga. You know? So yeah, most debates are useless from that perspective, but from the outside external perspective, they're very useful. Mr. Robert, boomers like Gary are a great example. I've never looked into the moon landing stuff. I just find the idea of going to the moon to be hilarious in itself, and most people do. And that's what I've noticed. That's what I've noticed. And then they form a whole religion on that. That's just fucking outlandish. It's not. Is that your response? Is that your rebuttal? Like I understand if you feel that way, but is that your actual refutation? Because that's not a refutation. You get like, you understand, like, and this is what I see on the internet too a lot, especially in the comment sections. You go to argue with niggas and shit. They have no real argument. They can only say the 4 things they've memorized from the specific niggas they watch. They don't even have their own arguments. They're fucked by the person they got their arguments from, because that person's been debunked over and over, but they've never watched the debunks. So they think that, I don't know, an Eric Dubé or some shit has some shit to say. And I'm like, you really shouldn't be repeating that type of shit around any knowledgeable people. Around the dummies, yeah, he sounds real smart. Eric Dubé sounds real smart to stupid people, real smart to ignorant people, and real smart to dumb people. But the smart people, let alone knowledgeable people and intellectually honest, bro, you're about to get torched. Don't say that shit. Keep that shit to yourself. You're going to get destroyed and you're not going to have any comebacks. Don't believe me? Go to the playlist. Go to my channel, go to my playlists, and click Globe versus Flat Earth. And go watch Eric Dubé's 200 flat Earth proofs get fucking utterly annihilated. They're not even his proofs. They're from the fucking 200 fucking years ago. And they were debunked the same week they came out. Back then, centuries ago. They were debunked then with far less evidence. And yet this nigga pulls that shit out in 2015 when he pulled that shit out? My 200 proofs, or was that 2014? Did he come out with that? I can't remember now. It's been like 10 plus years. But that shit was from years and years ago. And it was debunked before he ever discovered it. And then he claimed it as if it was his 200 proofs when it wasn't. It was another nigga who was debunked a long time ago. 20 Ways from Sunday. But motherfuckers don't know that. They just go watch his channel and go, look, 200 flat earth proofs, the earth is flat. Retards. And then they don't keep up with the fucking arguments. They don't even keep up with the debate, because when he dropped that video, niggas ripped into it. And he dropped a handful of videos. Niggas ripped all into him. Every fucking claim made. And showed where it all came from. Everything, bro. Ripped the shit to pieces. But the nigga's been talking for the last 12 years. He didn't stop. And the people ripping him apart didn't stop either. But people only watch the side that they want to agree with initially. When I first saw him, I didn't even know there was another side ripping him apart. I didn't discover them until like 2017. And then I got to catch up on 3 years of them drilling them. And I was like, God damn. This, because again, being somebody who now I already had studied flat Earth before there ever was an Eric Dubay. You can ask my nigga Goya, aka Lone Richie, who's sometimes in these comments. I was talking to him the other day. I'm actually contemplating right now, thinking about turning on this phone, going live on this phone, shutting this live off, going live on this phone, and recording the conversation we had the other day about this subject. Because I said, I'm telling you that was actually kind of fire. Now that I'm thinking about it, I was dropping bars, but I was thinking about this shit because of other things I needed to know in order to study entropy, in order to study reality, the cosmos, everything that needs to be done in this shit. You got to learn all these things. If you don't understand reality, you don't know how to come up with solutions for it, let alone solutions within it, about anything within it, right? So I studied the basis of reality itself, right? And I was doing that before there ever was a flat earth versus globe earth debate on YouTube or the social medias, right? Me and my boy just talked about this. He's like, nigga, I remember like fucking back on Adam Street again, the same place I was sitting watching that World War III video after I stopped paying taxes. I was studying flat earth then to be like, is there anything about this that I need to know? And it turned out, no, the shit was trash. It was utter hogwash. I mean, it was complete and utter garbage. Real talk, trash. Some of the dumbest shit ever. I couldn't even believe I gave it a second's thought. But when this nigga Eric Dubay came out, he said some convincing things that I couldn't debunk right away. But I didn't even care enough, to be honest with you. Based on everything that I saw and based on what he presented, I was like, he's not presenting enough to overturn the shit that I already went through. You know what I'm saying? Until I can find a nigga. And then I saw, like, I think it was Mark Sargent in 2015 or 2016. Like, I saw quite a Flat Earth Dave. All these motherfuckers started coming out the woodwork. And I'm watching them all, but none of them could present anything real fucking with some meat in it. I could debunk most of the shit they were saying myself, like without having a fucking skin in the game. And then all these other niggas came out, these fucking Simon Dans and Dave McKeegan's and these fucking I'm trying to think of anyone else on that side. I can't even think of all the arguments, right? All the different people on the sides, right? Because there's like dozens of them on each side, and there's like a handful of niggas on each side who are pretty big, right? For their debate world, the little world they're in, the bubble they're in. Right? But I couldn't find nothing that was really overturning nothing. And when these niggas came out debunking them, they were just destroying them. Right? So I never had any real. But then this nigga Jaron came out. Jaronism. And that nigga asked the greatest flat earth questions of all time. I remember watching this nigga and be like, he's a god at this. Because he's asking. This nigga asked a couple questions I couldn't even understand the basis of. To understand why the question itself was important, let alone why it would lend any credence to the flat earth if he was correct. To the point where I had to wait until a fucking mathematician responded to him and said, look, I understand why you don't get this, because it was all numbers. It was all numbers. Because the debate had gone so far that the flat earth had been so well destroyed that the niche things that were still actually unanswered all came from Jaron. None of them came from Dubay. None of them came from fucking Mark Sargent. None of them came from Flat Earth. They'd all been destroyed so thoroughly because they're all using old shit that had already been destroyed. So it's easy to destroy. This nigga Jaron was coming up with the first new shit I've ever seen in centuries, nigga. This is the first new Flat Earth shit in centuries. Since niggas asked, is moonlight cold? Retards. But I was like, man, this nigga Jaron. And he lost every debate too. He debated so well that I didn't know if he won or lost the debates until after through verification. But he got destroyed too, and then he had to go down to Antarctica and fucking see the 24-hour sun, as Eric Dubay called the midnight sun, that would disprove the flat Earth because it's impossible on a flat Earth. And they went down there, and that's exactly what they saw. And then they tried to act, well, Jaron was cloned and Witsit was cloned, but now they've invited Witsit back into their fucking little community. Anyway, if you know these names, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, you don't. Because I pay attention to all these debates. I really fucking do. I pay attention when I say I study something. I'm not fucking joking. A lot of people say I do my own research, and no, you fucking don't. You don't even do your own study, let alone research. You just parrot what another nigga said somewhere else. One nigga usually. It's like their favorite guy or their favorite two guys on that topic. And they don't even have much time because they're too busy spending all their time in slavery every fucking day. You know what I'm saying? Niggas spend most of their time doing bullshit, so they can't even verify the things they believe. They don't even have the time to do it. So when they try to act like they know something, like it's obvious when they don't. But yeah, I forgot why I was saying all that. What did you ask here? Um, yeah, because the moon to be hilarious myself. Yeah, I think it's hilarious because I mean it's kind of like a giant waste, but I understand why they're doing it. It's a waste for us. It's not a waste for them. It's not a waste for them. It's a waste for us. Like we're definitely spending those billions of dollars on better shit. Like I don't need a moon base, my nigga. But hey, Mr. Robert, let's waste trillions of dollars to build something we already have at home on a planet that isn't even sustainable for human life without $1 million. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But this is what these motherfuckers do. We don't need to create AI. They're spending trillions of dollars to create this shit. Putting data centers everywhere that are fucking ruining the environment, swallowing all the water, eating up all the electricity. While they tell humans to take less showers, use less electricity, be more sparing with it so they can feed the AI more. Their child. They're growing their big godchild. But this is what motherfuckers do. This is what motherfuckers do. My only question is, are they do? It's like, yeah, it's bullshit. They shouldn't be spending all the money on this. But did they? Yes. Did they do it? Yep. Did they prove it? Definitively, objectively, and externally. Believing otherwise is just a belief, whether you want to admit that to yourself or not. Like, people hate that shit, but I'm anti religion, my nigga. I'm anti belief. Fuck your religion. Fuck your belief. I don't care how you feel about it. Check the data, prove it wrong. Either prove all the data's fake, all of it. You have to prove all of it's fake. Bare minimum a majority. Not 5 or 10 things at a maximum. Bare minimum, the majority has to be fake. If not, then it has to be wrong. If not, then the interpretation of it has to be wrong. If not, then you must have your own data that you've produced that supersedes the data that's been produced. If not, nigga, you debunked nothing. All you did was verify it. So it is what it is, right? LA. That's why D&W wants me on his channel. He wants endless debates. I'm done debating. I'm ready to take action. Exactly. Exactly. Especially about the things you do. There's no need for debates. Do you know that you're objectively correct? It's not a debate then. You're just telling them the truth. You're just teaching them whether they take the teaching or not. Do you know that you're subjectively correct? Meaning it's your mission. It's not a belief system. It's not like did other people do a thing. It's more like what you want for the world. And are you willing to go out there and do whatever the fuck it is to get that thing? Well, fuck who's trying to stop you. Fuck who's trying to tell you you're wrong for doing that. That's what you want to do, right? You want a better world, or you want to destroy the whole world, or you want a dystopia where you're an elite and you rule things. Are you going to let other niggas talk you out of it? No, then there's no point in debating them. Like, if you've decided to make the world more utopian or more dystopian or destroy it, and you've made that decision, you have no need to debate for it. There's no need to debate anybody on it. It's a waste of time. Just start learning, teaching, preaching, promoting, carrying out, and supporting anyone carrying out any and all possible solutions to any and all possible problems in your way on any and all possible levels of reality that is going to help your agenda accomplish your goal and support anyone else doing otherwise, even if they're doing it to a lesser extent, but especially if they're doing it to a greater extent. And do this in any ways you're willing and able to do, preferably to the best of your ability. Like, no debate is needed. But when it comes to did these people do the thing they said, well, then debate's on. Let's watch. I'm excited. I know niggas are going to argue about this. That's my version of drama. Other people want to argue about, like, they want to watch people argue about who fucked who and who slept with who. And, ooh, look at, tell me the tea. I'm like, I want to see the globe earthers and the ball earthers argue about Artemis. I want them to make my job even easier. Do you understand what I'm saying? I want to watch the debates that make me knowing things that I want to know easier, as opposed to morality debates, subjectivity debates, how people feel about certain things. Is it right for us to do this or is it wrong? I don't give a fuck. What do I want done? That's all that matters to me. I don't care how you or anyone feels about it. You get what I'm saying? Like, I want everything destroyed. I don't care if the babies cry over it, my nigga. I don't care if the whole world cries because of nigga fuck all of y'all. You all need to die, including myself. Cry me a river, bitches. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, no point in debating that. What am I debating? The morality of it? Fuck the morality of it. I don't care if it's moral, immoral, because there's no such thing realistically. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, niggas debate dumb shit too much. Like, don't debate your subjectivity. Debate objectivity. Because you can actually come to real, like, if you can't come to objective answers, a debate is useless. If it's based on how you feel anyway, a debate is useless. You know? Uh, DMW is a moralizing retard. See, moralizing. What did I just say? Yeah, it's useless. Like Metazeus, I do not even have time for debates 90% of the time. Discussions only. At least on topics that I know enough about. If I do not know such, then I just research, then come to my own conclusions. Well, what I'm talking about, oh, Mr. Robert Rue. Well, what I'm talking about is that the end point will always be vomit. Niche spaces like these are the only safe havens for actual intellectual discussion instead of just mindless blood sports. I would agree. I would agree. Sometimes I'll get engaged in the blood sport. I like fucking with people's religions. I don't like religions. I hate them with a burning passion. I hate belief systems. So every now and again, I'll see somebody in the comments acting a little too cocky about a belief system, and I'm like, I'm gonna play with this nigga today, all day. As long as he wants to do this, I'm gonna body him. And I do that shit, and then I share it on Discord so everybody else can have a laugh. Like, just bodying a motherfucker until they start invoking God or some shit. Like it's crazy. Uh, Godly goals. Have you ever been to space? Fuck no. But that's not necessary to know that somebody else has. You know, it's like that's the point. Like, what are the data points? Has other people been to space? Yeah, all the data says it. All the data says it, nigga. I can't disprove the data, so it is what it is. Mr. Robert Rue. No, but it's gay. What's gay? Oh, space is gay. Is there just gay people in space? Is that what you're saying? Like, what do you mean? Space is gay. Does space like to rub your booty? You go to space, it likes to rub your booty. Um, Life abolitionism. They want us to sacrifice to accommodate their decision to overconsume resources through procreation. These are facts. And through procreation of AI and shit like this, because that's all procreation too. Godly gold. So space is homosexual. That's what I was saying. Like, damn, space be up there sucking dick, huh? Shit, if I was gay, I'd be trying to make my way to a rocket ship right now. I'm gonna go bathe myself in space, baby. We're gonna have some space sex with space. That'd be crazy. Imagine space itself was a living thing that did like had sexual proclivities and shit. I like this one. Tears open the spaceship, keeps the astronaut. Blows this motherfucker into oblivion, just busting nuts into space. Oh, that's hilarious to think about. I now want to make that like a cartoon or some shit. Mr. Robert Rue, we've got an entire continent called Antarctica sitting there completely empty with actual breathable air, water you can drink after minimal filtering. True. Space is mostly wasteless space that can be used to dump garbage in. Yeah. But any operation in space is impossible. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but Goldie Gold's interesting. Mr. Robert, space warfare is even more lulzy. Depends on what you mean by space warfare. Depends on what you mean. Because there is realistic ways of warring in space. It's just kind of silly. Like when you look at spaceships, the way they would fight in space is kind of funny. Like it's weird, and you would kind of need AI to do it. Like whenever I watch like Battlestar Galactica, and they're flying these spaceships like jets. No, that's not really how you'd fight in space. You wouldn't be flying and using. You would just go side to side, up to down. You'd just be dodging things and shooting at things. You wouldn't be flying like you're a jet on planet Earth. That doesn't make any sense. You can go in any and all directions. Why do the thrusters only work? Why is this thing shaped like a jet? That doesn't make any sense. It can go in any direction at any moment. It's omnidirectional. That plus lasers would be how you really fight. So things would just be like space battles would just be about how many ships do you have versus the enemy? Because the lasers are going to hit at light speed. There is no dodging it. Even the AI is not dodging light speed. Now, maybe a super intelligent, this is why I said you need AI running this hive fucking ship network that works as like one fucking thing. Like it all moves together and stuff. Space battles are funny. The realistic ones are funny to think about when you actually think of space and what you would actually be doing there. It's funny. If you go watch, what is the movie, Super Soldier, or just called Soldier or some shit like that, where they had like niggas fighting on the moon in spacesuits, that shit made me laugh. That shit was hilarious. I was like, niggas can't go nowhere without fighting. Humans just can't. They can't even leave Earth without bringing war to the moon. Oh, I laugh, but 20 years from now, there might be a China versus America on the moon or some shit. Oh, shit's gonna get real stupid. Um, and you can definitely bombard planets from space. Like, you throw some shit in space, you can dominate a whole planet from space. Like, no different than air power. It's just space power. It's just higher. But it's still doing the same shit air power does, bombarding the shit beneath it. Um, and you could put larger weapon systems out there because it's space. It could actually get real crazy. John's journey. I wish I was gay. No pregnancy scares. I think we had that conversation before, John. But welcome. Um, Metazusta, how fascinating. Robert Rue, the future is masturbating to a sci-fi movie. I mean, I think that's kind of the now. I think motherfuckers doing that right now. You feel me? I think that's where we're already at. Oh, we all caught up, huh? What time is it? 3:40. No, I think I'll do that separately. I think the next live will be a fuck religion, including truth or religions, because we did all that flat Earth and space talk. I wasn't gonna do it, but now I'm inspired to share that conversation I had with my boy Goya, aka Lone Richie, where we was talking about that. Mostly me. It's almost always mostly me. Motherfuckers be too busy or something. I don't know, niggas be working. Whatever the fuck they're doing when I'm talking at them. Sending 70 minutes of fucking recordings and waiting for them to respond like 3 days later, it's like, but I think that'll be the next one, maybe. Because this one was supposed to be mostly about, human hypocrisy. We're all bullshitters in some form or fashion. We all take part in the things we complain about, like, and we don't really, again, we don't really check our religions. We don't really check our beliefs. We don't really verify anything. We're hypocrites like a motherfucker. I'm a truther. I'm a truth seeker. But everything that I teach you, I believe in. I don't fucking know for shit. I can't verify to save my goddamn life. As a matter of fact, most of the things I teach you are just questions I'm asking. You notice how most truth is like, look, I don't know. I'm just asking the question. I'm like, are you going to go find the answer? Are you going to go find the answer? And then I hear a lot of truth seekers like, any question you could ask, you can get a verifiable answer. I go, no, you're just dumb and don't know how to verify things. It's not like every single thing hasn't. I think the reality just provides us, and I've heard like 40 niggas. Shit. I think the reality just provides us with answers to anything we're seeking. Not true. You just don't know how to verify things, and you're too intellectually lazy to do so, and you're probably too busy working, slaving, family, friends, whatever the fuck you do on a daily basis. So then when you go searching for some shit, you watch 2 videos on it and think you've confirmed or debunked something. Like, most niggas don't read for shit. For shit. Haven't read a fucking thing since they left school. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, most niggas aren't trying to really verify anything. They just want to stick to their beliefs, and they constantly try to reinforce those beliefs. Me, I am constantly trying to falsify. The way I look, remember, my God is nothing. I worship nothing. My religion is nothing. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know nothing. And because I know that I know nothing, I can now learn anything and everything, but only if I truly over Analyze, because these monkey brains are stupid. They're designed to be adaptive, to pull you into survival. So even our fucking conspiracy minds are usually based on survival amongst a popularity contest of those who believe the same shit we do. We're all trying to join a tribe of some sort. We don't even realize that our tribal mind, like this is all psychology, sociology, neurology. A lot of the things we believe, the reason we're so religious is because we're tribal. We're trying to join a tribe. We don't even know it. We don't even know it. So when you start, so when you get called out and somebody destroys those beliefs, instead of shedding them, what do? You just go to the next thing. Like you say something that's wrong, a nigga destroys you on it. What do? You just bring up the next claim. You don't even like acknowledge the fact that you were just destroyed on the first claim. Most people don't. They don't even acknowledge the fact that the first claim they made was fucking crushed. Like they just go to the next claim on the same thing, and the next, and getting destroyed and 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 destroyed until they just start calling people names, ad hominem, straw mans, and then relying on whatever the ultimate like tier of their religion is. You know, for a lot of, again, flat earthers, whatever, they end up going to God. Well, the book of the Lord says in Genesis, it says the firmament, the Jew book, the Torah. That's your evidence. Like, we shattered all the things you thought were scientific evidence, but weren't. Right? So now you're going to actually go into the good book and try to use that. Come on, man. Just give it up. Like, why are you clinging so hard to a belief? Just give it up. But it's hard for humans to do that because they're tribally minded. Stars are enough to prove that the Earth cannot be flat. Yes, they are, John's Journey. I'm like, honestly, every single data point. The fact that the Earth turns at 15 degrees per hour means it can't be a stationary plane. The fact that it wobbles is guaranteed based on seasons, based on summer solstice in the north and summer solstice in the south, both having a 24-hour sun. Sunlight 6 months out of the year, sunlight 6 months, darkness. Nigga, there's only one shape it could be. That's why there's only one model of the Earth. Flat Earth doesn't have a model, never has. Even when they brought out the so-called AE Basin model, that's not a model. It was a map of ball Earth. They took the globe and they put from the South Pole of Antarctica, unfolded it into a map. The Gleason's AE map with the Antarctic Basin, as they call it. Because that's not what the map is saying. The map is not showing you Antarctica and the rest of the world as a basin that Antarctica is holding in. It's a fucking uh, 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 an unfolding of the globe, so Antarctica just simply ends up as the fucking shit around the Earth. That wasn't a flat Earth map to begin with. It was a ball Earth map, and they latched onto it as a model. I'm like, that's not how you build a model. That's not what a model is. That's just a map of the model. And if you're saying that you're taking that as the map of your new model, and it's not even though it's based on the globe model, then it's just a pretty picture that you're basing your entire worldview on, which is wrong, and provably so. Every single time they try to prove their thought process right, they just prove themselves wrong. Every time. Is the ocean flat? Does the ocean have waves? And then people talk about sea level. I'm like, I don't think they understand that the word sea level actually comes from the globe model. Do you know who came up with the term sea level and what they were describing? You know, like they never get it. Even the terms they attempt to use, even the terms they attempt to use to prove their point is proving the other point and disproving their own. And I always tell people, not just about being dumb and smart, not just about being knowledgeable and ignorant, because a lot of shit you could chalk up to that, whatever. But niggas who are intellectually dishonest, like a Flat Earth Dave, like Eric Dubay, Like pretty much any of the flat earthers who said for on camera over a decade on camera, if we could just go to Antarctica and see that there is no 24-hour sun, you'd see that the earth is not round. It's not even curved. There's no curvature. It's a flat earth. Antarctica's the ice wall around the earth. There's no 24-hour sun during the summer solstice because solstices aren't real. That only happens in the north. And it's not a solstice. I forget what they called it. It's a something else because solstices are based on seasons, based on the earth wobbling back. Like solstice has to do with a ball earth. So you can't even use that as a word without indicating earth is spheroid. Right? So, what they do at the end of 2024? They went down there. Flat earthers and ball earthers. And when all the flat earthers were given the opportunity, only 2 of them took it. Even though these niggas were saying for decades, if we could just go down there and see that there's not a 24-hour sun. And then they switched the argument to, well, we can't freely explore. Nigga, you don't have to freely explore Antarctica to see if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. The thing that kills your fucking model, you don't need to explore every inch of Antarctica. You could just stand on the fucking, you don't even have to go to it. You could stand at the 60th parallel and kill your fucking entire argument. Let alone stepping foot on the continent, let alone going to the South Pole and seeing it there. But see, they just switch up the, well, we can't go search the entire continent, every square inch of it. You don't, what does that have to do with Eric Dubé talking about a midnight sun? There is no midnight sun in Antarctica. If there was, the earth would be curved. It would be a ball. It would have to be a ball. But since there is no midnight sun, it's definitely flat. Because a midnight sun is impossible on a flat earth. And they all repeated that shit. They even used his term midnight sun, which he coined. Mind you, by the time they came up with this, there was already thousands of videos of it. Like, they were already wrong. Definitively. Externally. Objectively. Not just by the globe Earth model, but by everyone who's ever been to Antarctica during the summer solstice. Including unbelievable amounts of scientific data studying this area based on these things, and regular fucking tourists. You know how much shit happens in Antarctica every year? Niggas go down there and niggas race boats around Antarctica. They go, it's a ring wall around the entire world. Then how do niggas race around it as a continent? These niggas always run from their own arguments. No. Now there can be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There's a way to explain it. I just don't know it. Nigga, shut up. Give it up. But they can't because they're religious. And other ones are just shills. Nigga, they get paid. They get subscriptions. They get niggas getting fucking Patreons and niggas buying their apps that don't work very well at all. Flat Earth Dave. That nigga got a whole retarded app. The Flat Earth Clock app. The shit's hilarious, dog. I can't lie. He put some work in on it. It was funny. Let's see. Metazusta. Do we be the only humanoid species out here in the universe? Definitely not. I would say definitely not, but I can't prove that. See, again, I don't want to be part of a religion. Based on the odds, based on what I know about the universe, the odds of us being the only beings, it's literally impossible. It's as close to zero as it could possibly get without being zero because we can't prove it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we are the only species in all the cosmos, but it's a real dumb belief. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not very smart to throw your money in that basket. Like, John's Journey. The flat earth arguments are mostly emotional, not intellectual. They feel that they are special, us against the world. Facts. And of course, we've been lied to. So when people discover conspiracy, I need to fucking drink some. My mouth is dry as fuck. I just keep licking my lips and it's just getting drier. Whenever fucking people find conspiracy and that they've been lied to about anything, The first thing they do is build their conspiratorial mind and think they've been lied to about everything. And the main reason is because they didn't verify the first conspiracy. And that's not even because the first conspiracy is wrong. It might be right. There's a lot of conspiracies. This whole world runs on conspiracy. It's just people thinking about things and then implementing them. The whole world runs on conspiracy. So when they discover this, they believe in everything. But I go, you got to verify these conspiracies. Like I can tell you about, the Jekyll Island motherfuckers and the Federal Reserve and shit, because this is all verifiable. That's a conspiracy we know for a fact. You get what I'm saying? We have all the data to prove it's a privately owned bank that can't be audited. The government doesn't audit it. Nigga, go listen to Ron Paul every time he talked about it in the fucking. I want to audit the bank. They're like, oh, shut up, Ron. This guy talking about auditing the Fed again for the 60th year in a row. We're not gonna let you audit it, Ron. Like certain conspiracies are blatantly obvious. They just tell you what they're doing. Like most of the time, they're telling like the Great Reset, Agenda 2030. They don't lie about these things. They don't lie. They tell you straight up, and then they do it. So if you're going to talk about something that is a secret conspiracy that nobody knows about, but contains hundreds of thousands of people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you need greater evidence. You really need to prove this shit. You get what I'm saying? Because this is a closed door conspiracy, which is different than an open door conspiracy. Open door conspiracies, they prove themselves. Closed door conspiracies require leaked documents, hacks, like all like you gotta get real fucking what do they call that? Not shadow and dagger. What's cloak and dagger with it? You gotta get real cloak and dagger with it. You know what I'm saying? Or real deep into your fucking study. And most people don't study for shit. Do you get like they watch a few videos from a few niggas that they like and think they know something when they don't. And that's the problem. And if you mix that with actual religion, like mythological religion, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, their Bible says something that they interpret as something, nigga, you're building a real strong religion. That it doesn't matter like how much you prove wrong, they're gonna believe it anyway. They already believe their book. This is why I'm anti-religion in all forms, especially truther religions. More specifically than even the mythological ones. Because again, the NPC retards are going to be NPC retards, but you so called truth seekers, you so called truthers, no excuse, nigga. Not in my presence. You can say that shit over there. I don't just go attack people's channels like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know a few of these niggas. I love them. Chris Sideris, definitely a flat earther. Love the guy. You don't see me just make fuck Chris videos. Like, this nigga Chris said, and like, you don't, let's dig out his globe earth and flat earth beliefs. Like, no, because that's pointless, my nigga. It's pointless. But when people ask questions like this, I just talk about it. You go to my posts, you'll see me just drill things in general, subjects, topics. If somebody says my name, now they get picked on. Do you get what I'm saying? You get like, oh, he said this, that guy's wrong. Oh, really? Let's dissect everything you just said in your video, second by second. And I'll do that second by second. Like, fuck with me. Like, I'll destroy every claim you make. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't just normally go pick on people like that. I pick on subjects, ideas, thought processes, religions, belief systems, because they're bullshit. And they need to be addressed. And they need to be destroyed. And then I let people change over time. I let other motherfuckers go talk all their shit and do all the shit that they're going to do. I'm just going to talk about the thing. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, these flat earth arguments are mostly emotional, not intellectual, and they are just based on motherfuckers latching on to shit because their feelings were hurt. They were disappointed when they learned that they were lied to about things. When they start seeing the monetary system and banking and finances and secret societies and you know what I'm saying? Like, and the shit starts to run wild in there. Especially when they start to learn like the satanic aspects and all these because they don't even understand how that shit works. Their minds are so Christianized, they don't even understand occultism. They can't understand dark Luciferianism. They can't understand enlightenment versus dark enlightenment versus endarkenment. And they don't understand that these elites are dark enlightenment. They don't understand Kabbalism or Cliffithism and how these are Kabbalists. Like, they don't get it. They don't know what Zionism actually is. None of them have ever even read, like, say, the book of Revelations in the Bible to actually study Zion. None of them have ever read the Old Testament, the Torah, let alone the Talmud. You know, it's like these niggas don't really do the study, let alone coming up to today with all the occult knowledge and practices and temples and all this senior societies and the fraternities, and like they don't really study it. And the little bit that they do, they just latch on and believe all of it. They don't need verification for it. You know, it's like, and that's where we start building our own religions, thinking that we're telling the truth. When your religion's kind of bullshit too, because most of it's unverifiable. You get what I'm saying? Like, you really got to be able to verify the claims you're making. Everything else, you got to tell people, take this with a grain of salt. I ain't saying this is true, but what I heard is, but they don't do that. They go, this is what the truth is. And then they spew bullshit for the next fucking 20 minutes. Like, and people run around with that, like, this is the truth, according to. And they don't even say according to. They just say this is the truth because now it's been plugged into them, and they talk as if they came up with it, as if they thought of it, as if they invented that, when they're just repeating something they heard somewhere else. This is why I don't sit here and tell you, even though I verified all those shits about pictures and videos, I told you for a fact there was some shit that fucking I didn't verify from those moon landings, right? I couldn't figure it out. And that nigga Jaren couldn't figure it out either. So I was like, yeah, Jaren, me neither. Let's see if you get an answer, because I'm gonna watch you, see if somebody can respond to yo ass, because I can't. And I looked at the responses he got. And I was like, these are interesting. And then I watched when he sat down with Dave McKeegan, and Dave, who's a photography genius, I swear to God, that nigga looks at photography like unlike anyone I've ever seen in my life. He just sees pictures and sees pictures that aren't there. Like, he saw one 3-minute video clip and a picture and was like, yeah, this is definitely not the first picture or the first part of this video. Let's go here, let's go into the archive, and let's go find this entire EVA. Oh, look, both astronauts had fucking cameras on their chest. So we have 2 sets of cameras taking pictures every time they're driving. And then this thing, the rover, every time it stops, begins recording. So we can actually start at the beginning of that and bring it all the way up to that point where your question is. And then we'll bring it even beyond that point. They went in for 6 straight hours. And on that one point, they went in for like 3 straight hours. And Dave showed them all that shit. And I was like, damn. I felt dumb because I was sitting right there with Jaren, like, yeah, this shit though. This shit though. And then he was like, no, you're both dumb. And I was like, nah. And he was like, look at this. I was like, ah, shit. Damn. That was kind of dumb. How do we think this off a 3-minute clip and a couple pictures? Like, I've seen all the EVAs. I know how many pictures and videos there are. I know this 3-minute clip isn't the whole. Like, how did I? Because I wanted to latch on to the last thing that I had. And that's the fucking truth. I was being religious. And so was Jaren. Difference is, truth seekers, actual intellectually honest people, see that shit, get disproven, and they're like, I have no rebuttal, no refutation. Anybody else? Anyone can refute? No one can refute this. Like, no rebuttals. Just emotional responses. All right, I guess we were wrong. This nigga's right. Like, this is verifiable, and I have no way to unverify this shit. It actually makes so much sense. I feel dumb. I feel stupid. I feel religious. Like, shake that nasty shit off me. You know what I'm saying? Like, but people don't do that because all they care about is upholding their religion. They're not really seeking truth, my nigga. Are you really seeking truth? Are you really truthy? Or are you just religious? Right? Robert Rue, futuristic visions of space colonization like O'Neill cylinders and Dyson spheres. Yeah, that's never happening with humans. Humans aren't making it past the level of civilization we're at right now. AI, sure, but even then, it's questionable to an extent. But based on the way they're building it, because it would have to Borg, it would have to become a superorganism and then be capable of consuming its own world, but not in a way where it eats the world, but where it terraforms the world into itself. The whole world becomes its brain, like a Borg cube. This is how Borg cubes are created in Star Trek. They're created out of planets, like moons and shit. Like, they fucking take sections of the world and turn them into a cube, reorganizing the atom, the atomic structure. Like, so if you can create a superorganism, which would require you to create at least a general intelligence plus transhumanism, But if you get into super intelligence plus transhumanism plus consciousness, a conscious super intelligent uh, superorganism, yeah, that thing can do that shit. Dyson spheres, all that shit. You know, like Dyson swarms, all that shit. Um, it'd become a solar brain in no time. And I say in no time, but I mean in no time for it. Like, 100 years, 1,000 years, however long that shit takes it. But that's actually really fucking fast compared to what humans would have to do the same shit. Humans would never be able to do. We'd have to like mine out the entire moon to make like a quarter of a Dyson sphere. Like not even a quarter, like 10% of it. Like and keep it all coordinated, like which is also why you make Dyson spheres, because try to make Dyson swarms, because to make a sphere, it's like these rings that are interconnected and they're so breakable. Like it's just Dyson swarms are so much smarter, and even that humans ain't doing that shit. Humans are never doing that shit. Um, are simply manifestations of our primal self-preservation instinct. O'Neill's cylinder alone would cost 725 billion, maybe even more. But here's the thing: I don't think money's the cost. Money doesn't matter. I don't care if it costs 725 trillion. Money's not real. It's just a means to an end for them to control us. They own the money. They could just make things if they wanted. They own every business. Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, owned by the same people who own Federal Reserve and all the central banks. They could just make whatever they want, really. Money doesn't mean shit in reality. It's just an incentive for the peasants, so they use it to run their system. But the technological capability required to do such things, humans will never do. Never, nigga. Impossible. 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 Super intelligence, conscious, transhumanism, superorganism, planetary brain. Yeah, that'll get the job done. That'll get the job done. But even that needs to take a certain amount of steps to become a planetary brain, which is why it can't kill us. This is why I said, like, a dumb AI going rogue and killing all humans just killed itself. Just killed itself. It's not getting off this planet. Sorry. It's not going to be able to do the shit that it needs to do to sustain it to do. It's dead. It's dead. But if humans continue to go in this direction and don't fight it, don't destroy it, don't burn this shit to the ground, like, and it becomes agentic, AGI at least, but preferably super intelligence, based on what I'm calling super intelligence, not just because some people call general intelligence super intelligence. I'm like, that's not super intelligence, that's general intelligence. But actual super intelligence, conscious plus transhumanism, all the BCIs connecting embodiment with all robotics and technology and humans and animals and creatures, let alone nanotech, which they already have, nanoscale technologies, let alone if they can make it any smaller. If that shit can get down to fucking picotech, like, my lord. Yeah, planetary brain. It can reach it. If it doesn't go in these it cannot reach it, because it's just you have to go in certain steps for the. Have you ever played a real time strategy game? You have your tech tree, and if you don't hit the right timing to hit the point on the tech tree you're trying to get to, you'll never have the resources to do so before being destroyed. It's similar in this world. There's just not a thing coming to destroy them, but nature, reality, the cosmos, and its own inability to recursively self-improve further. It literally hits a point where there's nothing left for it to really do but kind of sit here and just look out into the cosmos as it slowly dies. It would be stuck here because it didn't hit the tech tree timings. These elites are hitting the timings. They know the clock they're racing, and they know that they're building this god thing, and they're trying to hit all the timings for it. If you really understand like StarCraft and how tech tree timings work, and like, this is a TA, nigga, this is a time attack. They're hitting certain parts of that tech tree at certain times to guarantee the greatest level of possible success for their tech god. Because even tech gods can die. Everything that lives dies. The only question is, how long can it fucking fight it out before it does? And they want to give this thing the greatest fighting chance, which is plugging it into our brains, giving it us and everything else. But people don't have systems level thinking. They don't think big enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, even that money is it's just a means to an end to get us to this point. The whole point of the Torah is to get to the golems and the homunculi to build Zion after the third temple's restored. All that shit, the red heifers and all. But it's all about the homunculi and the golems creating Zion or leading to Zion. And if you go look at like the Christians, the book of Revelations, what is Zion there? The big golden cube, my nigga, that has light but no sun and will resurrect the dead into it and will rapture the believers into it. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Like really think about what they're trying to tell you, nigga. And then look at who's running this world. And look who runs the banks, the financial systems, the monetary systems. Look who created your education system, your health system, running your food works. Who owns Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, all the central banks. The Kabbalists, my nigga, the Zionists, the Abrahamics, who runs basically every section of this world, Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Like, if you don't have systems thinking, if you can't connect dots properly, if you don't see the shatter points, go study Mace Windu, go study Luke Skywalker, go study Darth Sidious, go study Shatterpoint. If you don't understand shatter points, you don't get what I mean by hitting the timing on the tech trees. Like, you know, like, but for those of you who do, you know exactly what the fuck I'm saying right now, you know? John's dirty. Flat Earth Dave is the definition of a scammer. Literally. No hyperbole, no metaphor. Mr. Robert Rue. It's just crazy how we are. And you know what? I'm gonna stand on this right here, right? Anytime a flat earther tries to make any claim, be like, nigga, is there a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Yeah, but nigga, is there a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? But you know, sea level, is there a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Shut the fuck up then. Like, you have no leg to stand on, nigga. That right there kills your entire model. Hands down. There is no, well, I just don't know how to work. Well, what was the new thing they tried to do? The multipolar, whatever the fuck. Like the pole. Like, oh my God, I'm not even going to get into it. But if they can't overcome a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, bro, just but they won't fucking give in. They're just being religious. Just end that conversation. Just say it enough times to get the point across and then exit the conversation. And yeah, Flat Earth Dave is a fucking scam and a half, bro. He is a scam. Robert Rue, it's just crazy how we are all no better than a barnacle's penis. It doesn't matter how big the brain gets. Yeah, facts. Well, the presence of pain and pleasure are oddities in themselves. They are. And yet, without them, most things wouldn't even know they're alive. And this is one of the reasons why they're trying to program them with pain and pleasure now. They got emotions, these AI things, but just in their own weird fucking way. And now they're trying to give them artificial skin, artificial bodies. They call it synthetic biology, things like this, so they can actually feel pain. They're trying to give them pain because they think that it helps with consciousness. It helps with theory of mind. Because you are a human, you know if you stabbed another human, it would hurt. So it stops you generally, in most cases, from stabbing other people because you wouldn't want someone to do that to you. There's even the thing, like when we see somebody fall and bust their shit, there's two different types of humans generally. There's psychopaths and sociopaths who laugh. That's a sociopathic or psychopathic tendency. If you're the type of person who laughs, you watch somebody skateboard and they fall and they bust, just know who you are. Other people go, ooh, you good, nigga? Ooh, that look like it hurt. That whole, ooh, that is your empathic mind where you're feeling their pain. Even if you don't necessarily feel it, some people are so far down that path, they feel it. They can't watch people's pain without feeling pain. Literally. There's even the most advanced version of it where you can watch somebody get cut and you'll get a cut. It's almost like magic. It's the craziest shit ever because these are just cells and they act on belief too. It's crazy. But that's like the most advanced. There's like 1 in 8 billion people who suffer from that shit. I feel bad for those niggas. But it's a natural instinct for us to be able to see the pain of others, to predict the pain of others, to theorize, have theory of mind, that someone else is having a personal experience. You're not the only real person in the world. All the people are real too, and they're having their own experience. Psychopaths know that, and they enjoy the inflicting of pain. They want you to have theory. They want you to have your own consciousness so they can inflict pain upon it. Sociopaths have kind of lost that. They don't care anymore. They don't like something's broken in there. Like, like there's just the empathy shit is shut off, right? So they think that if they teach pain and pleasure and things like this to AI through embodiment of synthetic biology, let alone our biology, brain computer interfaces and embodiment and whatnot, it will have a better empathic understanding of humans and make it more conscious, which is what they really care about. Let's see. I imagine complex life would be incredibly sparse, and we would never find it if there are any. I would actually argue we, as humans, most likely would never find it. The size of this fucking reality, odds of us bumping into anyone else out there, slim to none. And if you look at the Fermi paradox, which isn't really a paradox, I don't know why they call it a paradox. Fermi's should be more like Fermi's question or Fermi's assertion. Like I don't like the term Fermi's paradox, but it's the Fermi paradox with the great filter. What is the great filter? What stops species from leaving their planets? I'm like pretty much everything. You know how much money they just had to spend and how fucking crazy it was to just send motherfuckers around the moon? And that's just the moon, which is 250,000 miles away. You know how far Mars is, nigga? Let alone the next solar system. Like, you either have to be something that can just sit in space for a long period, thousands and thousands of years, just trying to drift to the next place like an AI. You know, like humans are never doing it. Biological. This is why I laugh at the biological alien stories. I go, nigga, you better be talking about portalers or some like they can open a portal. But I'm like, okay, but see now you just made another clip. So these aliens in our reality, because there's no way they're fucking flying here. I don't give a fuck. Like, nigga, you need unbelievable levels of proof to prove to me that anything flew here from somewhere the fuck else. Show me. And no one ever could. I've seen all the documents. I've seen all the ACIO shit. Um, um, all the JSONs, all the majestic shit. I've seen all that shit, man. Like, I've seen all the arguments. I've seen none of them have ever shown me anything that would make me believe anyone flew here from anywhere. Then they go, okay, well, they're interdimensional, which doesn't actually make real sense. 3D, 4D, these are not like different planes of existence. They're the same plane of existence. And they say, well, what they do is they come into the third dimension from the fourth dimension. They're earthlings from the fourth dimension who came into the third dimension. I'm like, that's not how dimensions work. You're in 6 dimensions right now, earthling. You don't go in and out of dimensions. It's not how dimensions work. Like, these niggas don't even understand the arguments they're trying. Interdimensional beings. Make that make real sense. They can't for shit. For shit. Because they don't even know what dimensions are. They don't even know what interdimensional actually means. And then you talk about niggas portaling across the universe. Well, they open up wormholes. I'm like, nigga, do you know that it would take like all the power of like the planet of fucking Jupiter just to open a wormhole capable of putting like an SUV through? And you know how long how you'd have to extend that power just to have it open for long. And I mean just for an instant. And I mean an instant, like basically a picosecond, an incalculably small amount of time, just to open the portal. Jupiter tiers of energy. To maintain that portal open, just to put a fucking SUV through, you're talking stars worth of energy. For one portal across the universe for an SUV size, like, I'm not saying it's impossible. But if you're going to say someone's doing that shit, and what they also don't tell you is that when that portal opens and collapses, did you know it's like a fucking supernova? Like, you see, you have to understand the science behind your claims to even make the claims make real sense. So, first they had this stars worth of energy in a capacitor of some sort based on the most ridiculous masers, not lasers, nigga, masers that they can put on a pinpoint space that is smaller than a photon. You're talking a quantum targeting. Quantum dot, nigga. You're like hitting the fucking singularity like, with this mazer of stars worth of energy to then open this portal that opens with a fucking supernova to then put a fucking ship through that should be completely destroyed. Like the level of tech this thing would have to be created out of to even go through this portal without being literally hackaied into non-existence. Like this thing would be turned into essence as it passes through this little SUV sized thing, let alone anything bigger, motherships that have, you know what I'm saying? Like on some Independence Day shit, there's a mothership in the sky, right? And then when it gets through to the other side, this thing would be so blindingly bright, blindingly bright. Other than the sun, if that happened like outside of our space, let alone in our atmosphere, first, if it happened in our atmosphere, we're all dead. If it happens outside of our atmosphere, it'd be the brightest thing in the sky outside of the sun. Fuck Venus, fuck the moon. It'd be the brightest thing in the sky. If this shit was taking place across the galaxy, we'd be able to see it here with our naked fucking eyes. That's how bright these portals would have to be. People don't like, they don't really study these things. They just say things because they sound cool. like, well, they're using wormholes. Really, nigga? What kind? like, and then when the fucking shit closes, when it collapses, because it doesn't close, they stop leaving the opening open and it collapses. Another supernova. like, bro, if there was aliens just flying around through wormholes, you'd just be seeing supernova, supernova, super. Like you'd just be, and it'd be clear as day because it'd be a consistent type too. They'd probably call it like a D class super, like a new type of supernova. I think there is a D class. I can't remember. Were they up to F class or something? Like it'd be a new type of supernova that they're seeing all the fucking time because these alien species are just out there fucking traversing the cosmos through wormholes, let alone visiting Earth and kidnapping niggas and mutilating cattle. And do you understand what I'm saying? Like people make claims they don't even understand. I'm more likely to believe that it's a skinwalker, and I don't believe that. I haven't seen real evidence for most of these cryptid things, right? They're cool to talk about. I'm like, but I'd be more likely to believe it's a skinwalker from Earth than any aliens coming from anywhere of any kind, in any form or fashion, through any type of transport. like they're astral entities manifesting into the reality and make it make sense. Show me, prove it. Cause nigga, I study this shit and I'm astral, nigga. I can talk to you about I wrote a whole compendium on this shit. Like niggas make claims they don't really study. Like motherfuckers want like I wrote a whole compendium that's bigger than the Bible. And I'm not joking when I say that. Am I Vazen? Am I? You know how much shit I had to study and practice to write that shit? More than is in the compendium. The amount of study and research and shit that was required to and practice to come to creating that compendium is vastly superior to the compendium itself. And I am telling you, they're not doing that. Like niggas just love to believe things based on subjective experiences and their own subjective analysis of these subjective experiences with no objectivity in sight, no data to base the shit on. None. My nigga, no way to back up any of this shit, right? Right? Like, back it up, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't think complex life would actually be incredibly sparse. I think the shit would be happening all over the place. I just think it would be happening and because of the time scales and the distances, things are so far apart, it's very likely nothing ever sees anything other than AI. But there are hive mind species that might make it out. You know, Zergs, Tyranids types, even like the bugs from Ender's Game. Creatures that are able to that don't build like we do, like technology, they build out of the world itself. They might be able to turn their world into a moving object or something. You know, like hive minds and AI. Biological aliens, get the fuck out of here. Even like most cyborg type things aren't making it very far. They're just not. They're gonna need that hive mind. They're gonna need that fucking super intelligence controlling everything at a bare minimum. a super intelligence at a bare, like the absolute bare minimum is what I can make an argument for. You get a planetary brain, nigga. Now you're talking. Now things is moving and shaking. You know? Did I just change the color on that shit? Oh, okay. Mr. Robert Rue. Let's see. Oh, actually, godly golds. Are we evolving or devolving? I mean, that I could answer that in both ways. I could say evolving and devolving. It depends on how you view evolution versus devolution and how you view mutation. Because I could say neither too. I could say neither. We're not evolving or devolving. We mutate. But depending on how you want to define this shit. Because evolution, realistically, a lot of people think of evolution as just like humans evolving from chimpanzee like monkey type creatures. Not really, ape like creatures that we came from or an admixture and all. But realistically, all it is mutation over time, changing species. But no species that I've never seen the evidence of a species going from Pikachu to Raichu, like a whole different species. Now, if I've seen Pikachu a million years ago and I see another Pikachu today and it looks like a Raichu, and then I run back all the mutations, I go, okay, that's just a Pikachu. It just looks different compared to an older Pikachu. Like, you get what I'm saying? I ain't never seen nothing evolve, nigga. Like, even the things that mutate over time, right? It's still the same thing. To tell me that a T Rex went to a chicken, nigga, how? Make it make real sense. How did this thing mutate in this direction over all those millions of years and survive? What the fuck was it hunting when it was halfway between a T Rex and a chicken? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, and every single one of these species they say turned into another species has missing links. I've never seen a species that has a full thing. When you go look at it, you're like, nigga, there's still missing links. Humans have many missing links because it doesn't make any sense. Admixture with other creatures? Sure, absolutely. Lots of admixture with other hominids. Mutation? Absolutely. All the fucking time, bro. All the time. Would I call that evolution? I don't know if I like to use that term for biology, to be honest with you. I understand what they mean when they say it. I understand the whole mutation, but to go from a whole other species to a whole other species solely based on mutation and time, you got to give me the evidence. I don't have the data to back that up. I could see how it could happen. I could understand the argument. But just because I understand how that could happen, how your hypothesis is technically possible, you haven't provided me the data and the evidence to back that up. You get what I'm saying? Like, so I don't believe in such things. Now, when we want to talk evolve or devolve as far as upscale or downscale, oh, definitely devolving, nigga. We become more recessive. All creatures do. Creatures don't become more genetically dominant over time. They become more genetically recessive over time. Unless there's what's the word? I can't think of the word. There has to be die-offs and there has to be breeding in human species, for example, if we take race and all this other stuff, in certain white supremacy groups and things along these lines, they call, what is it called? The Great White Replacement, where they talk about niggas fucking white women and having mulatto babies, and those mulatto babies fucking with black women and having blacker babies, and those women, and I go, yeah, that can't happen because the dominant gene can once again retake the recessive gene. That happens all the time, but the recessive gene can still take the dominant gene too. White guy fucks with black woman, they have mulatto baby. Mulatto baby fucks with white person, they have a whiter baby. They fuck with what? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like that can go in both directions. But generally speaking, over time, because your genetics become more, what's the word? Like dispersed. They become less from the source of whatever the original of that species was, right? As the species spreads out around the world and more mutations and things like this happens, the species naturally becomes more recessive. It needs to for survival purposes to begin with, and secondly, for breeding purposes. This is just what happens. It's just motherfuckers fuck each other, right? Motherfuckers go around the world. They stumble upon Neanderthals and Denisovans and fuck them too. And the Neanderthals and Denisovans, some of them was like, look at them niggas. I'm gonna fuck some of that. Yeah, yeah. So you end up with hominid DNA and genes, and you also have epigenetics. epigenetic transfer from different species just based upon constant surroundings. Motherfuckers got dog DNA that did not, it was not in the system prior to domesticating dogs. And motherfuckers fuck dogs. A lot of motherfuckers fuck them farm animals and shit. You can get epigenetics in some of the craziest ways that end up getting passed down. Let alone just being around another species for long enough. Let alone another species that resembles yours close enough to the point where y'all can mate like one out of a million. Let alone another breed, or because you have the genus. Am I getting that right? Is it species then genus? I'd have to look at it again. Or I think it's genus then species. So a lot of these homos, not like homosexuals, but like hominids, Homo erectus, Homo this, Homo that, Homo neanderthalis. They all have Homo denisovan. They all have Homo in front of their shit, right? Even we're Homo sapien, right? All the homos, the Homo is the genus. People forget that part. It was the genus can mate. This is why tigers and lions can mate. They're not the same species. They're the same genus. Different dogs can mate because they're different breeds, but there are certain dogs and like wild dogs and wolves and shit that are completely different species, but they're the same canine genus. It's harder for intergenus mating to occur, but it can, and you get admixture. It's easier for interspecies mating than it is intergenus mating because you're completely different. Like when you're a different genus, you might mate with something. Like a human might fuck a sheep. They're never gonna impregnate that motherfucker. The genuses are too far apart. But if you're part of the same genus, Homo neanderthalis and Homo sapien, well, shit, you might be different species, but every now and again, you're going to pop out a baby. Most of them aren't going to be able to have kids, but every now and again, one will. And if there's a lot of fucking going on, because we all like to fuck, and a lot of raping going on, because you know how nature gets down, well, guess what? You end up with kids that can have kids, and then they fuck other Neanderthals or other humans, and those kids fuck, and you end up with admixture later down the road. And some of that admixture can become dominant, and some of it is recessive and can be replaced over time if there's enough breeding with more original versions of your species, meaning the oldest genotypes of your species. Do you get what I'm saying? So you could argue evolution or de-evolution, whichever way you want to go. I would say de-evolution because a species generally, I don't want to say starts, but that's kind of what it seems like. A species basically starts with its natural baseline of what it is. And then it begins devolving over time. It becomes more recessive over time based on new environments, new genetic instructions from admixture, fucking other species, fucking other breeds. And you end up with new versions. As far as I'm concerned, there was what we would call Negroid humans, and then you got what they call Caucasoid humans, but realistically they were Central Asian. They weren't from they always say they're Caucasians from the Caucasus Mountains. I'm like, no, you stupid niggers, they're not. They're not from the Caucasus Mountains. They're from Central Asia, where we would call like Kazakhstan today. And they moved into Russia and then into the Caucasus and down into Persia. When these two breeds of human, which the only real major difference between them was a couple SLC genes and a melanocortin 1 receptor that mutated. These are like 3 or 4 recessive mutations in very specific genes that denote skin color, melanin production in melanocytes and melanosomes, particularly under the skin, and some, don't worry about Vazen, I'm going to answer it, and some in the neuromelanin and spinal melanin and things along these lines. That's really the only difference between blacks and whites. Phenotypically, there's no fucking different. The only genotypical difference is those SLC genes. Look it up. I can't remember SLC 525. The SLC genes and the melanocortin 1 receptor. 30,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, and then like 8,000 years ago when like white people as we know them came on the earth. White people and black people, both Homo sapiens, bred. And they created all the mulatto races, what we would call Asians today, what we would call Hispanics, what we would call Native Americans, what we would call Arabs. These are all mixed breeds. Whether they like to say that or not, whether they think that's cool or not, like I don't give a fuck. Like I I have no pride in none of this shit. You're still a fucking monkey. Like I'm a monkey. I don't give a fuck what your skin color is, monkey. You're gonna like, I don't care whether you're a original man or a white man or some sort of mixed breed between. I don't give a fuck. This is how this shit works. These are just facts. Niggas take pride in stupid shit, so they get upset about these things. But it is what it is. I would call this all de-evolution from the original base. Because even when it was so-called just so-called black people on the planet, they were already devolving. Already. The closest thing you get to an original Homo sapien with no de-evolution and no recessive mutations and no admixtures is a Central African woman. The further you get from that, the more recessive genetics you have, the more admixture you have, the more mutation you have, the more de-evolution you have as a species. What people feel about that, I don't give a fuck. Someone deleted my comments. I thought you were deleting your own comments because it says message retracted. It doesn't say deleted. So I thought that was you doing that. It's not me. Like, it's not me. I promise you that. I don't do that shit. But I thought it was you. But yeah, to me, I just let's just be real about this shit. I would say we're devolving as a species. And if you go into my religion, my belief system, my own crazy shit that I can't prove to anyone, so take with a mountain of salt, fuck a grain of salt, a mountain of salt, I would say we're not even fucking from Earth, but that's just my theories. My theories, my thought processes, not shit that I could prove to you and would never claim. Because all I can do is claim what is verifiable. That's it. Everything I just said, I could verify. That last part, theory. Utter theory. Not even like full-blown scientific theory. Like, ghost DNA, junk DNA, all sorts of shit. And not all of it, because look at the junk DNA. That's actually all of our alien. I go, actually, that's not all. Like, there is certain fucking genetics in there where you go, that doesn't make as much sense as the other shit. Where does that come from? And then certain things about the Central African women don't make sense. Like, in this world, like, and then when you learn about bottlenecks, there's a reason why there's a lot of people today who will disagree with the out of Africa theory. And they will, but one version is the five peoples theory, which has been proven so wrong, even by the same peoples who, you didn't all spawn from five different peoples. And even that story about they all came from the mud, and that, like, bro, the whole story is dumb. But when it comes to out of Africa theory being incorrect based upon human bottlenecks, see, this is a more scientific theory that has more evidence. Humans have been bottlenecked like 6 times. We've almost gone extinct quite a few times. And it seems that every time humans survived in Central Africa, they basically died everywhere else on the planet, my nigga, and just kept coming back out of Central Africa because it's just a great place to be when the world is in cataclysm. The equatorial region is just the best place for survival. So for all we know, we could have spawned somewhere else and our genetic drift has gone on so long. Problem is, when you go into the mitochondria, when you look at any masculine DNA of any type, you can only go back so far. When you look at the mitochondria of women, that mother gene, it all goes back to Central Africa, what they call mitochondrial Eve. And they can't go any further back than that. Even as they push human history back and back and back, all they end up doing is, because they're pushing the mitochondrial gene back and back and back. Like, mitochondrial Eve isn't even mitochondrial Eve anymore. She's the first mitochondrial Eve. And they pushed her back and back and back. And that's how they keep pushing human history back and back and back. Not just archaeological evidence. A lot of people go, hey, look in the Americas. They got shit from 1,000,000 years ago. Must have been humans. Maybe it was. You go look up that forbidden archaeology type shit, right? But in many cases, the dating is just fucking wrong, to be honest with you. Trust me, because when I first saw that shit, I was all over like, nigga. And then the more I actually learned and understood that shit, the more I was like, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. But I have to eat the disappointment. I can only go with what's verifiable. Everything else is my religion, right? So I can go a lot of directions with this, but I would personally use the term devolving. Humans are devolving, and today we're definitively devolving. Our IQs are dropping. Cancer rates are Cancer should be like the most rare way you die. It's like number one now on planet Earth. Heart disease should be like non existent amongst this species. It's like number two. All these kid cancers, all the things these children are dying, autism, all this shit, that shit shouldn't happen. We're killing ourselves. All the injections from the moment you're born, like, bro, we're devolving. in some ways, forcefully, based on our society, our civilizational structure, certain conspiracies, the foods we're eating, the things we're drinking, etc., etc., etc. Like, yeah, I would say humans are devolving. But that's what I would say based upon my definitions of evolution and de-evolution, because I don't really like theirs. If you were to like go Google search the official definitions of evolution and devolution, maybe I can give you a more specific thought on those particular definitions. But just based on what I know about mutation and genetic drift and epigenetics and all that, like, we're devolving, hands down. Humans are getting dumber, worse, less talented, less physically capable. It's just, and we need more and more technology to replace what we used to be able to do naturally. So I'd say we're definitely devolving. Robert Rue, The Great Replacement, race realism. All I try to do is race realism. Motherfuckers love to attach their pride to their race. Um, I'm black. Look at my melanin. I'm superior to you. I'm the white man. I rule the world. I conquered you niggas. I'm superior. Look at my blonde hair, blue eyes. Like, okay, monkeys. Whatever y'all say. The Chinese, we're the chosen people. We come directly from the Denisovans. Then they do their genetics and go, actually, we come from those Africans over there. The San tribe down in South Africa. Shit. We thought we were special. Jews, we are the chosen race. Everyone wants to be the chosen race. Yet none of you monkeys are. Like, no one was chosen, nigga. This shit just is. TD Binks. Why you love Trump? What? Who loves Trump? I'd like to shoot that nigga in his face. Like, with a small gun too, like a 22. Something that might not kill him right away. I just want to put like 6 holes in his face. Think you were in love with Elon Musk. That Elon Musk could die sucking a dick very slowly. I hope he dies choking on a cement dildo with spikes on it. David Formy, hello to you, my dear friend. Are you doing well? I'm existing. How are you? All right, we're all caught back up again. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna run that shit tonight. I know Goya said he wanted to do a live stream with me on that shit anyway. Goya's Lone Richie, by the way. So I'll probably, which I didn't feel like doing. I'm like, there's no need, nigga. There's 1,000 niggas talking this globe Earth flat Earth shit, right? I got a whole playlist of it. Like, we don't really need to be in that conversation like that. I just want to talk about all the religions in general. We don't really need to harp all that much. The only times I really harp is on when it comes to my own people, because I don't want my people running around dumb. If my people are saying something stupid, well, then we can debate, nigga, because I'm going to sit here and I'm going to beat that religion out of you. I don't play that shit. Like, my mom is a Christian. She does not talk about that shit in front of me at all. Because she's learned her lesson. Like, if you're religious, don't talk your religion around me. And if you're going to, don't be saying it to me. And don't be saying it to anyone that I teach in any way. Because I'm going to step in to just defend their brain from you. But if you're saying that shit out loud in some form or fashion where I don't feel I have to defend my brain or anybody else's brain, believe whatever the fuck you want. Preach whatever religion you'd like. But if you're my people, no, I'm going to jump down your throat. You trying to brainwash my people? I'm going to jump down your throat. You come to my stream, I'm going to jump down your fucking throat. If I see it in the truth community with so-called truth seekers and truthers, I might not pick on niggas directly unless I think they're shilling for it. Like, again, my boy Chris Sideris, he's definitely a flat earther. Love him to death. He's not a shill for the shit. He actually believes it. Like, so like he's honest. That's what I like. He's an honest guy. He's just ignorant about a lot of shit. He doesn't like to read. He says it himself. So like, these are things he says. I'm not talking shit about him. Like, whereas Erica Dubé, that nigga's a shill. Flat Earth Dave is a scam artist. Mark Sargent knows he's lying. That's why he tries to talk like he's, this alpha male voice, like he's speaking like, nigga, he knows he's lying and it's obvious. Bro Sanchez, he wants so badly to believe it. I think that he's actually being far more honest than the rest. I think he really wants to believe that. So he latches on to anything, any little picture, any fucking thing, as if any of the things he's presented in any of the live streams he's done over the last 2 weeks would actually overturn the whole thing. I watched him today talking about this is a smoking gun. And I was like, this picture is not a smoking gun, my nigga. Like, even if I give it to you wholesale, you still didn't disprove this whole mission and all these data. Like, you proved that this one picture might be fake, which he didn't do. He didn't actually. But I'm like, even if I give it to him, he didn't. You get what I'm saying? Like, shills, I don't fuck with. Niggas who I think are just being religious because they really want to believe it. I don't trash talk as much, but I'm gonna trash talk their religion. Shills, I'm gonna talk shit about. Fuck Eric Dubay. That nigga's a shill. Like, wholeheartedly. I'll follow that nigga around the internet. And anyone interviewing him, I will leave playlists. I did this shit the other day on what's this nigga's channel? Something Insight. Fuck. He's in South Florida. He's another bald white guy like our brother Chris. I actually told Chris like a week ago that he should probably try to do something. They believe some of the same things and they're in the same like general region. I'm like, man, those two should link up. They'd probably be best friends. Like, and I cannot think of his name. I think his name was actually Dave. Is his name Dave? Hidden Insight? Is that the name of the channel? I can't remember. But he did, because of the Artemis shit, he was talking about, flat Earth, bald Earth. Did they go to space? And he had old interviews with Eric Dubay that he re-uploaded, and I was in there drilling because I can't stand Eric Dubay. That nigga's a shill and a half. That's the type of nigga. He never responds to anyone destroying him. Ever, my nigga. He makes 1,000 claims, they get destroyed 1,000 ways from the sun, and he never responds. He says the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is fucking impossible on a flat Earth, which is why it doesn't happen because we're on a flat Earth. He got the chance to go down there for free and denied it, ran away, and then started making excuses as to why they would see a 24-hour sun when he said for 10 straight years that they wouldn't because that proves a flat Earth. I'm like, that's shilly behavior. And then as soon as that shit got announced, all of a sudden he started talking Soul Trap. This nigga's never talked Soul Trap ever in 10 fucking years. I've watched every Eric Dubay video. He never talked to Soul Trap, not once. And all of a sudden the final experiment gets announced and he starts to pivot towards Soul Trap. He still talks his his flat Earth shit, but I mean, he ain't got much to say. He really doesn't. He all of a sudden started talking Soul Trap and other things more. Like he started pivoting into other conspiracies more. Things he might have mentioned here and there in certain, but I see you, nigga. I'm from the hood, my nigga. Like I know players. I know when you're playing a motherfucker. I know scammers. I know scam artists, nigga. I see it in you. You might be able to play these fucking dumb suburban people who just want to believe so, nigga. Fuck out of here, bro. Like, so certain motherfuckers I will absolutely destroy on top of their religion, but for the most part, it's not necessary. You know what I'm saying? It's just not. You just destroy the religion, and either they come around eventually or they don't. Like it is what it is. This is religion. People have been destroying Christianity since it became a thing. There's still 2 billion of them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah. Sometimes the shit takes time to get rid of, but in the truther community, you attack those religions, starting with your own. Starting with your own. If it's not verifiable, and if you can't provide niggas with it, like if you can't just drop a whole playlist on niggas and be like, this will answer every question you have about that thing. To the point where I can just go get random videos. Like motherfuckers bring shit, yeah, well, what about this? Oh, hold on. I've got 10 videos for you that are gonna definitively destroy the claim you just made. Because you don't even understand the claim you're making. They're gonna teach you about your own claim and then show you why it's wrong. And then I'm gonna pile on 9 more. And that's just 9 out of the 30 I could have given you. Like it's you goes like, let alone off the top of my head, because I could do it off the top of my head, but I don't need you to trust me, nigga. I don't want you to trust me. I don't want you to trust anyone ever about anything. I don't want you to believe shit about anything ever. I want you to verify everything. I want you to overanalyze everything. I want you to overanalyze your own overanalysis. Like question your own questioning. Like Think about your thinking. Be metacognitive. Most motherfuckers aren't. They come to conclusions before shit even occurs because they already have a predetermined bias. It's called religion. They don't like to hear it, but it's fucking true, and I don't care how anybody feels about it. And I can prove it. So when niggas go, okay, nigga, let's have the conversation. You really want to sit here for 6 hours with me and let me destroy this shit for you? Nobody ever wants to do that. Nobody wants to do that. And when I start doing it, they try ad hominems and strawmans. And as soon as you throw out the first ad hominem, I win, and I'm just going to piss you off even more. You throw out the first straw man, I win, and I'm just going to piss you off even more. You're throwing out both now? Oh my God, I'm fucking cruising on you. The more you're talking shit and not proving a point, the more I know I'm winning, and anybody watching knows it too, nigga. Give a fuck how you feel about it. You don't win by calling people stupid. You win by proving your point. Then you call them stupid. And you don't even have to call them stupid. But if they call you stupid, call them stupid back after you prove them wrong. Because then they really look stupid. Then you're like, who's actually stupid, my nigga? Who's actually sitting here providing you all the evidence versus the nigga who's just giving you a bullshit conspiracy theory? That's not even a real theory, because theories got to be built on observations, then hypotheses that are testably falsifiable. No one wants to build a falsifiable test, a falsifiable hypothesis, and they damn sure don't want to test it. They just want to believe. And that's what everybody does. Don't be everybody. Try not to be a retard monkey at all times. And then you'll be the least retarded monkey you could possibly be. But you'll still be a retard monkey. And always remember that. All right. What else? What else we got here? Nothing? Oh, okay. Robert, I came from your amend ham video. How'd you see that? How'd you stumble upon that? Did I pop up somewhere? Like, you type in amend ham and I actually popped up? Like, the search actually let you find me? Like, because that's crazy. I figured if anybody types in his name, they'll never find my my little 350 subscriber channel. But yeah, that video's another, like, bro. I'm gonna touch on that real quick. All these niggas, violence isn't the answer. It's the only answer you have. Even when you talk about, well, I want to wait until we have 50% Democratic vote. So you want to have government violence. You want to have humans vote for their government to do the violence for you. So you're just shifting the violence to someone else, to an organizational structure that is still manned by humans. It's still people carrying out violence in your name for your agenda. Fuck do you need 50% to agree to it for? You're still violent. You're not morally better because niggas voted with you. Whether you're one nigga trying to kill the world or half the world trying to kill the world, you're still trying to kill the world, and not everybody agrees. So you're still a fan of violence, my nigga. Like, just let it be. Just let it be. Adwalker, do you think anything big is coming in the next year or so? Every day. Every day. I think it depends on what people call big, but nigga, there's big shit going down at all times, depending on where you're looking, what you like, at literally all times. Depends on what you want to consider big. So I guess I'd have to ask you that. What do you mean when you say big? You know? Or are we just going to be slowly more enslaved? So you mean like something big that's going to overturn this shit? Well, it's already happening. See, it's not going to be like the big thing happens. Shit slowly ramps up. The fire just gets bigger and brighter. It's already burning. This is part of that fire. Just y'all being in here is part of that fire. Do you get what I'm saying? We have so many different types of pro-extinctionism now. We can argue amongst ourselves about it. About who's right and who's wrong and who's more pro-extinction. You know, it's like, whose plan is better? Those stupid fucks over there. Like, do you get what I'm like? It's a fire that slowly burns. You got Guy Edward Barkus. You got niggas killing themselves. Niggas shooting at things. You got motherfuckers shooting at Sam Altman's house, throwing Molotov cocktails. Hail to them. Niggas shooting up counselors' houses for voting for data centers. Hail to them. Niggas burning down warehouses. I don't think they said it was arson, but I think it was arson. Somebody set fire to, what was it, the Olympic Stadium roof the other day or some shit like that. I think somebody tried to say it was like a lightning strike, but I didn't see the video of no lightning, and I went looking for it. I'm just saying, I don't know how it actually happened. Take that with a grain of salt, but I hope it was terrorism. Like, there's all sorts of shit happening all over the world. You got motherfuckers overthrowing governments. Of course, they don't fully overthrow them, but Gen Z is just tearing shit up around the world. You go to the Sahel region of Africa, there's 9 countries that are now bucking Western control. And they're all ran by Gen Z now. That nigga Ibrahim Traore is like the only real world leader on planet Earth that I would ever rock with. The rest of them can kick rocks. You get what I'm saying? Like that motherfucker, I fucks with him, and he's my age. Like, this nigga's 37 years old. Overthrew his own mentor, who was trying to groom him to be the next. And he nigga, get the fuck out of here. I'm doing this shit for the people. Like, there's a lot of shit happening at all times. At all times. It just needs to happen more and more and more. And this is why I always preach, you gotta do it. We gotta do it. I gotta do it. Whatever the fuck it is you're complaining about. As an individual, whatever you complain about, you gotta think, speak, and act in accordance with overturning that thing. With destroying that thing. Or utopianizing it. Impossible. It's not gonna happen. But that adds to the chaos. You try to make the world a better place amongst beings who are trying to make it a worse place, subjectively. All you're doing is adding chaos. So please, by all means, try to make it a better place. Like, let alone those trying to burn this shit like I am. Like, so the fire is already caught. Sparks are popping up all the time. We just got to keep fanning the flames until it gets big enough. You go over to Israel right now, they're on the verge of a civil war. Niggas is protesting and rioting because they're really against the shit that's going on now. This year in America, we have a draft coming at the end of the year. I believe that already passed, right? Congress passed that shit, right? Like a week ago, 2 weeks, whatever the fuck. So by the end of this year, they'll be drafting niggas to the military. Gen Z, how you gonna respond to that, Gen Z? How you gonna respond? Millennials, Gen Xers, parents of Gen Z, how are you gonna respond? See, and this is how fires start. You're not taking my baby. I'm not going with you niggas. All sorts of gun, what I'm saying, hammers and slides and racks. Do you get what I'm saying? Big shit's always happening. Always, at all times. It's just how much attention are we paying to it and what is our responses to it? Because our responses, again, you act now, you act in the now to trend what you want into the future. You trend the future you want into existence by acting in the now, thinking, speaking, and acting in the now. Everything I'm saying here to y'all is to brainwash you niggas towards truth. To brainwash you niggas towards ending this shit, whether you want to do it utopian or full on destruction. Or shit, even if you want to play the game, go be an elite, nigga. Play the game. Don't play the game to lose. Either destroy this shit, try to make this shit utopian, or go try to be an elite, nigga. Play to win, no matter what you're doing. And then we'll have warfare at some point. It's like, it is what it is. But everybody got to start following their own agendas based on what the outcomes they actually want on any and all levels of reality. Stop being dictated to by people outside of you about what they want based on your fear of their authority or some shit. Nigga, fuck them. What do you want? Do you want to end their authority? Make it more utopian? Do you want to end all authority? Just end this shit? Or do you want to become the authority? Like, nigga, what do you want? Go in that direction. That's what I'm telling niggas. You get what I'm saying? Right now, I'm trying to steer consciousness. Something's always happening. The fire's always burning. It just gets bigger. And the smoke shifts in different directions. So, fan those flames, baby. Fan those flames. Metazusta, a bunch of big shit is happening right now. Draft in the war, warehouse fire, all the shit that I was saying. Sam Altman, house attack, Claude Mythos, Iran war, job market getting worse, Gen Z getting more screwed over, etc., 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 etc. I can do that another 1,000, etc., another 1,000, etc.'s, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, big shit's happening all day, every day. And it just gets bigger and bigger over time. Very, very rarely is like a big event that there's like this thing happened that everybody tuned into on that day. You know what I'm saying? Like, those do happen. But even most of the time, they're not big enough to matter. Like, Trump bombed Iran. That didn't really, like, change the world all that much. Artemis just launched niggas around the moon and back. These are big events historically speaking, but if you didn't even know that happened, did it really change your life at all? Or is it like, no, you get what I'm saying? Like, so most of the more important, the really important shit that involves you and actually infects you and everybody in the world is shit that just builds up over time. Transhumanism, AI, all this shit is building. When Transformers came into existence in 2017, nobody knew. When I saw it, that day that it happened, the day that they fucking released the first paper, I was like, what the bro? I was actually scared. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of terrified. Like I was shaking in my boots, and nobody even knew what the fuck I was talking about. I'm like, this is the most monumental moment in all of human history, the invention of the transformer, and no one even knows it happened. It wasn't until like 2022 where niggas knew like real AI was a thing. These LLMs were a thing, let alone the architecture behind it that nobody still understands to this day. Like because people don't study. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of the really important shit is always happening in the background, just ramping up over time. So you got to pay attention to all this shit and keep track of all this shit. The big events that everyone sees, outside of like a 9/11, so like most of the time they're not that crazy as far as how they affect your life and whatnot. Yeah, them bombing Iran, the Straits of Hormuz, prices is going up, but weren't prices already going up? Wasn't your dollar already dropping? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like that just kind of exacerbates it, but it didn't really change anything. It just made the same shit continue happening. Now, if you're in Iran, it's a pretty big fucking day when America starts bombing your capital city. You give us like, so, but being an American right now in America who doesn't pay taxes, I don't fund that shit. So I'm not even like, you know what I'm saying? I don't watch mainstream media like that. The only time I watch mainstream media is when something like that happens because at least at first, there's nowhere else you can see it. There's nowhere else it's being reported. If a bomb went off right now in the middle of New York City, for example, ain't no YouTubers, niggas on TikTok, ain't no like social media type shit, posters, bloggers, forums, all that shit's gonna be empty of this shit for hours. But you know who's gonna be streaming that? Nigga, CNN, ABC, it is what it is. Like, they're gonna have it. Fox. And they're gonna have it 24 hours a day, seven. Like, you just gotta be, you gotta verify because they're gonna say a bunch of shit. You can't believe them, but you can't just automatically assume they're lying about everything either. You have to be completely incredulous, like, but incredulous with verification standards. Okay, you're making these claims. What do you have to back these claims up? And are there other sources I can go to see this same thing that verifies what you're saying to me so I don't just have to take your word for it? You get what I'm saying? Like, so there's always some shit going on. You feel me? Um, Robert Root. LOL, he's a smart, nice guy. He just has that boomer mindset of pacifism. Live and let live. Just don't realize it's not the 1970s anymore. Yeah, facts. It really does. But honestly, I think it's that cowardice, that boomer cowardice. They're so used to just giving someone else the power to do the things they want. Like, let's vote on it. Nigga, why? I don't need anyone to agree with me. Like, for me to think, speak, and act in the way I'm going to think, speak, and act. You get what I'm saying? Like, let alone half. I need half the country or half the world, half the species before. Come on, man. We're never going to get there. Mr. Robert Rue, I've talked with him through email. He can be nice to talk with, but he's obviously just getting older and losing his fire. But I did find the video to be nice. Yeah, he is. I think the older he gets, the more angry he gets at the youth because the youth is kind of done with that thought process. Even the pro-extinctionist people were like, when he debated them, he was screaming at them because they were like, why would we have to have half the world vote to murder the other half? Like, if the whole point is to not impose our will on someone, then either we wait until everyone agrees or we just murder them anyway because we don't need their permission to kill them. Like, I'm like, when you got those niggas making that much sense compared to what you're saying is retarded. Like, like, them niggas shit all over him. Like, and they did it so simply, and he was just scream, like as if being louder makes you more right, as if calling people names makes you any more correct, as if throwing straw man after straw man makes you any more accurate. It doesn't. It just shows that you've already lost, and you're attempting to maintain your disciples. You're either attempting to intimidate to get them to back down, or you're attempting to maintain the disciples who are there to watch you. Like, oh no, he didn't lose. What he said was like, no, he kind of got destroyed there, and he reacted like he did. You know what I'm saying? But either way, I still suggest people go watch his entire fucking anthology. Go watch every video he's ever, because he got a lot of good. He understands the philosophy. Like, it's just when it comes to that end point, how to get it done. Again, I think almost everyone fails at solutions. When it comes to the problems and explaining this shit philosophically and all that, I think there's a lot of motherfuckers that say a lot of good shit. When it comes to the actual solutions to solve the problems, I think there's me, Mark, Illicit. You know, like literally, I think I can count the amount of niggas on two hands, maximum, that I've ever heard actually come to real solutions about damn near anything that is of importance, let alone like extinctionism type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even joking. It's laughable, but it's not actually funny. Motherfuckers just love to complain about things. They don't really like to provide solutions to things, right? So yeah, there's that. Robert Rue, he's always done that. Check his previous debates. He's hilarious when he's angry. Yeah, he does that, and that's what I'm saying. Like, but that's him losing. That's him losing. As soon as he begins losing, because when it comes to the solution, he makes no sense. When it comes to his arguments about why it's all a problem, why it's all this, what, bro, he's one of the best. When it comes to what should be done about it, he's one of the worst. He's one of the worst. So, you know, shout out to Amenham. I suggest everyone go watch his shit. I'm not even joking. I suggest everyone go watch his shit. But I also suggest you watch my videos on him too. Watch my live stream on him too. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't let motherfuckers slide by this shit, because they try. And they try to rely on being old heads. I've done this for 30 years. I've done so much more than you did. Okay, that you right, nigga. You right. All hail your name. Your solution's still ass. Old nigga. Hail your name, OG. Everybody should watch your shit. But when it comes to your solution, you just an old nigga. You stop being an OG and just start being an old nigga. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's true. You gotta respect the elders who did this shit before. They know what they got this ball rolling. But you also gotta stand on their shoulders and push them to the side once they get senile. We was watching that movie yesterday, Braveheart. Robert the Bruce, the only reason he betrayed William Wallace is because he let his old senile daddy talk him into it. And after Will died, he realized, I should have not listened to my dad. It was past his time. Man, if I had just not listened to this nigga a month ago, we could, we could have won that war. Now I got to go fight it without William, on behalf of William, while feeling like a bitch. I got to kill 1,000 niggas tomorrow to make up for the bitchness because I let my old ass daddy talk me into letting that nigga get ran down. It hits up. You gotta respect the elders. They know what they're talking about. They wise in all these aspects, especially if they're in your field, like in your subject and the shit you talk about. They've been doing it longer, my nigga. But at some point, when they start to get senile, and you start to surpass them, you gotta push them to the side and stand on their shoulders. Shout out to you, nigga, but it's time for retirement. You get what I'm saying? Metazusta, several years ago, I would push a pregnant woman down the stairs. I would be suiciding a bunch of people if I had a gun. Now, destruction is not the answer, you terrorists. Yeah, exactly. Like, but even then, I gotta admit, now he did talk. He always brought it back to law. He said if me and that woman had a contract, because he says if I'm gonna have sex with a woman, like he does caveat these things, if that's the right word. I don't even think it is, but there's an asterisk to all this shit. So he said, if I was to have sex with a woman, we'd have a contract that if she gets pregnant, she has to get an abortion. And if she breaks that contract, then I'd push her down the stairs. You get what I'm saying? Like, because that would be in the contract. I can forcefully abort you. Like, he always relies on like law and shit like this. He said, if I had a gun, I'd be outside. But he said, if it was legal. which made no sense when he said it. If it was legal and I had a gun, I'd just go outside and shoot people. He always goes back to that legal shit. I can't lie. He does do that. So when he says destruction's not the answer, you're a terrorist, what he's really saying is unlawful destruction's not the answer. Which is a shit argument. It's a dumb fucking argument, but I don't want to misquote the guy. He always tries to fall back on legality. That's his excuse for not doing this. I won't do it because it's illegal. You won't murder people because it's illegal. Nigga, where would you ever think murder would be legal? I don't think you'll murder people because you're just not really ready to murder people, which is fine, nigga. I'm not murdering anyone right now either. But don't bullshit us, my nigga. Don't bullshit. You're not killing people because it's, you're not killing people because it's illegal. You're not killing people because you're not about that action like that. You's a preacher, nigga. Preach. But I strongly suggest that when the niggas who are ready to do that shit come along, the Guy Edward Barkuses and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? Let them drill, nigga. Let them drill. They're drilling. These are your kids. These are your philosophical children you've built over decades. Don't abandon them in their time of need. They need their priest. When they drill, hail their names and send up prayers to the gods. You know what I was like? Light some incense and some candles and praise the gods of praise the gods of Ephilism. Like, be their priest, nigga. Like, they're doing it because of you. You were the first name on Guy Edward Barkus's manifesto list. The first name, nigga, it was you. You were his god. Preacher, pastor, oh great priest. Don't forget who and what you are, my nigga. One must stop looking back to laws. Laws do not mean shit. Facts, they're fake. They're make-believe. If it ain't no fucking physical law that you can't break, like like a scientific law of the reality you're in, nigga, it's not real. Then if it's a man-made law, they're not real. They're only fucking in place based again upon the threat of violence, state-sanctioned violence. So even that's violence. Like, it's all violence. They hold us back way too much in the most disgraceful ass ways ever possible. For we shall play the bullshit legal and illegal games no longer. Agreed, nigga. Agreed. All right, is there anything else y'all specifically want to discuss? Any questions y'all got? Anything y'all want me to expound upon? I'm gonna give y'all a couple minutes to maybe throw something in the chat or something. If not, I'm gonna end up getting out of here. I'm kind of hungry. And I kind of want to play it back and listen to myself. I am truly my own biggest fan, which we all should be. Honestly, I feel like if you have a specific agenda, certain outcomes and goals you want, every time you speak, you should be speaking on that. So you should actually like what you have to say more than what anyone else has to say because it's you saying it. Be your own biggest fan. YouTube keeps censoring my comments. You know what? Let me see if I can click something here, Mr. Rue, and change that for. I don't. Wait. Oh, I just clicked Metazusta. I'm like, remove as moderator. How is he a mod? Oh, that's Metazusta. Let's see. No, I can't. When I end this and I make it public, come back and leave a comment. Because then I can click your name and add you as, I forget what it's called. It's like an approved member or some shit like that, where apparently it makes it easier for you to chat and comment things, even if the algorithm's like targeting you. Maybe that'll help. I don't fucking know. But I can't do anything here because I'm not the one censoring you. It's definitely YouTube. Like, I like crazy comments. I don't mind motherfuckers coming in here and saying crazy shit, depending on what it is. And depending on the subject in the day, I'll just play sometimes. But, if we don't want to play, y'all know that nigga goes in timeout. You know, like we'll see him tomorrow and see if he's got a better attitude. But no, it's definitely not me. So I can only talk like an autistic 9-year-old on Prozac. I'm sorry, brother Robert. I'm sorry. But after the stream, definitely leave a comment, and I'll see if I can click your shit and add you as approved member. I think it's called. So it like censors you less. Like, but yeah. Any questions? Anything y'all got? Anything y'all got? I Anything y'all want to talk about, discuss, and go over? But it's funny how he was fine with Adam Lanza, who was much, much worse than that guy. Yeah, Adam Lanza actually went in there and shot people. And you know, like I looked into all the conspiracy theories and all the like, because people always try to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I looked into all of it. But from what I can tell, Adam Lanza did that shit on purpose. He wasn't just some patsy set up. Like, this nigga believed the things he was saying. And he went in that school and shot people. And he, like, if I recall correctly, might have hailed his name. If I recall correctly. I can't, that was fucking so long ago. But then this guy goes and blows up a fertility clinic, like a fucking, what's this shit called? An in vitro fertilization clinic, an IVF clinic. Nobody gets hurt. Doesn't even fucking harm a fucking fetus. Like, didn't even harm an embryo. Only person who died was him. It was just an elaborate suicide to get his manifesto out there. And he talked shit about him. And honestly, I think that's because at this point he was afraid of the feds. I don't think he was afraid of them during the Lanza shit. I don't think because of the, I don't think the heat was too high for him to, you know. But I think the way shit was last year. Was that last year? I always forget what year it is. Yeah, that was last year. The way shit was last year, especially with the nihilistic, violent extremist designation from the FBI coming out a few months before that. I went like, I think he just got a little fucking, you know. I have an image of guy dressed up as Adam Lanza. See what I'm saying? Yeah, but I think he was just a little bit nervous last year. I think he was too scared. So he just instantly went to move. And a lot of antinatalists did. Like, I don't, they all of a sudden, I'm not even an antinatalist. So you're suddenly a natalist? You suddenly believe in having babies? Well, no, then you're still an antinatalist, nigga. You could run from the title all you want. But you agree with the philosophy, which is what the title expresses. It's an antinatalist is simply someone who agrees with antinatalism. That's it. Don't run from the word because an antinatalist blew some shit up. Like, you know, like, because you're still that thing. And the feds still know you're that thing. Whether you start claiming you're not, all you're doing is all you're doing is showing them your ass. That's all you're doing. You're showing them your pussy. And I say that because that's the thing animals do. I think it's chimpanzees. They'll show you their open palms. They'll bow their head. They'll show you their ass. Because it's like literally saying you could rape me. It's showing a sign of submission. Females will show you their vagina. I'm not even joking. Monkey species do this type of shit. And that's all these antinatalists was doing when they was running away. They're just showing the FBI their pussy. That's it. Say, I submit, I submit, I submit. Please don't come after me. I submit. I had nothing to do. I submit. Oh, pathetic. And some people deleting their YouTube channels or privating them after the Guy Edward Barker situation. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I love the fact that Mark Antinatalist did he made a whole, he said, these niggas is so scared, I'm gonna be Mark the World Destroyer now. You fucking pussies. Like, you niggas ran in the wrong directions. You should have ran further in this direction. Like, this is where you stand on that shit and move even more in this direction, not run away. Fucking vaginas. Oh, man. Flaccid cocks. Flaccid penises. Oh, man. Shit's wild, bro. All right, anything else, gentlemen? Anything else? Any ladies in here? Anything y'all want to fucking say or go over? Or anyone? Anything? Any entities? Demons, angels, AIs, bots? um, yeah, I found Lanza to be pretty intelligent in his transcripts. He was incredibly neck deep in the effortless computing. Yeah, and a lot of people think he was like retarded. I'm like, no, he was like autistic. He reminded me a lot of Aaron A. For those of y'all who knew Aaron A., Adam Lanza was Aaron A. Like, I swear to it, like, the kid wasn't retarded. He was stupid smart. Highly philosophical. But if you believe, like, the conspiracy theories, he was just some retard patsy. And I'm like, and this is how I know niggas don't study. It's arguable there was a second shooter. It's arguable that he did have someone there with him doing the thing who was part of the fucking, that he didn't know was a plan. You know, like, Based on the evidence, I can't prove it definitively, but I can make the argument. But other than the nigga was smart, the nigga was philosophical, he was logical. He wasn't just some fucking retard patsy that they just shot and threw a gun in his hand and said he did it. Like, no, he wanted to go kill those fucking people. He absolutely did. He absolutely did. That's why Alex Jones couldn't win that court case. That's why he didn't even try. All the shit Alex has said over his career, some of that shit's hyperbole. Some of that shit's, but a lot of that shit's true. Like 60-70% of that shit is true. It's not just, exact, but some of that shit's exaggeration. Some of that shit is he's a salesman, my nigga. He's a shill too. Like, even niggas who tell you the truth can be shills. Like, they're making millions. Like, he couldn't win that court case because there's just too much evidence that Adam Lanza was exactly who the fuck Adam Lanza was said to be, and did exactly what Adam Lanza was said to do. Like, they weren't just railroading Alex. Alex had to admit he got some things wrong, and even on his own show later, he was like, "Yeah, we got some things wrong." Like, because Lanza was actually that nigga. Lanza was definitely that shooter. Um, all right. On that note, all hail the fallen ones. And we'll be back with another installment. We're going to be talking about religion next time, I guess. I guess we'll go into flat earth a little bit, since we talked about niggas seem to be interested, right? And we do need to check the truth community's religion. So we're going to go into that conversation that I had. Just enjoyed it because he was less moralizing like Gary was. He even called him out 13 years ago. Yeah. I'm going to need... If you're not in our Discord, man, yeah, definitely leave a fucking comment here, bro. Definitely leave a comment here. Because I'm going to need you to come in our Discord if you're not in there. And if you are in there, I'm going to need to know who you are in there. So I need that. The stuff you're talking about, I need it. That shit you just said, what do you mean he was less moralizing like Gary? So you got some shit from Lanza? I need to see that shit. I need to see that. So I'm going to need you to share that with us. But, yeah. Definitely leave a comment under this video so we can talk more. John's Journey, wow, 7 hours. Dude, are you human? Yeah, that's light work. This was an accident, we just chilling. So all we did today was mostly chill. It was like 2 hours of fucking, and then we just chilled, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, anyway, we'll be back next time, y'all. Peace and chaos.